the beginning of the traditional yearly Summoning Insight Mega preview episode for Worlds. Obviously, for this one, I actually did want to, much like Riot. Guess what, Riot? When you schedule things, that affects when other things can happen. So in the same way as you couldn't actually tell everyone who they were playing in the tournament until Checkson's one day before, because you saved this 4th place LPL versus LCK match for that exact day, I have to wait till then to know what's going to happen in Worlds too. Like, you know what? I don't actually want to have a whole 40-minute of a whole 3-hour episode about T1, which would have happened if T1 didn't qualify for the tournament. I'd actually like to know that they're in Worlds. That's a bonus to me, believe it or not. So we know now. Look, we'll talk about, certainly, because we've got some LPL people coming on. Obviously, they will have watched the game, but the dream's dead. It's all good. Here's the thing about it. What I did is I simultaneously kept you primed, but also humble. Because I told you, if IG loses, don't worry about it. They're all trash and rookie anyway. They were saying, look, nobody watches the regular season of the LPL, which they were really good anyway. And they don't even know the nonsense that they never should have been playing anyone's legend there. That's all Weibo's fault and fucking Zhao, who again ruined the tournament. By the way, even ruined fucking that Asia, that Invitational. Probably should have won that. Didn't win that either. So that's all good. Now, whatever. T1 was better anyway. We've been saying all year they were the second or third best team. By the way, it's actually on a low-key thing before we start. It actually is better for the tournament that T1 is in the tournament. Like, T1 actually has a chance to win Worlds. I never thought IG was going to win Worlds. I just thought it would be funny if they beat Faker and maybe they could make a playoff run was the logic. And I put it this way, T1 actually could win Worlds, right?
Oh, definitely. It's like at this point, it's like I don't buy into the whole, people talking about teams potentially ramping up and magical. It's like I think it was way more irrational in 23, way more irrational in 24 as well.
Yeah.
Because throughout the year, the T1 had many moments where they looked great, and now they have enough history together as a team, outside of course, Doran, that we know they're going to be able to ramp up. And then also, it's like always with Faker, we know when he gets to take a longer break, he comes back looking cleaner as well. So T1 ramping up for this one, even though their summer didn't look too clean. They still had a series that went to 5 games with Gen.G, and that's as much as you can ask for, rather than a team that loses to D+ in the regional qualifier and then goes to 5 games with a KT that wasn't good at all. Like that's a whole different story. So I'm with you, T1, better for the tournament. IG, the only thing is like I'm happy that anyone who didn't watch them during the LPL got the full spectrum of them. It's like, damn.
That's true, actually. Yeah, true.
They are so damn good.
Yeah.
Look at that. They are smurfing. Oh,
no, I know what you mean. If you get the 4 games, it's like you've got the game the Shy runs down ruthlessly. You've got the game where actually Rookie does really well. It all looks great. You've got the game where they get out jungle. You had everything. I know what you mean. You have the whole choose your own adventure of that. Because by the way, that's also why on some level I actually am glad T1 won as well. Oner deserves to be in fucking Worlds, bro. He actually is like, I've won his best years ever. So the idea he would not get to go because of fucking Checksnut's way, like, no. I'm sorry, that can't actually be allowed. Justice was served. So, okay, as usual, I've got the usual sort of assortment, smorgasbord, as you say in your country.
Yes, sir.
Still haven't fully determined that. Might need DNA tests. We'll see how that works. But basically, we're going to have just an interesting collection of people to talk about all the regions in theory. I will say, I don't actually technically have anyone to talk about like LTA South or whatever, but whatever. I guess the people who watch LTA will have to figure that part out. So what I'm going to do is, it's going to be one of those ones where I'm not actually going to say who all the people are yet, because 1, I think it's just fun that some of the later ones might be more surprise. And then 2, it's also possible, it's just the day and age we live in, sadly, institutions have eroded, the kids don't respect the elders, some of them might not turn up, and that's actually a very real possibility. And so if that happens, no one will know, because I'm a professional. I was born in the fires of tech pauses in Counter-Strike, where you fill for 45 minutes and a dickhead fan types in Twitch chat like, shut up, I want to see the game. It's like, bro, we all do. I'm making magic right here, but I'm just making it seem to you like I'm just talking for no reason. So anyway, we'll make it work. The point is, there are some gaps, but there's also some bangers who could appear if they indeed choose to accept the call. If they don't, it'll be funny. It's all good. We'll move to the next people. So let's just start it out. I will say, normally, if you notice, we have been sort of informed by the wizards behind the scene that we're supposed to like start with the spiciest topic and lead into the pot. But that's for a normal episode. I can't do that on this one. On this one, for understandable reasons, think about it. It's 3 p.m. local time for me in Europe. That means for anyone in Asia or North America, this is going to be a harder show to do. So we've had to schedule the show based around them. So what we will do is we will go to our first guest of the show. And that is going to be, look, I won't give any bullshit. It's going to be one of the smaller ones, isn't it? Because what I've done is I invited back Vestion, who people might remember was someone who's obviously following LCP, and he is from the Oceanic region himself. I believe he's from New Zealand, not Australia, I think was the correct explanation for that. And basically, he is someone where, if you remember for MSI, he actually did sort of hype CFO and GAM. That was the key thing, you matter. Everyone could have said CFO because we all saw first then, but he actually did point out that GAM would be pretty good. And if anyone remembers, GAM was having 5-game bangers with the other teams in that group, including G2. So I think he actually sort of nailed it, that one. And also, I just like in general, if you're from the smaller regions, you should sort of puff your chest out a bit, talk your shit. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, okay. But you got to like set us up so that if it does, we understand what was plausible, what the chances were that you didn't all just give up. So what we'll do is we'll just take, I don't know how long this takes, probably take 30 seconds. We'll just quickly transition, this is where the producer will earn his money, over to Vestion, and we'll do that call. So I would assume we go to some sort of screen now and then I cancel this call and then call the other one. Is that correct? Which is the aforementioned Vestion, who is obviously, like I said, it is actually New Zealand you are from, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. 2 a.m.
Okay.
here. Nice time to be doing this.
Listen, technically, my people founded all those countries anyway, so don't worry about it. It's just
true.
they're picking at that point either way, isn't it? So you're welcome to have your mini version of our flag on your flag with the rest of all that interesting blue and stars. It's just all about the number of stars is what I actually, if you go and look, it's how many stars are in that middle part. That's what actually gives it away. There we go. Even I've learned something from this episode. Okay, so as I set up there, though, here's what I want to know at the very outset, right? You did actually hype both the teams that went to MSI. You didn't just pick only the CFO angle, which would be cynical because obviously, if people remember, they actually almost were in the final the first time. They did pretty well. You even hyped the GAM angle. Now, obviously, there is no GAM in this tournament, right? So here's the question. Where are we sitting for Worlds? Are we going to hype? Are we going to hype for this one?
I mean, absolutely. I think, I mean, again, like CFO is an easy one to hype. I think, like, obviously coming in, I think anything under top 8 would be a massive underperformance. I genuinely do believe this. Like, do I think in the Swiss, if they get, Gen.G, Hanwha Life in the second round, they're going to win it? Probably not. But like, once they get to the best of 3s and like those teams have already passed them, then I think, you're left with the FlyQuest, the G2s. These are very winnable, and I would expect them to win those series. So CFO is a pretty easy one to hype up, I think. I think even you get to the quarters, maybe you get a lucky draw, right? Like maybe like FlyQuest or G2 make it through, you get them in the quarters. Well, all of a sudden there's a chance for semis as well for them. When it comes to Team Secret Wales and PSG's a hard one because, I mean, they started this split going 0-8. Like that's not series, that's just straight games. Like they did not win a single game in the series. They then went against Chiefs, who were the Oceanic representatives, who did not win a single
series. They've only just come back though. Am I wrong on that? Isn't it? He just came back now though, right?
Yes. So Fofo left at the end of Split 2. Maple came in to replace him. Now, Fofo, for my money, was the better performing mid laner as an individual. They had the problem where Kasa and Fofo weren't really able to play very well together. Maple comes in, they sort of have the same issue, but a large part of it is just Maple's just getting stomped in lane every single game when he first comes back. They then verse the Chiefs, 2-0 them because, obviously, I mean, the Oceanic team did very poorly. And it seemingly gave them a bit of confidence back because I don't know if you know how the LCP operates, like how our format is, but basically in the third split, there's 2 groups. There is the contenders group, which are the top 4, and the breakout group, or maybe it's the other way around, which is the bottom 4. But basically, PSG got relegated down to the bottom group, and they were just clearly the best team in that group. So they had a bunch of easy series. They won all those, finished that group at top, which gave them 5th seed into the playoffs, and then they managed to beat GAM in a 3-0 that got them into the upper bracket finals, which meant they were at Worlds. So they definitely got better. The thing I struggle with is if they play like they did domestically, they're probably just going to get eliminated. Like they were still looking rough. They're beating teams like Gama's like the only team that was impressive that they were able to beat, and that is like Gama are a good team. Don't get me wrong, but Maple's not going to be tested by Ares or Emo because they're the weakest part of Gam. You come to Worlds, a lot of strong mid laners. Maple's not really looking on form. He comes to Worlds, he often does. I'd say look a lot better when he comes internationally, but definitely I wouldn't say good enough to take them on. Now there is, the Flash Wolves angle where maybe they come alive and, the Korean killers, but I wouldn't have faith in that. Like that would be very wishful thinking. And I mean, the interesting team from our region, I think even more so than CFO and PSG, is Team Secret Wales, because this team, I can't tell you what they're going to do. Like, there is absolutely, the only thing I can tell you for sure is they are going to fight, and they will fight everything. Like, they'll be down 4k gold, they are still fighting for a dragon, even if it's a second dragon. They could be up 10k gold, they are fighting for everything, you know? Like, it is not a macro game with these guys, it's very much a hands diff thing. They're all really young players mostly, like their mid laner and their jungler are both just freshly 18. But they are very, very skilled in terms of their micro gameplay. Their laning's good. Eddie is very much a driving force as a carry in the AD carry role. But it's impossible to predict what's going to happen. It is just straight up. They could go against Gen.G and look good. Then they could go against like anyone else. I don't really want to single out a team, but they could go against any other team and then look really bad. So it's hard to tell you what Team Secret Wales will do because they've been inconsistent in the LCP. They've had really high highs. They've had really low lows. So I'm excited to watch them more than anything, but I don't know what they're going to do.
Let's go in reverse order. Actually, let me start there. Obviously, the one I know the least about is Team Secret Wales, because I at least know the legendary players from the Flash Wolves, and then I know CFO from watching them, right? One question I have is, why did they go through like 3 different top laners in this team? Like, why it looks like they used 2 of them early, and then in the last one, they've just switched to a new person?
Yeah, I don't exactly really know. I mean, Hero has always had the majority of the playtime for this team from the very beginning to now. Pun came in for Split 3. He got some stage time. I mean, his first series, he looked a bit rough. They won it, but he did look a bit rough. In general, it seems like Pun has some of the issues you see with newer players. Like, he's not a newer player by any stretch of the imagination, but coming into the LCP, he was, you know, right? He's only just joined. Where his laning's fine, you know, he's doing perfectly okay in lane, but then it comes to playing side lanes, and all of a sudden there's just this level of coordination that he didn't quite have. Whereas I think when we come into Worlds, you can pretty much just expect to mostly see Hero. I think Hero's been much more consistent. I think he's been more dominant in lane, and typically they play better around Hero. Like, Hero is more willing to just fight everything as well, which is exactly how they succeed. As to why they had 3 top laners, I can't really tell you, because again, they just tend to go back to Hero anyway. It's not like CFO's situation where every single series they're subbing in and out, right? It's like, yeah, Hero is most likely playing. If he's not playing, you know, as soon as Pun loses, in will come Hero.
What about...
Go ahead. No, I wanted to like it's a little bit outside of the World Championship, but I was kind of curious, like, why like in terms of I didn't dig too much into GAM, but how is it the case that they didn't make it? I just saw them beat, you know, some LPL teams, you know, in this grasshopper tournament, but how come GAM didn't make it?
GAM are an interesting one. I think like our mid laners in the league are pretty strong in general, and pretty much the only weakness that GAM has had has been their mid lane. And it really did like show itself. I mean, they got 3-0'd by both Team Secret Wales and PSG back to back, right? And it's hard to say that anyone else underperformed, and I don't even necessarily think they did. In many ways, Team Secret Wales had one of those series where they are just on form and playing to their ceiling, where they're not always going to be, but that series they were. And that was also sort of at the time where PSG had kind of finally found their footing. And I think, at least if you go back historically, at the time it was not expected, but if you go back historically, the players that are on PSG, you would expect, I think, in general, to beat the players on GAM, because when you look at the firepower, right, like Keria and Levy, very, very good players, but so are Casa, Maple, and Betty. And I think Betty has been an absolute savior for PSG this split, because even when they were 0-8, it was like, okay, well, Betty's trying to win the game, but like, where is everyone else? The weaknesses that are on PSG, this split anyway, I think last year they were really good, but this year they've struggled as Woody and Arja. But Arja is just, he's happy to just play a tank and equalize the lane, and I think when that happens to Keria, he struggles. So if Keria doesn't get his opportunity to carry, right, like that's a big part of GAM's success gone. And Casa has also been really stepping up. So I think in terms of the power in that series, Casa was actually equaling that of Levy's, and so they really struggled because they didn't seem to have like an avenue of power that they could try and get above PSG. And then, yeah, again, Team Secret Wales, sometimes they look amazing. That was what happened against GAM, and yeah, as soon as Team Secret Wales beat GAM, it was over. And I mean, it is sad, of course, but it is, you know, the nature of the league.
Who is the best player on Secret Wales?
The best player, I mean, throughout this year, in terms of consistency, would be Eddie. the AD carry. He's really, really good. Like, he's similar to Doggo, like in terms of our league, in terms of like he kind of finds the exact right time to go aggressive, but he also knows when there's just moments where he should do nothing. Like just doing nothing is doing his job because, you know, it's not giving them an avenue of attack. He's really good at figuring out what that is, which really does well for Team Secret Wales again, because they just fight everything. But in terms of ceiling, I think it's Dire. Like this mid, and again, it's like similar to Hongq, where I actually think Dire for the majority of this year looked better than Hongq as an individual, but every now and then he has a pretty rough game. But like when this guy is on, he is insane at mid lane. Like his Silas is phenomenal, his Aurora is really good. Like Ari is another champ that he picks up and always looks good on. So these playmaking champs, if he gets them, if he gets his chance to get through lane, which Histo's pretty good at helping him with, he's really, really good. But I think in consistency, it's Eddie, and I don't think it's particularly close, consistency-wise.
All right, I think what we'll do is, as we do each team, here's what I want you to do.
Sure.
Give me like a sense of, not just like this is their level, but if you can even think like stylistically, who would be a team that like Team Secret Wales could upset? Who should be worried if they actually draw them? Because obviously any Western team's going to just think these are the best draws to get. So who would be sort of dangerous for them to get, do you think?
I mean, Team Secret Wales, their first opponent is VKS, which I think they should win. After that, like if I'm thinking from the East, what team do I think they could upset? Honestly,
I mean, they basically got like a dream first start. The first team they've drawn, right? That's about as good as it can get.
Yeah, for sure. I think we got pretty lucky with that. Like PSG thrown to the wolves, but hey, Team Secret Wales, we up. But yeah, a team that could upset. I mean, I think KG Rolster and could be one, but like that's somewhat going to the side of maybe they're off their game, right? Like the expectation that kind of surrounds them when it comes to international competitions. But I mean, yeah, Gen.G would be a hard one because stylistically they struggle against teams that are good at controlling the pace of the game.
Right.
So that would be a really hard one. But teams that are a bit more volatile, like I think Hanwha Life tend to be a bit more volatile. Like, do I think they're upset them? No, don't try and misconstrue that. But if there was a really good team that they could, it's probably them, just because they are a little bit more volatile. Like they are more willing to opt into fights that may not be ideal, right? Like they quite like fighting. Team Secret Wales, that's where they excel. So I think like in terms of if I had to make like an out of this world prediction, it would be probably Hanwha Life. But again, I wouldn't predict it. Could it happen? Yes. Is it likely to happen?
Okay.
In a best of one, maybe in a best of one it is possible.
Sure.
In a best of one, it could be possible. If it's a best of three, though, I wouldn't really have that much hope. But yeah, I would say Hanwha Life in terms of the top teams that they could upset would probably be my pick.
What about pick a Western team you think they can go well into?
Well, I mean, I think like a lot of the West will disagree with me here, but I think Team Secret Wales are probably better than the second, third seed from the West. I think in general, like they'll be like they're very inconsistent, so they could come in and look horrible. That is a very real possibility. But if they come in looking like again they did against GARM, like they did against PSG in the lower bracket finals, then they could beat the Western second and third seed. Do I think they'll beat Fly and G2? Probably not, but like, yeah, I think Koi, Fnatic, these are teams they certainly could beat. And I don't know if I'd say expect them to beat, but if they play into their ceiling, I would say they're favored. Unfortunately, that's something you won't know until they're in the game.
Sure. As you set up, like I will say, if you are a Western, it is also positive that you actually do see the PSG team, because again it's a bit like when I don't watch GAM when they play regularly, so if GAM go I need GAM to be the one with Levi and people I know from the past, you know, so I have a sense like obviously as you say a bunch of these people are far from their prime. In fact, Maple was supposed to actually be retired and they did that fucking meme like they went out to the log cabin and they're like, you need one last mission bro, we have to go to Worlds. Like okay Castle, one last time, I told you I was never going back, like that fucking 80s action movie shit. So they've done that, but it means you have recreated, like that is a classic pairing. And obviously the dream, if you're someone who didn't watch the LCP, is that they're just going to do it because they're so experienced on stage, you know, and you'd hope no matter what level of form people like Maple and Castle play without fear and they just go for it in the games, etc. But it doesn't sound like you're setting them up to be particularly strong, though they deserve to be the worst seed.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, in terms of the LCP, they deserve to be third. There's no question around that. The one thing I will sort of say is that like this means a lot to them, like particularly Casa when they won that the playoffs series against GARM and they made it into the upper bracket final. as soon as the game ended, Carson stood up and he was bawling his eyes out, like just genuinely.
Okay.
And so, I mean, he hasn't been to Worlds in so many years. You know,
Oh,
this is the guy that
sure.
made
Yeah.
that made the grand finals. He's been to the grand
Yeah.
finals of World, like as an active player, not like, you know, Gen.G obviously very very good player, but he's a world champion. But obviously he was a sub for the whole tournament.
Yes.
Carson's been there and done it himself. So this means a lot to them. And Maple, I'm sure, like while he was supposed to be retired, this will be his last year. Like he's already said he's going to the army next year, so like, you know, that's a done deal. I'm not sure on Betty. He hasn't really said much, but like, you know, these are all veterans, very old players, historical players. You know, while a bit of a Mickey Mouse tournament, they have at least won an international in IEM 11, which again, you know, it's not the same as an MSI or a Worlds, but they have found some level of success together, and now they're back together, and it is very obviously very meaningful to them. And players like that can step up internationally. I mean, are their highs going to be, you know, Gen.G or something? Probably not, but like they can absolutely step up to the point where they are as good as other third seeds. And I think I would hope to see some competitive games out of them. I don't really know how to place them, and you know, Worlds for veterans is a little bit different to Worlds with teams with younger players, whether for good or for bad. So it'll be interesting to see, but they are definitely deserving of third seed.
Marto, were you a Casa enjoyer back in the day? Where do you stand on him as a
Definitely.
player?
No, it's like I have this core memory of mine, like going to the World Championship for the first time with the Splice Boys, and it's like the Splice Boys didn't know
Oh,
what the
sure.
Flash Wolves gang was, you know. And it's like we are loading up the game, and we get hit by a classic like LeBlanc Lee Sin, which for me
Okay.
is dissociation,
Yeah.
and Senkuk's trashy. They got they got opened up, you know.
Okay.
And it was kind of like I was like, you guys don't know these guys? Well, now you're gonna remember the names, you know. It was that type of shit. And I think there were so many moments where you know you never knew like the ceiling of this team, and it was always like that mystery, the same mystery that CFO carries, that they were placed right in like a region where they get to interact with great practice, and that level of information when you get to practice against teams, it kind of gives you an opportunity to imagine differently how you can beat them, because teams that know each other just interact so differently. So it was always cool to see Flash Wolves like perform good. I remember as well when they made that you know, that quarters when they played against Origin. Like Origin got an easy matchup, but still, you know, that was a hype BO5. I remember that one.
Yeah, it was
So
good.
these guys are like legendary. The way I see PSG, I feel like it's the LCP version of IG. You know, it's like the OGs,
Yeah.
the squad is coming together.
Yeah.
Very much
That's
so. Yeah, they got the
it's cool
band
to
back
see.
together for this one.
And that is a real concept as well. Look, obviously, you do in theory want someone to be a top player if they go to Worlds. But if you can't have someone be a top player, actually being experienced is a big deal too. It does mean you can sort of sometimes fuck around, especially the BO1 parts. I think that's where you've got a real chance to just pull something off. Like you've been there before the way other people haven't. Whereas actually, we all know there's even very talented players who just haven't gotten over that hurdle yet. And sometimes that is what denies them any success internationally. Okay, so we mainly talked about those two. Obviously, now we'll make the main focus the best team from this region, which is CF4. And obviously they are actually a very legit team. Like this is a team that did impress when they were at first stand. I even think people forget actually they weren't fucking bad at MSI either. Like they had their chances early on. So obviously, right, the place I want to start here is this. How good is CF4 now compared to the team at first stand and MSI? Where would you evaluate them in that against themselves essentially?
I mean, they are, in my eyes, much better, and it's somewhat because they've changed their identity in many ways. Because the team we saw at first stand and MSI was very much Junja plays around mid, he stands around Hongq, sometimes bails Hongq out, and that's kind of where we find a lot of success. Hongq's just doing it himself now. Like, I mean, we saw glimmers of that in MSI, right? The series against T1, Hongq's just solo killing Faker a couple times. Like, okay, that's really, really hype for the new kid on the block to be solo killing the legend, you know? But it's become like a very consistent thing where the mid laners in our region aren't slouches, you know? Like, are they comparable to the best in the world? Not really, but like, I mean, again, Dyer is really, really good, especially mechanically, and Hongq is just absolutely clowning on everyone in our region. And it means now Junja's like freed up a lot to do what he's best at, which is controlling the map. Like, he's very, very good at knowing where to be at the right time. Like, this is a guy who, whenever he tries, pretty much can just crack top 10 of Korean solo queue. You know, like, he's a very, very talented player individually. And now that it seems like the shackles are off and he doesn't have to sit around mid, he might not be looking as active in terms of he might not have as many kills or whatnot, but his impact is felt in the fact like he has quite a strong stranglehold in terms of the jungle, where the other jungler can be, tracking that jungler to say, preserve Doggo in the bot lane or Rest or Driver, whoever they're playing with. As well as to touch on that of Driver and Rest, is they've started to share some champions. So many people remember the game 5 against T1 at MSI.
To be more extreme, like they bought him in for the champion pool basically before, right?
Exactly. Yes, very much so. Like, okay, Rest is coming in playing carries, Driver's coming in playing tanks. That's kind of how it operated. Now, Rest has been playing tanks, Driver's been playing carries, so they can mix and match that now.
Okay.
So it makes the drafting against them a little bit more difficult, right? Because, like, again, game 5 against T1, Rest comes in, so much gets banned, and he just ends up on Ornn. That was a Driver champion.
Yeah.
He gets absolutely clowned by Zeus. Doran's Jace. Like, absolutely clowned, and the game is just over. But it's like, a lot of people were really upset with Rest's performance there. People that don't actively watch CFO, but, for the people that do watch the LCP and stuff, it's like, well, Rest just actually got thrown to the wolves. He's playing a champ he hasn't played all year, and he's playing it up against one of the best Jaces in the world. Like, this is gonna happen. And so now, you've got like the Rumble, the Gwen, Ambessa, Ornn, Sion, K'Sante. These are champs now that they've both shared some time on. And then they do have their own champs. Like Driver has his Gragas, the Rest has he's pulled out a Shyvana game. I think Driver has played the Yorick. But yeah, like this is they're now sharing champs while keeping still a niche to themselves that can come through in the draft. So I think that's the biggest thing. Bot lane still very much the same. Kaiwing can lose you a game. Again, to bring back the T1 series, game 1, we had Baron up 4k gold, Kaiwing gets caught at Otterkhan, and we lose the game. It's like, okay, well, we could have won the series if that didn't happen.
People don't know, I'm not exaggerating. Like, CF4 literally could have won this BO5 against T1. Like, in like at least 2 of the games I remember that T1 won, like, it was doable. Like, they were in the game. Yeah, it was mad. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 we should have won, if not for that mistake, right? Like, obviously should have won. We were in a winning position, I should say. But yeah, like this thing will still happen. Doggo is still an incredible player. We saw that both first and in MSI. They've stopped picking. Okay, well, this is a personal thing for me because I really don't like Jhin as a champion. But we're playing Jhin. We're less like focused on winning our lane and picking Jhin because he's good in lane, while it doesn't make sense in the comp. Like, we're actually playing some Aphelios every now and then. The Caitlyn can come out. So I'm really happy with that personally because I think this team exceeds better when you have that Doggo insurance policy, because Junja and Honkyu perfectly capable of getting you through the mid and early game by themselves. So yeah, there are definite improvements. They have definitely improved. I think similarly to like G2 and Fly in their regions, right? Is they are the first seed, but they are still improving. And part of that for us is, again, they have access to scrims with the Korean and the Chinese teams, which is going to help a lot.
Okay. Also, by the way, if people have seen this team play internationally, the obvious star player is Honkyu. Like, that guy actually is. I mean, think about it. You really always need a good mid lane to have a chance in League of Legends. Like, that guy is really talented. Like, the joke is if someone already knows the names and they're like, oh, Maple's not the mate. This guy is the new Maple. Like, Maple is of the past now, mate. He's on his last legs on fumes. This guy's like prime Maple. He's actually fucking really good, including in that series against Faker, like you say.
Sure. I mean, I would have him as one of the best mid laners at this tournament. Like, that's crazy to say on a rookie year, but like I would have him rated really, really highly. Now, like the team as a whole wouldn't be one of the. I mean, they could be one of the top teams. It's really hard to tell right now. But Honkyu is an individual, especially like I wouldn't have said that split 2. I wouldn't have said that split 1, but his split 3 performance was phenomenal. So I would genuinely rank him as one of the best individual mid laners that are at this tournament. I wouldn't have him the best. Like, obviously Chovy is going to be better. I don't really know about Zeka. That guy is really hard to truly pin down exactly where he is in terms of his mid lane, but Honkyu's been phenomenal. I'll definitely have him, I mean, at least top 5 and probably higher.
Okay. Right.
That might be the hot take. That might be the hot take.
That's a pretty good one. Now, I will say the opening draw, again, to a fan, they're going to think, that might be tricky with Fnatic. If you look who you can pick, that's actually not that bad a draw. Like, that's a decent chance to get a 1-0 start. Like, Fnatic hasn't been that great in Europe. Do you expect them to win this opener?
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest concern for me is CFO a very, very good fearless draft team, and in a best of 1, there's no fearless draft, right? Because they can't utilize the swap between their top lane, which has been so successful for them. So that's the one thing I do have concerns about is, they've been known to drop game 1s of the series every now and then. They've lost one series this whole year, but they've lost quite a few game 1s. So I am worried about that. I think coming in, I am very confident. Don't get me wrong, but that is my one worry. But the good thing about this Swiss format is eventually you get to the best of threes, right? You can't get eliminated or promote without the best of three. So regardless, we're going to get there. And so I still have, even if they lose this one, I still have faith that they'll make the top 8.
Give me which of the top teams can they beat then? Who would you pick out as if you call them the upset?
Yeah. Okay. We had 4 games against AL, and I think AL have gotten worse. So I think CFO have gotten better. So I think that is one that I would choose that I think they absolutely can win. We've already beaten Top Esports this year, right? We 2-0'd those guys already. So there's another one. In terms of Keria, I mean, the series tonight has proved to me that we can beat T1 because this series was not exactly something that inspired a whole lot of faith in T1 yet. Obviously early days of this tournament, and T1 always ramp up as it goes on. But I think this series was not that clean. I mean, it wasn't clean at all in reality. And so I think, CFO can play a lot cleaner than IG did. And if IG played cleaner, game 1, they should have absolutely won. But yeah, I think those 3 and I mean, I'm most interested for KT because I don't know if you guys know, but Hongq said the player he wants to meet the most at this tournament is BDD, and so they've done this whole thing where they've met a bit of media around it. So that one will be exciting.
He's just a fan, not like some trash talk. He just wanted to actually meet him. He's like, right. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a rookie. He's on his first year. He's probably not used to the fact that he's also a star now.
Okay.
Yeah, but so that'll be interesting to me just because of sort of that cool interaction.
Yeah.
And I do think they can beat KT as well, to be honest. Again, best of ones is always going to be weird for every team. But even in a best of 3, I think they can absolutely take down KT. I don't think there's anyone in KT that I look at necessarily being massively better than anyone in CFO.
See, the problem there, Yamato, is he means in like a wholesome way. Like, I just want to meet BDD. I thought he was doing some trash talk shit. Like, hey, I used to be a big fan of yours when I was a kid. I'm glad to see you still hanging around. Some shit like that. Like, I thought he was doing some baller shit. No, but whatever, fair enough. By the way, though, in general, I will say about CFO, they're also a very easy team to cheer for because not only are they good at the game, they've just got like mad wholesome personalities. Like people, if you know, the driver guy is the one who keeps doing all the fucking TikTok dances. The Hongq guy just looks cracked at the game. It's like a really good teammate, And everyone knows Doggo anyway from all those years ago when he was on that PSG team that almost beat fucking, I think that was the one where they almost beat RNG. Who was it? It'd be fucking, it was RNG. I think it was RNG was in the semis. They went all 5 games with all those years ago. MSI. Yeah, 2021. Yeah. Because it was the one where at the other side, it was like Mad Lions against the damn one, and that was the 5 gamer too. Okay, do you have any final questions, Yamato?
Oh, my side, I like the conversation because it's almost implied with what Vestion said so far. It's like against, the thesis against G2 and of course FlyQuest. Because like when I watch CFO, I feel like the edge they have over that like pile of players is that I think that they have a way higher chance of causing the upset against the higher end teams, because in terms of laning, I do think like if Dogo and Keire are playing the right champions and Hongq, in terms of early game, I feel like CFO just have a way higher bar. But I do think if FlyQuest and G2 like get through that early game, I think in terms of their macro distribution and setup that they can be sharper there. I wanted to hear your thesis on why you think CFO is much better than G2 and Fly, because that's of course the big conversations, like how people place those teams in particular.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when it comes to the matchup in specific, I think CFO and Chovy is, credited to this, is really good at drafting in the sense that he's very trusting of his players. Like, for example, we saw Hongq randomly rip out a Camille game because he thought it was good against Silas and completely smurfed it. But they're really good at just trusting each other. And that might sound weird, but like when it comes to League, right, if you have that much faith and you can sort of see it in how they interact with each other, they're really good at playing as a unit. They're really, really good as a 5-man unit. And when it comes to like FlyQuest and G2, again, these guys don't get the same level of scrims that CFO do. And while everyone's seen the Chovy thing where he said, we've won 0% of our games recently against the top LPL and LCK teams, that's specifically in best of ones during the time of them being at Worlds. That's not over the course of the entire year. And again, I do think Hongq is. I'll just straight say it. I think Hongq is better than both Quid and Caps. Like I think that is just something that I do believe, and I think he's going to really show at this Worlds. And I also think Junja. I don't know if I can say he's necessarily better than Inspired, but in terms of better than Skewmond, I absolutely do believe that as well. Top, I'm not so sure. I mean, it's really hard to judge, and I don't even know who we'll use. But I think just man-to-man, we've got arguably the better players across the Rift. Kaiwing's like the weak spot, but he's the veteran, right? He's the shot caller. He does a lot of the brain work for the team. So even there, I'm not too concerned. He's also fleshed out his champion pool finally. So we have one range champ, that's Nico, and he's also added Poppy, which is something that I think has been a really good addition for him and really leveled him up. So the team is leveled up. They're really, really good at playing cohesively, and I think just man to man, we've got stronger individual players. And when you've got that and they can play together, I have a lot of faith.
Here's the thing, you have done your job, and here's why. Because I already know the second you were given some of those takes, the little gremlin fingers started typing of people in Twitch chat and people in the YouTube comments saying, this guy's hyping his take. How would you know you didn't watch a play? How could you possibly have an opinion on players you didn't see play? What really happened is he fucking hit a nerve, didn't he? He got you emotional, motherfucker. He got you in your feelings. Right now, you're... Caps! How could he say that about Caps? Like, you mean the same guy all year long that wasn't even the best fucking mid laner, you idiots? New world, isn't it? So let's see in the games. The point is, if in the games he's totally wrong, then yeah, unleash a torrent of abuse and flame at him. That is the traditional way in League of Legends. But if he ends up being right, then it'll be legendary, won't it? And next time we'll crow even harder on this episode. So, like, obviously, I think actually we will. I tell you what, Yamato. Why don't you hit us up with one of those beautiful sponsor ads? Then we'll go to the next call and we will do the next section.
You know, like Vestion, Vestion, our guest here. I'm gonna loop him too hard into the ad, but he did a lot of selling. He did a lot of selling here, and you could do a lot of selling too if you just launch your store on Shopify.com. You know, everyone is out there. You'd have their own ideas. You know, they like at the weekend at the bar with their homies. They're talking about, oh, I hate my boss. I hate all this shit. Like, I just wish I could start something new. And then you have like that conversation about all these dreams that you could potentially achieve. But then the night is over. Everyone goes home and nothing changes because most of the time it feels overwhelming. Well, Shopify makes it very, very easy because Shopify is, of course, the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. They've even managed to scale businesses to the sizes of like Mattel and Gymshark. It's very, very easy to, of course, scale the business, which is a very important thing. In terms of like how many people you need to hire, you know, most of the time it's like you have a design team, a marketing team, and all these things you need to cover. You need an accountant. Well, with Shopify, of course, all of that is just there. You have a ready-to-go design studio with ready-to-use templates. You don't need to be a coder to piece it together. If you are, it can be helpful, but it's just drag and drop to make it as pretty and of course, your own as possible, which of course is super important. You can accelerate your content creation. AI is, you know, the big thing right now. There's a very, very helpful AI tools that help you with product descriptions, page headlines, and of course, in terms of attacking the SEO, you know, it's like making sure that your product and your sites come up when people search for specific things is also super important. And that's something that they can, of course, optimize because you pretty much have your own marketing team behind you. So if you're ready to sell and you have an idea and you want to take control of your life and have freedom in that sense, then of course you are ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into cash money with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/summoning. That is $1 per month. There's no waste. It's $1 per month. Hop in, go to shopify.com/summoning. That is, of course, shopify.com/summoning. Make your dreams come true.
Beautiful. In the end, Shopify did make it to Worlds, but only in this ad. Shout out Palafox one time. Maybe if it actually been fucking good in a single playoff game ever, Palafox, now I'd do a cool segue into the LTA part. We'd all talk about your team, but you don't have the fucking tournament. Instead, Trimby and some Brazilians are there. You fool. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? People with guest passes. People with fucking, like 100 Thieves is on some shit like, oh, and I know we're married and all that, but if I meet 100 Thieves, can I fuck them? Like, yeah, I guess you've got the hall pass. Like, what's going on? So anyway, Shopify isn't there. Shout out to Shopify the business, though. You can indeed sell a lot of things and scale your business up doing so. See, think about that. Selling things, scaling up, not losing to the shopkeeper. It's all there. This could be an LS segment. Anyway, thank you, Vestion, for coming on the episode. Obviously, in the future. Well, here's the thing. You probably get to come on one in the future anyway, because you did a good job of hyping the fuck out of all teams, dissing all the Western teams, and making outrageous ones where they're going to beat like Koreans in best of threes and shit. So it's all good. You did your job. You nailed it so far. So now we will go to a quick break, and then we will be joined by, well, let's just see when the person gets here. Right. We are joined now by our next guest, which is going to be Wolf, obviously long-time analyst in esports in general, but now particularly with the LCK. Right, the good news is, Wolf, this would be a really awkward episode if the first part was all about how IG busted up fucking Rookie and the Shy beat T1, who actually should be like one of the favourites for the whole tournament. But now they're, the joke is, even though they're one fit, they've got like one of the worst seeds in the whole event. So let's just start there. What did you think of that matchup? Were you ever nervous? Were you nervous at all? Maybe on game 3 or something, you know?
There's been like this sort of narrative that and I think this was addressed by Yamato at the very beginning of this episode, like that T1 ramps up, right? That like at the beginning of Worlds, they don't look as good, they don't look as strong, and then later on they just kind of suddenly get it together and get better. And I think that while if you want to perpetrate that narrative, you can kind of make it work. Like you can make that true of like T1's form. I think the more accurate thing is T1 is often very predictable at the beginning of Worlds because they usually perfect a style that they really like. By the end of LCK, that style is either working well enough against the best teams to get them the trophy or at least a finals appearance until very recently, where they've made almost every single finals until Hanwha Life kind of took their spot. Then they go into Worlds where there's a big patch where Riot shakes things up a little bit, which is often the case for Worlds. Maybe not as much this year, but generally speaking, Riot makes a ton of changes right at Worlds. And then T1's style that they perfected isn't necessarily as viable anymore. And then they start Worlds where they have to kind of figure out the new patch, the new meta. This World so far, we have only seen one best of 5. Obviously, we don't really know what the meta is going to look like exactly. And with Fearless, it's a different beast than it's ever been before. But T1 didn't really showcase anything against IG. I felt like that was new or different. It was IG that kind of did a little bit more experimentation with like the Varus top and stuff like that. All of this to say that I think the way that T1 has been categorized as like kind of a late bloomer for Worlds has been true in the past, I think, because they've been very predictable. Maybe this time, though, that works better. Maybe this time there hasn't been enough of a big change. Like the lane swap change for the extra 30 seconds, I think is not necessarily something that's going to affect T1 at all. Means that maybe they'll just kind of pick up where they left off, which is great, I think, for most teams that they'll face at Worlds. I don't think it's as great when they face off against the other LCK teams that are stronger than them right now, especially Gen.G. But even KT could give them a run for their money depending on where they meet them, if they meet them in the best of 1, and the same to be said of Hanwha Life Esports.
One of the weird parts, obviously, about this year, Yamato addressed it earlier, is if you look at the other 2 years where they actually did indeed go on to win Worlds, both times there was very plausible reasons as to why people picked them not to. With like, you think about the 2023 one was the fucking Pobby year. Obviously, Pobby's here with Fnatic now. Last year was the one where they were 1 game from losing to KT and not even going to Worlds. So on those ones, right, actually, if anything, those are the easiest ones to go. They probably won't win this time. I actually think this one's weirder because even though they ended up in this weird 4th place deciding thing and they've got the bad seed, I actually think on paper they're stronger this year relative to those past 2 years. Like, I actually do think if you look right now, if someone wants to be cynical, they could just say that the top 3 minus KT, if you just take Gen.G first, Hanwha second, and T1 third, those might just be the top 3 teams at this tournament. That's a plausible, like you say, essentially, as long as they don't run into Hanwha Life and Gen.G, the 2 teams that beat them in the BO5s, they should be able to beat everyone. Like, it's actually quite plausible, right, Wolf?
I think if people, people looked at the LCK bracket for the playoffs and they saw the upset happen with KT and then they kind of forgot how that changed the bracket. I think if KT doesn't upset Gen.G and T1 plays against KT instead of Gen.G, then T1 probably also has a pretty high chance of beating Hanwha and going to the finals of the LCK. And they were the second strongest team, I think, for a majority of the later part of the year. Once they started to figure out their synergy with Doran a little bit better. Obviously, it was a year-long format, so they kind of were chasing the coattails of Hanwha for a lot of the year in terms of the standings, but I think we all kind of knew that towards the end of regular season that they were the stronger team, even if the standings didn't reflect that.
Beat them every time, yeah.
Exactly. In the Legend group, where, like you said, they continued to fight against each other, T1 was winning, right? So we could have a world where if Gen.G just didn't drop that series to KT, like T1 comes into the 2nd seed, right? Instead, they had to play against IG, right? So, in a sense, this actually gives T1 kind of some additional practice and
yeah, true. They got 5 game head start. Yeah.
If you believe in the like T1's a slow starter, like they are a ramp up team, which this narrative has been repeated a lot, right? And I think it's because of those things that Yamato mentioned earlier about how they had all these hardships and troubles coming into those last 2 worlds that they won. which made them massive underdogs, and then they were able to win the whole thing. If you just look at starts bad, ends best, like it sounds like there's always that ramp there, but I think, you know, if people look at what some of the things that happened throughout the tournament itself, you could see a lot of adaptation and change that came through for T1. So I do think that this roster is very much hinged around its very snap decision-making calls in the mid to late game, and any T1 small deficit that happens in the early and mid game can easily be shored up by a clutch team fight later on, because this team is so good at making the right calls around objectives. I think that's its real strength. It could be down 3,000 gold. We saw it in the series against IG just a few hours ago, right? You could see T1 down several thousand gold, make the right calls in the team fight, target selection is crisp, and then they win a fight they shouldn't otherwise be able to win. They see those angles, they start an objective, they start a Baron, they start a Dragon very riskily, and then are able to turn that fight really well, or pull a team around a side lane with Faker or with Doran, and then collapse on that side laner who seems to be pushed too far up, and then take back map control. And if you just let that side laner go too, like T1 will get a bunch of vision around it, Oner will shadow that side laner, and then they'll be able to take back map control. I think T1 is one of the best teams of the world from playing from behind. So when you watch like Faker have one of those bad laning phases where he like either gets solo killed or almost dies and then loses a wave because he doesn't have TP, because he just TP'd back and then took a bad trade, you start to watch the early game and you kind of always feel like if you're a T1 hater, if you love to watch T1 lose, because there's a lot of people like that out there, sometimes you watch these T1 early games and you're like, I knew it. This draft sucked. There was no way. Like Faker's laning phase in this matchup isn't going to work, and you're starting to feel like, I know they're going to lose this game. And then, you know, and if you're a team who's like IG, if you're an LPL fan watching that series, you kind of feel like, oh no, we can win. This is winnable. Like, this has got to be winnable. That's why Danny probably looked like, you know, he was pulling his hair out in the coaching booth shot we had him, because he's like, how do we lose this game? Infernal Soul, we were so far ahead. But T1 will clutch those games. That's why they're such a scary team to face, and that's why even when oftentimes they're not in the standings the favorite, teams will just avoid them in the bracket of the LCK, will never pick them, try to avoid them. KT made the mistake once, right? It was a legendary mistake. Because T1 is just always consistent because they have the experience. And as Yamato also mentioned earlier, the core, right? Obviously, Doran came in this year, but there was some growing pains there. But ultimately now it feels like he slotted this roster still in a different way than Zeus, but the core is there and there's so much synergy. I mean, really more than in any high-level League of Legends team that exists right now in 2025. Like, they have more synergy than anyone. And it's built into like winning back-to-back world championships with that core. So like, how much more experience could you ever really ask for? And I think that's why when Faker makes those calls, or if Keria makes a call, like, we turn on this, he calls out that target, or we're going to start Dragon here. I'm going to push up on the side lane when they collapse. Come there and be with me, and we'll win this fight 5v4 where they think it's going to be a collapse like 3v1. They trust, they make those decisions very quickly. Whereas other teams might hesitate in those moments, like Hanwha Life, for example, hesitates a lot in those types of moments. T1 just can come back from behind because they make the exact right call.
Well, then, where you want to go here?
I just wanted to add as well to add to the point in regards to, it's like how the community always reacts in regards to how T1 draft, but it's like that it comes with good and it comes with bad, because the predictability, it's like as if you go into a UFC fight, it's like, oh, Khabib is going to wrestle you and then he's going to ground and pound you. And it's like, you know that's going to happen. And in some cases, they're just so damn good at it, so it doesn't matter. And T1 is like, I think in a lot of those series against Gen.G, where they went to 5 games, the main reason they could compete, there is certain champions where they play where they can really, really peak so damn hard. And I can imagine that their practice kind of is structured the same way, that they just lean into the things that they play good. And there's going to be cases where you play against a good team that finds the right counters, like Ziggs was a big problem against the Gumiushi, Xayah, Lokin, for example. There's definitely strains of that, but there's a lot of cases when the things land just right, like when they beat Gen.G in the regular split in their best of 3, you can see how good they could potentially be. And I think them figuring that out real time, because I was very concerned about what's like, why are they not doing the simple thing of letting Doran play in isolation, let him play the tank? And they just stuck with it for so long until we saw the playoffs in spring, and suddenly Doran is the carry of the team. And the second thing I just wanted to add about how I feel like this year's T1 is so different, because I agree with you 100%, Wolf. I feel like this team is like, in terms of the experience they have together, it's definitely like solidifying it. But I also think this variant of T1 is so much more focused on team play than the previous version with Zeus ever was. Because the previous version of T1 was always, oh, Zeus and Faker play in isolation, Oner power farms, and then they had to like supply support champions that have very high mobility that can just ward without the interaction with jungle. So it's either like range pairings together with Gumayushi, or it was Rakan, Pyke, Bard, things that could just cheat the tempo to put the vision down. And then when T1 looked bad, you saw it's like, oh, Zeus is dying on side. Yeah, because they're not really playing for that information. They're hoping that they can generate as much farm as possible and then just show up on the Drake fights, and that's where they were just so damn amazing. But this version of T1, it's like in terms of how they move on the map, I think that Keria and Oner have never worked together so closely. It's like the Mata touch. It's like he joined the team. We have a jungle support synergy that they've never had before. Because I remember there was this MSI back in 23 when they lost to Bilibili. Everyone's like, yeah, our bot lane gets Dove, and then they got Dove again. Then they got Dove again. What is Oner doing? He's doing golems on top side. And it's like the synergy was not there, but they just got it together in the team fights. But now I feel like the team play is like really, really sharp in the in-between. And you can see how often Keria and Oner are just interacting in the game, whether it's like level 3 gangs, as invades, that they are fighting around each other more so than ever. And while Keria and Oner have been insane players in their own respect, and I think that Keria figured it out by shaping the meta around him in these past 2 world championships that they won. I do feel like this is a world championship where he comes in with that same level of flair, but at the same time, I'm not worried if he plays a Braum or a Leona or an Alistar, because they have that synergy can take over the map together. Just as a final additional point that really signified that is that 1BO1 they lost against Gen.G that really made them rethink everything back in 23. It was, they played against Peanut Kazakhs, they lost, but they had like Alistar Kaiser. It was them trying to play, and they always played catch up against Delight and Peanut because they were just so much faster to play on side because that was their play style. But now I feel like this T1 in terms of jungle support synergy, they're up there among like the best in the world, if not the best in the world, in that same sense that Delight and Peanut is talked about, or like a Tarzan and Keire. So I think that also makes them very, very unique in comparison to the previous years.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider Canyon is not performing as well as I think people would expect right now. I do think that the point you make about the synergy that's grown with Keria and Oner is definitely true. You could really feel it, and I think in my mind, the main reason why this happened is just somewhat of a product of lane swaps being so popular, and even more recently the Viper swap, where the support has such a pivotal role, and the fact that supports could now take Unsealed Spellbook and then go teleport, for example, gives you so much more agency and so much more ability to kind of experiment with where you're going on the map. Because if you end up making a read that you need to be topside, for example, with your AD carry, or even support your top laner on the top side, and ends up being a bad read because you don't have the information, at least now you kind of have the backup of the teleport. And if you scrim that a lot, you practice that a lot, then you start to actually get a better read for where people are. Then you could play through Oner better, you can make ganks happen better, and be it whether it's, you know, the top laner that you're ganking for, whether he's in the bottom lane or the top lane, or even the mid lane, which happens a lot now with the newer lane swaps coming through. If you're a smart support, you'll be able to figure that out. And I always felt like in the early parts of Oner's career, he was more of a mechanical jungler than a kind of pathing and brain type jungler like Peanut. I don't feel like that's necessarily really the case anymore, though. I feel like he's really leveled up a lot as well.
It's the best year of his career, bro. I know people don't think T1 is as good. He looks mega this year, but he might be the best.
I 100% agree. Yeah. I think I even voted him first in All Pro for the jungle role, and I think he doesn't get enough credit because people remember some of his like lows more than they remember recent times.
They also think, like you're saying, they think he's just the hands and fake as his brain. They don't give him any credit for the moves, you know.
Yeah, there's so many fans who watch the LCK kind of tangentially, like they only watch the T1 games, right? Or they only watch playoffs, or they only watch the finals, and then they hear the legends of all the other players that played throughout the regular season that they didn't watch. And so there's still people that would tell you, of course, Canyon's the best jungler. It's indisputable right now. Like people will tell you that. And then they watched him win the finals, and they're like, well, obviously I'm correct because, you know, he won the LCK. So, but yeah, I think Oner doesn't get the credit he deserves.
Also, the obvious angle for me when you were setting it up there is, I actually agree with Yamato. I think for jungle and support, like those two players are contenders for the best in the world. They're fucking unbelievable. The obvious main concerns I have is mid and AD though, bro. And it goes like this. For both of them, actually, they both seem to have the same exact problem, which is no one knows what their champion pool is going to be at Worlds. And actually, that does look like what a lot of the complaints about the drafts were based on. Is like, first of all, they do seem to still do the classic one where they have like a limited pool for Faker that they try to base it around. In fact, I've even seen some of the teams against them. I thought this is what like D Plus was trying to do. Some of them look like they're just trying to drain Faker's champion pool using the Fearless angle. Remember, that didn't exist before. So in a sense, like if you could ever get a Victor out of him, now he can't play. If you could ever get that Oriana first or suddenly out, like that seems like that's a concern. And then obviously, it's not anymore an issue of like the whole Smash thing from earlier this year, but some of the ripple effect of that is people do wonder. It felt like in summer, Gumayushi's champion pool was a bit like evaporated. A lot of other players were on the champions. He's not the person you expect to do like the bizarre Ziggs pick, or he's got maybe a little bit more limited pool. But do you have any concerns around these two players?
I mean, I think Faker's champion pool is such an interesting topic because he's played more champions than anyone, right, over his career, and he's often been like the guy who debuts the champion that everyone's screaming, but nobody's brave enough to play it out. Like he played mid Kaisa a few years back, was one of the first players to pick up the reworked Ahri and dominate with it, and sure, Chovy's had his moments too where he was playing like mid Cassante and stuff like that, but I do think that Faker is known for having a massive champion pool. So when you say the word, like, I think the phrase, I think Faker's champion pool is small right now. It's like the people come out of the woodwork, they're like, what? That's not, I mean, look at the numbers. I opened up his GOL.GG and like, it clearly says over here that he's got the most. But like having the ability to play those champions and those unique and weird champions in those weird times and those weird niche moments is what makes Faker. But he wouldn't pull out those champions this week, right? Because they're not relevant. I think in this meta, in a mid meta that feels often kind of, I don't want to say it's that small, but it feels very solved, like the mid jungle synergy is very obvious. And sometimes you end up with holes in your draft if you blind pick a jungler that doesn't have a strong mid jungle synergy, and then you get counter picked in the jungle right away, or the enemy has a mid laner that can push you in, so you don't have strong jungle mid synergy, and then you're kind of just sitting under turret the whole game. Ends up with some weird situations. I think Faker has been reliant on a lot of picks over the last few years that he has insane mastery of, like Azir obviously is the one that comes to mind. But now that we have Fearless, like he gets pushed a little bit harder even, and he's gone back to some weird picks. Like today we saw the Akali, for example, and he performed very well. He performed very well despite losing that game. But the draft, I feel like if it was like, I don't know, 20% better, then he would have had a game, right? But the draft was such a train wreck in that one where Guma is also pushed onto the misfortune. They don't have a great combo set up outside of the Jarvan, and like they're playing Akali. I'm like, okay, well, you have some forms of CC here, but you don't have consistent damage in your AD carry. You're reliant on your Akali either getting so giga fed that the Akali can take over the game, or you're just going to have to like go for those backline assassination attempts like we saw Faker do there. And it's been players like Faker and I think Zeka, weirdly enough, that have struggled a little bit when this type of thing happens, where they're just not able to, like, they don't end up not getting a meta champ, but they end up with a champ that's meta but doesn't fit the rest of their composition, because they're like, if we don't take this here, we lost Oriana and Fearless, and now we're gonna like not take this Akali opportunity, and we have to try to force this. And so they've taken a few heavy hits there. I think the Guma conversation that we've obviously had all year long, but it came to a bit of a peak with the Smash debacle earlier this year. Feels like Guma, he can play like Zeri, for example, right? It's always the Ezreal, the Zeri, the Kaisa that the Korean fans especially criticize him for not playing or avoiding. And when he does play them on occasion, like he plays well, but otherwise they tend to avoid it in draft. It feels like instead of solving it and trying to draft for him, T1's plan has always just been to just not draft those champions. And so I do think those issues do kind of remain to a certain extent. But T1 can play through sides really well. They can team fight even with a composition that doesn't have standard win cons in terms of like front to back very well. Like I said, they almost were able to wrestle that game away from Invictus Gaming with the Akali Misfortune draft earlier today, just out of great play. And really nice setup, and like the lane swap that they tried actually looked extremely pre-planned, right? Even though the draft from the outset, you look at it, you're like, oh, this draft doesn't really work for me. I don't really think this draft has great team fight. And its win cons are very narrow. And for me, especially in the LCK, like that's what I look at for in a draft is like, how if the draft can win doesn't mean it's a good draft. Like if it only has one way to win or only two ways to win or small avenues of victory, then you're really gonna struggle because like if Faker ended up going like 0-2 on the Akali, then that game's not even playable and you might as well just go next, right? But they clearly prepared the way they were gonna lane swap that there. With the Rakan to kind of provide the healing in the Cassante lane and stuff like that. It was very cool, but ultimately didn't end up working. I think that Guma's champion pool isn't as big of an issue as it used to be not because his champion pool is solved, but because T1 have figured out how to just play around it, and like Guma doesn't have to be the main character in a lot of these drafts. Like in the past, they would try to make him. They'd pick a draft where you need a hyper carry, and then he would just not draft one. And you'd pick Lucian, for example. You have like a perfect Zeri draft, and he's like slam the Lucian at the end, and you're like, ooh, I'm not sure if this really makes sense. And instead now, like if he's like, okay, I think I have to play Lucian. I've got Lucian left. I've got Kai'Sa left, even though I'm not great at Kai'Sa. Let's see what we can do with this draft to make that work for me. And I think T1 have been really good at kind of patching that hole, even though if you watch it from our perspective, it seems kind of obvious that in these types of drafts, like Guma has a few champions left that he's really good at, and they might try to draft around that. Teams haven't yet been able to, I think, punish this very well. So while I do think it's somewhat of an issue, it hasn't been a big enough, consistent enough issue to where I think it's going to be a problem at this tournament. I'm only concerned really about Faker's individual laning early, and that comes down to some of the stronger LPL teams, like against AL, for example. You might have problems there. Obviously, you're going to have problems against Chovy. You might have problems against BDD even. So that's something that I think we need to see look a little bit better, because even today, you got his flash forced early and was having some struggles in the lane phase. But it doesn't matter if he just makes the right calls and they have those clutch team fights, like I mentioned, from behind. And Faker's Faker, right? He makes amazing moves. Like his Talia game was insane earlier today. Had some amazing interrupts with his rocks and stuff like that. Doesn't necessarily matter. But some stronger teams, than IG will, I think, exploit the fact that Faker's laning phase has been relatively weak. And I think that's something that hasn't really been solved. Even though in previous years, we'd be like, oh, Faker's having a rough time. Like even with his injury, obviously, is the main example of this. By the time that the tournament rolled around, I mean, Faker's performance in the finals that year, when Worlds was in Korea 2023, was like insane individually, mechanically. It was like the hands god of that in that finals. I feel like we haven't seen that resurgence from Faker yet this year.
But Yamato, I'll ask you this question. I actually think the hardest team to judge in this tournament is Hanwha Life, because they had that weird thing where they were really good at the beginning of the year. By the time it got to MSI, and that obviously they didn't go, but they had the EWC one. Everyone hoped that what would happen is because they were at MSI, they'd come into EWC like super hot when everyone else just played all tour. They were crap. They actually were pretty underwhelming in that one. And then in summer, as we just talked about, forget Gen.G, they were just losing every time to T1. And actually, I agree with Wolf. Like the worst thing about their team was they actually just looked like the team that doesn't do much in the fucking mid game. Like they just kind of like hang around in the game. They beat everyone below them, but not convincingly. And then they would just lose to the teams above them. So when they come in as the second seed, and obviously they got to win the upper bracket because of the KT upset, it's kind of crazy to me because I was kind of ready to write these guys off, like give them the last seed and just think, just do something this twisted. In theory, now they should be one of the tournament favourites. So where are they at for you, Yamato? We'll start this convo on the Hanwha Life for me. Set the scene. Where's Hanwha Life for Yamato?
Like in my mind, it's. I think in regards to them matching up against the LPL teams, I think they are very, very happy. I think they like very, very busy games. I think if Peanut needs to be in a position where he plays like an early game skirmisher, I think in terms of like play style, like against a Shadow, for example, I think that makes sense. Anything that is like the LPL teams, they drive their games through superior like lane phases, and I do think that Hanwha Life can draft into that and do well in that department. I think if you want to send in a top laner against the LPL top laners, this it's going to be Zeus, plain and simple. Like the matchup against Bin or a 369 or a Flandre, like these are players that if he gets to play in isolation, he's going to be super, super happy. And Bin is also someone that wants to play in isolation. My main concern for Hanwha Life is the obvious one with of course Delight and Peanut being very effective on a set few champions, but additionally I think that something that is going to cause discomfort for Zeus, I think that the meta has shaped around top laners that are very, very good at finding timings to interact with their team. Something as simple as that we saw in today's series where, Doran has one wave tempo advantage because he based earlier and sacked the wave, and then he pushed out bot and then on ulted mid onto the Silas, got the kill and secured grubs. This is something that I don't see super much from Zeus. And I think Zeus is an insane laner, insane team fighter, but I think in terms of how they activate their top laner within the game, it isn't necessarily something that Hanwha Life is really, really good at. I do think that a lot of Hanwha Life's range, like if there's a scenario where they win this World Championship, which is very, very hard to believe, it has to be off of like Zeka peaking, because just that can randomly happen. If he's peaking and suddenly is the best mid laner in the world, because there's like 1 month in a year where he like chooses to just be the best mid laner in the world, even over
He used
Chovy.
it already.
He used it in winter already. Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's gone. Maybe it's gone already. But I do think the matchup against LPL is super good. I think Viper and Zeus individually are super, super insane. Like if they can get to team fights and nothing is bleeding, Peanut looked better in playoffs. My main concern is just the range of play. I think when some of those champions come down, when they are getting to the best of fives, I think Hanwha Life might look different. But I think there's a chance that Hanwha Life just goes 3-0 and they beat maybe like a Billy, they beat Top Esports, they beat even a T1 to get 3-0 in. And I do think that their faults will show later on in the tournament. And I wonder, it's like their win against T1, I think the biggest part of that was strategic. Like they had a very good prep in terms of how they focus on mid lane. We saw the Zeka Orianna takeaway, the Ryze takeaway, and everyone knows these champions are really, really OP now, and that made them, of course, go to the final straight because they faced off against Katie. And I think the path to that, I would have wished to see a T1 Hanwha Life rematch with that T1 information. So props to Hanwha Life for that, like them gathering that information, but I do think that the upper range is largely determined by how well Peanut and Delight are going to be able to play. More importantly, so Peanut, because the jungle pool at this tournament is just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I think so. I think that you hit the nail on the head on a lot of ideas and thoughts I have about Hanwha coming in. Is basically like an LPL team. Like that's how they play. They scrap. There isn't a whole lot of big macro plays. I think in terms of strategy, like you mentioned, we call it the Viper swap for a reason, even though he wasn't necessarily the first person to do it. Like he kind of popularized the AD carry going top lane with the Smolder. Now we see it with a lot of different AD carries. That was a strategy that Hanwha Life Esports prepared that was so shocking to me when I was commentating, because I was like, wait, this Hanwha's actually doing a strategy. This team doesn't do a strategy. They kind of just play through, Peanut's early pathing. Like, Peanut is the strategy for Hanwha, right? Like, his early pathing, his ability to identify pressure points, like, everything that is strategical about Hanwha, I felt like was always Peanut, and then Peanut sharing information, then team playing through, like, what Peanut knew. But there weren't a lot of drafts where you go, okay, Hanwha's like, all right, we're going to draft this, they're going to lane swap, they're going to look for the swap back. Delight, you're going to be level 1 for the whole early game. Like, you know how to play this. We'll practice it. We'll scrim it a lot. Then we're going to run this, and then the Smolder gets through the laning phase. We get free scaling. That kind of thing was kind of unheard of, basically, for this Hanwha Life roster. So that was some really cool depth. It wasn't enough to crack the Giants that were Gen.G in the finals for the LCK. They just got outclassed there. And I do think that Zeka's performance didn't leave us feeling very much like this was going to be his month to be randomly the best mid laner in the world, let's just say. And his Victor performance in particular was one that really disappointed a lot of people, myself included. But the formula for Hanwha Life was generally always group for objective, Delight and Peanut are going to go in, and whether like you win the fight instantly off that or not, because the shot calling is crisp and it's fast for the engages, you might just win the fight straight away because Peanut has this cool flank, or Delight's got this Rakan angle, and the fight just ends instantly with Zeka following up. Or you die and the fight's close and the Viper just pops the fuck off because Viper is so good, right? Like, that's kind of always been, I feel like, why Hanwha Life Esports kind of got stuck in this one-dimensional playstyle, because it worked so well, because they had the right parts for it. Two incredible, strong, engaging players in Peanut and Delight. And whether it was Doran or Zeus in the top lane didn't matter that much most of the time. And then you have Viper just frontline 4, and either it's a tank that Zeus is playing, where if he was weak siding, or he's going on engage, it's another frontline for Viper to clean up and carry the fight. Because Viper almost never gets caught, right? He almost never is collapsed on. Like, he's never caught by a flank. I swear he he puts his mouse cursor constantly in the opposite direction of where anyone could ever be coming from, so he can instantly flash away. Like,
Right.
he's one of those types of players, you know? Like, it's so hard to catch this guy unaware. You're never ever gonna like TP flank him and catch him with his pants down. Like, that's, I think, part of why this team has had so much success. But it's also part of why I think until very recently we saw the extra levels of strategy, this team has somewhat of a ceiling. When the rest of the teams aren't playing as well or haven't adjusted to the meta or aren't necessarily being like, I think a lot of people miscategorized Hanwha as this really strong fearless team during first stand. Everyone's like, oh, they're really strong fearless team. They're pulling out picks like the Vladimir. I'm like, they play Vladimir in game one. You know, it was not like a deep fearless draft. They were experimenting a lot there. I think they knew mechanically at that time they were stronger than everybody else and had somewhat of a bit of a head start. They were the team that made it into first stand. So, like, because they only had one big change to their roster, they were obviously able to continue that synergy. But now we move forward, and I'm like, oh, the rest of the teams have caught up. The rest of the teams have gotten a lot better. The rest of the teams have shown a lot more depth than I think Hanwha has. And T1, even though they're somewhat predictable with their drafts, like the way that they set up on objectives, you know that their objective strengths are predictable, for example, right? Like, you know that they're good at that, but you don't necessarily know how they're going to do the objective or when they're going to start because they're so good at choking you out of vision and stuff like that. I find that Hanwha from ahead doesn't scare me as much as Gen.G from ahead. When Gen.G is like 1,000 gold up at, 12 minutes into the game, you're like, oh, is the game over? Will we ever be able to see the objectives again? Will we ever be able to defend our inner turrets? Like, can I ever side lane again? They feel so oppressive. Whereas Hanwha is like, I'm going to win every team fight. That's our thing. We win every team fight. We group on the objectives. We engage. Viper cleans it up. And when that doesn't work, when that doesn't go well, or when they find themselves behind, they don't have that T1 magic where they're able to make the right decisions or the risky calls in the same way. So while I do think on their best day and on their best game, they could beat anybody, they could win the whole tournament, I can't predict that because there's just too many times where they've showcased that all they do is 5v5, and that's as deep as it goes. I mean, the nicest thing I could have said about Hanwha when I was watching the playoffs, outside of the really cool strategies we've seen from them in the 3-0s they took, right, to lead to that spot, was that they were a little bit more measured. They were a little bit more careful. They decided, for example, oftentimes to give up objectives where they were like, oh, there's no way we can win this fight. Like, we don't have enough vision. They might be flanking us. We're actually just going to push a turret instead and give a dragon. They often even gave like soul point in those situations. So they're like, this is just a little bit too tough. I think it's a little bit too difficult a situation to gauge. Whereas, maybe 6 months ago or, 3 months ago, they actually just go, Delight, go in. We'll figure it out. Viper will clean it up. It'll be fine. And like that kind of MO for Hanwha Life and that kind of rough around the edges, haphazard playstyle, I think works only because they have such incredibly talented mechanical players and that pre-built synergy. But if you try to do that against Gen.G in a best of 5, it doesn't necessarily work as well. And I think this summary I've given of Hanwha kind of, I think, discredits some of the great moments from Peanut and his tactical prowess, right, and his early pathing. But I think we're not living in a world anymore where Peanut's early pathing can just straight up win you games like he did in the past, especially in this time on like Gen.G, for example, where Peanut's pathing sometimes could just eliminate someone's jungle. He'd be up like 3 camps, get 2 successful ganks off, and you're like, well, the game's over. You can't even play the game anymore. I don't think we're living in that meta, that play style anymore. So you still do have to play the macro. You still have to play the side lanes. You still have to play the team fights. And Zeka has been, I don't want to say more often than not a liability, but he has been a liability enough times in enough deeper series towards the end of the year here that I personally think the ceiling is there for Hanwha. You could feel it. Is it higher than maybe most of the LPL teams? Probably. Could they lose to AL again like they did at EWC? Probably. Like I think that's totally possible. I think it's very volatile. I think that, as Yamato mentioned, their style gels well with the LPL because they do just kind of want to scrap. They do just want a team fight, and they have arguably the best AD carry next to Ruler in the world. Some people, you could still argue, I think Viper's better than Ruler. Like there's an argument for that. I've argued that for most of the year. I don't think I would right now. But if you have that core, you can beat almost anyone. But will you beat Gen.G or T1 in the best of 5 when we get to like quarters or semis? I can't predict that right now for Hanwha. Like I feel like that might be the ceiling. That might be as far as they go.
All right, here's the thing, though. Dream with me for a moment. I'm going to take you out of the analytical world and into the world of narrative, because one of the interesting things about this year is it was only in September that it was actually announced that Peanut will actually, this is the last year of his career, he will go and do the military service next year. It's basically, this is the last stand. Like, he's going to just have this final one. Now, if you'd have said that in like summer, that would be a massive bomber, actually, because it's like, actually, Hanwha Life's probably not going to do anything. They're probably just going to sneak in, like I say, or like the third or fourth seed, go to Worlds. At Worlds, you know, maybe they'll make a run. But the problem is, if you're Peanut, you're only there in your career to win at this point in time. Like, you've done everything else. You've had a billion LCK times. You've actually got a first standards that you've got an international under your belt. Obviously, it's all about leaving with the Super Bowl, as it were, leaving with the big one that you were missing your whole career. And I will say, even though, as of right now, I wouldn't pick them to win, I'll tell you why I do think there is hope, though, Wolf. If someone else can beat Gen.G for them, then they can win the fucking tournament, bro. If a T1 does
Yes.
it, if anyone's legend does it, top esports, if someone else beats Gen.G, that does a world of a Peanut actually amazing after all the heartbreak, could end his career with Worlds, which would be kind of crazy. I don't think anyone saw that coming. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, since the Samsung days, Gen.G doesn't make too many Worlds finals, do they? They kind of end up falling a little bit before then. You know, the international Gen.G may strike again. We'll see. They won MSI at least, so, and EWC, so they're doing better than before. But before I was like, oh, Gen.G can never play internationally, and now it's like, well, they'll never win Worlds. What happens if they win Worlds? So they'll never win all of the international tournaments in a row. Chovy's not that good. But back to Peanut, the original point. You know, we saw Deft find great success with the pressure off, so to speak, for him. I think internally there was a lot of pressure. You know, within the team, obviously, to do the best possible. Because they were underdogs, though, on top of it all, I think you kind of... I mean, I'm not trying to put myself in Deft's headspace, like, as if I could know what he was really going through. I could never imagine. But the way that it seemed from the outside looking in was kind of the fact that there was almost nothing to lose and only to gain. And, like, this is my last dance. Let me just play for the best and, like, play the unbreakable spirit quote, you know. The most important thing is unbreakable spirit, unbreakable mind. Is the mindset that kind of he went in through, is like, no matter what, I'm still going in, I'm going to do my best, and like win or lose, it doesn't, you know, I did my best, right? No matter what. I think Peanut obviously is the type of player who has that kind of mindset. He looked very emotional after he lost the LCK. There's a lot of photos you can see. It was shown on stream, I think, even briefly, kind of like hunched over his chair afterwards. Obviously a really emotional moment in a full arena full of fans that have watched him play, a lot of them since his early Rocks Tigers days. I think it means a lot to him. Something that really stood out to me in his interview that we did an interview with him on the English side after one of his game days towards the end of the season before we went to the Incheon roadshow, and he said two things that really stood out to me. One was that he felt like in his life and his career he was extremely lucky, like that he was lucky enough to even have this chance to be a pro gamer. And even though he worked incredibly hard, like a lot of it came down to luck, like his path to becoming a pro gamer, who found him, how he was scouted, getting into being a pro gamer, and some of the things that happened. Because obviously, as an individual player, you're really only 20% of the team, right? So who your teammates are and stuff like that, a lot of that comes down to luck. And then the other thing that he said that really resonated with me was that he said that a lot of his career and a lot of his life was about choosing to do things that he didn't want to do. He wanted to go out and see his friends. He wanted to go and, you know, party basically and live a normal life, like normal 20-year-old boys would, right? 20-year-old men would. He really wanted to do that, but he had to say, well, this is the time right now where I don't get to do that. Like, this is the time where I actually have to work hard because that's what this job asks for and that's what this job demands. And so essentially, like, that this is not the time for that. That there will be time for that later, but now is the time to just understand that, like, even though you want to do these things, you actually have to grind. You actually have to work incredibly hard. You have to continue to improve yourself year after year. And very few players can say they have a long career like Peanut has, as well as
it's crazy.
It's not even just long, you know, because like Udapon had a long career, but it's not the same thing, right? You know, like
yeah. I was looking it up before this. This guy might have gone with the most like contenders to win Worlds of any guy ever, except maybe Faker. Like, he's been in a lot of teams that were number 1 and number 2 seed. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has so many LCK titles. So I think for him to end on a Worlds title would be incredible. I think he wants it a lot. I don't think he's going to choke because of it or anything like that, but you know, it is good to mention the stakes, and there is like a little bit of magic in being in your last Worlds tournament after accomplishing so much and yet still wanting to get one more. That even though like Oner is a stronger jungler than him right now, does he want? Is it possible to think that he wants this as much as Peanut does? Like, it's hard to know when Oner just won 2 world titles back to back. He's kind of had some recent experience with that, right? I'm not trying to imply that Oner doesn't want it. I hope no one misunderstands, but I think that level of like grind that Peanut might go on, because we know he's a grinder, because he's spoken about this very recently. Might
There's
be
nothing
like
left. There's no
something
point
that
saving anything in the tank, bro. You might as well just blow it all out. It's the last one. Yeah.
I mean, maybe there is some kind of explosive growth or change that we see from both Peanut and this roster. Maybe his insane grind set
This is where
motivates
Peanut
Zeka.
rocks up, locks in Z immediately. Listen, bitches, this is the last run of Peanut. I'm leaving nothing left in the tank. Let's go. Exactly.
Oh man, maybe he's in the finals and
Exactly.
he's down 0-2. He knows that he knows the finals is likely lost. He just locks in Italy or in one more time, you know, just one more time for the boys.
Comes up with some catchphrase, "Let's go nuts" or something, you know, whatever. He's bringing a new market angle. All right, let's flip then. There's obviously one team left to discuss, but it's a pretty big team. So, Yamato, here's the question I'm going to ask you, and this is what Wolf's going to springboard off. Is Gen.G going to win Worlds?
They have to. It's like
Oh,
they really.
Okay, that's a good answer. That is a good answer. You're right.
They're really
True.
Otherwise, honestly, I was having a conversation with Dom, and I said the same answer, and he said if Gen.G don't win Worlds, they have to change the format because it's like they have as minimal changes. It's like Riot has been very, bro, like the patch team, they're like fearless is now uncompetitive. God bless. Our job is done. A champion can be OP, they're picking it only once. We don't care. Sayonara, you know? So like in terms of the patch change, minimal things, like we saw exactly the same champions today as we expected. You know, some nuance in game 4-5, but it's like Gen.G. I think in terms of champion pool depth, like in each role outside of support, because Keria exists, like they are playing the most amount of champs. Maybe Canyon can also be considered, you know, a question mark, you know, because he's not performing super good, and like a player like Tarzan might be playing all the champions better, but you get the gist of the point. I think also just Gen.G are good enough to play multiple styles, whilst a lot of teams are focused on one thing and good at one thing in particular, and I think that gets them an edge. It's not that Gen.G is like perfect, because they like drop games, they lose games here and there, but I think it often hinges on, it's like if there is like an underperformance in one department, the way they play off of information, they play in a way where they play on 3 lanes, and then they have insane like precision, especially with Keen and Chovy, in terms of how they like manage and farm side, so they can like get away with not having jungle and support like backing them up, because they know exactly the timings, and if they get ganked, they know they're going to always get something on the other side. They're very, very aware of the trades that they're actively setting up. But it's like when Canyon underperformed, something falls apart and they don't have like the counterplay, then games can kind of slip through their hands, as we've always seen against T1 in particular. But the added layer of what makes Gen.G so damn strong now is that they just seem to keep their head in the damn game. Like this, it's like Ruler and Canyon have had a history of being super, super good in like international competition throughout their entire career. Outside of like Canyon's last one on Damwon, it just seemed like he wanted to leave the team, which he did, and went to greener pastures. And then Keen now, it's like he had, of course, that Katie run that was kind of, you know, uninteresting, but now it's like on this team, I feel like he's established himself. Even last year at Worlds, I think he was just like really, really damn good. I think he was like the Poppy game against T1, like he was insane. Even the FlyQuest series, I know people don't care about FlyQuest too much, but he had to carry games to get them over the finish line, or like Kisante and Renekton and all that jazz. So it's like these guys are like extremely, extremely clutch, and the game 5s they have looked extremely dominant. And the only thing, you know, the only little fear is like, oh, they go 3-0 in the Swiss stage and then they don't play for 10 days. And then they come back and they look rusty and lose to KT in a best of 5. Like maybe that happens again, you know? Who knows? That's like my only concern, really. Because it's like on top of Gen.G being like the clear favorite, is also, it's like, I think, all the other teams look flawed. Like we talked about HLE, we talked about T1. We didn't talk about the LPL teams, but they're also very, very flawed. And I think that's the added layer. And there are certain moments where they can peak hard, as we talked about T1, but Gen.G should win. They really should win.
Well, Wolf,
they really should.
And
like the thing is, for me, Chronicler said something once, which I thought was very true about that Gen.G KT series, which was like practically, I think, honestly, my favorite series of the year, just because it had a little bit of everything. It was the hype of KT winning, BDD being emotional, all that stuff. But we know in truth, like, despite the hype and how exciting it was as a commentator, as a storyline, because you just don't see upsets like that ever. Was the fact that Chovy and Canyon were practically non-existent in that series, were arguably like a neutral or detriment to Gen.G oftentimes in that series, and we're both not performing well, as Yamato was kind of alluding to there. And I think that the fact that it still was a really close 5-game series that went down to like an elder flip to decide it is just proof that, to me, Gen.G is practically like with the finest materials possible, like a perfect 3D printing of like what League of Legends should be. And even if like they printed every game, right? And even if like for some reason they ran out of materials and like and Canyon and Chovy are having an off game, like the rest of the team is still just so robust and perfect that like they can almost just win it anyways. By the fact that like Keen can carry a game, it doesn't matter. Ruler can carry a game, it doesn't matter. And like even if Canyon is kind of, having a really off day, like his reads are a little bit wrong, he's missing his smites, he's still like a warm body, and the rest of the team can carry, And so I find it so hard to imagine that Gen.G won't win the tournament, because they have already had that hiccup against KT. They already had that wake up call. There's been a lot of weird like discussion around that in terms of what Gen.G has like officially said. Like Coach Kim said something like really bizarre. Like he was like, we were focusing on counters instead of the tier list, but actually the tier list is more important. I'm like, I don't really even know what that means, Coach Kim. I don't think that's even reflected in what your drafting was against KT and what your drafting was against Hanwha later, or T1 for that matter. But I do think that the way that this team plays is almost as if League of Legends is solved. Like Yamato was saying, they'll play all three lanes brilliantly. The timing of their swaps, the coordination towards objectives, the roam timers for Chovy, and also for Duro, who's incredibly young, by the way, and still like he's not even that experienced yet. Like if you compare him to like Lehens, who was the former support, and even Delight, obviously. Like these players have been around way longer than Duro, and Duro is still like, it's like he's been here for 5 years, like he already plays like he has. And it's just kind of insane that Gen.G, when you see like Gen.G has a 1,000 gold lead, you're like, it's done, right? It's over. Like I was mentioning before, you just think there's just almost no way this team is going to drop that lead. There's no way you're going to ever get an inch back. And with some of the drafts they have that are super snowbally, like you just won't. You will never get that the ability to fight for an objective on even terms again. And it is not really a champion pool issue, I feel, with this team in any way. It's Keen who can play both strong side and weak side incredibly well. I think almost better than almost any top laner. Like some top laners usually lean like 70-30. I'm a better at weak siding, or I'm better at strong siding the top lane. Zeus has been a little bit flexible recently, I would say, but obviously more known to be a strong side top laner, for example. You have players like 369, obviously, leaning one way or the other. And then Keen is like, no, I lean towards whichever way the draft asks of me. I can play anything. I can blind anything. I can R5 the right counter in any situation. We'll forget about the Vayne game from earlier this year, but for the most part, the guy is again practically perfect, and they already did it at the beginning of the year. They obviously lost in a 5-game series to Hanwha Life. If they hadn't, we know they would have won first stand, because no one came close to Hanwha. For Hanwha, they were basically messing around at the first international this year and still thrashed everyone. So I think we could all agree that Gen.G would have won had they won that game. They went on to win MSI and EWC and LCK. So there's already proof that in longer series they get it done as well. And so if your tournament favorite isn't Gen.G after everything that we've seen, then I guess you're a fanboy for whoever you think it is going to be. And like, even if you're a KT fan who thinks, oh well, KT won last time, maybe they'll get it done this time. As a fellow KT fan, I know we're all delusional. Okay, we're not even really going to talk about KT today. I don't think.
Really.
They still have Perfect in the top lane, so BDD is my favorite player, but I just don't think it's really warranting a discussion. If they win, it'll be like when DRX won, when nobody really wanted to talk about them going into the tournament.
No, the joke is, it feels like KT are the real fourth seed from Korea, not the third seed. You know what I mean? T1, I could see winning. So I don't think anyone even expects anything except maybe just making out a Swiss for KT. That's about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, with KT, the thing is, like, they're the kind of team that when KT was at their best, obviously when they almost went to the LCK finals or they lost to T1, they made the big mistake to pick them. When they were first place in regular season, people forget this even happened, by the way, that they were first place in regular season, all pro, all first, like the whole roster. It was a controversial all pro, like a lot of people were unhappy with it, but that team was considered to be insanely dominant. They couldn't get it done there, then they completely flopped at Worlds. But that's the Worlds year where you're like, oh, KT, this could be kind of interesting. The roster looks kind of solid.
Sure.
This time I'm like, you know what? If I really wanted to show KT at their best, I probably would decide not to send them. I'd be like, you know what? You guys can have D+. You guys can have D+, because I love KT. I want them to keep a good image.
Sure.
I just don't know if that's what we're going to get. I think what happened in the Gen.G series was a fluke. I think KT could lose to literally any team in this tournament. I mean, not literally any team, but any relevant team in this tournament. And they could also beat Gen.G in a best of 1 or a best of 3 or a best of 5. Like, I think that could happen. I just don't think KT is going to be consistent. I think they have a serious champion pool issue in their top laner who plays a very limited amount of champions. They often draft towards him to give him like an early Cassante pick in a draft, which completely hamstrings the rest of their draft because they know that if he has to play something a little bit more finesse, it's going to be rough. And like mid jungle synergy between Cuz and BDD can only get you so far. Duckdom is good, but Peter's inconsistent, and so I think KT's win against Gen.G was a fluke. It was underperformance from Canyon and Chovy. I want KT to do well, but they're let's just say they're not really in the same sort of conversation as the other three teams we've just spent this section.
No. Put it this way, KT's the team that once you get to the playoffs, a bunch of teams are going to hope they draw in that first quarterfinal. Like, that's a winnable match for even the LPL teams, absolutely. No, on the Gen.G thing, I actually think I agree. Even though a pleb will be like, you say that about Chovy team every year. No, actually, this is the best Chovy team ever, because the joke is, it doesn't even require Chovy to be the best every game. He actually can, like in summer, he was fucking big chilling half the games, even in the playoffs, they were still winning them anyway. By the way, Canyon, I agree. I don't even, the story always goes, Canyon levels up in the play. He didn't even bother turning up this playoffs, guys. It didn't matter, they still won the championship. Like, they didn't need him. They're just that cracked, because I do think the thing that makes this team so nuts, because I think on paper, with how flawed everyone else is, they just should win Worlds. Like, they actually have the best floor of any team in the world. Like, as you say, mate, even when they lose like really close 5 games. It's really hard to beat this team. Then you look at the ceiling. The ceiling is nuts, bro. If they all play well, they can crack any team. And they're actually probably the best Game 5 team in failures too. Like, that's also been unbelievable. Some of the like drafts that don't look like they should work, but they make them work in the game. I also agree with that part. If anyone's seen what makes this Chovy team so different to the other ones is all the clips make it clear Chovy actually does do like a lot of the key shot calling in the game. Like, he doesn't just, it's not like 5 years ago where he goes on the sideline and then you hope he joins a team fight. Like, he's the one who makes them do like the engage, or he's the one who calls like if they need a bit of extra time to do the sideline. Like, the guy's just got it covered. So no, I'm with you, mate. And then also, I agree, that's also the most OP thing. Even in other teams where you had on paper like amazing top mid and ADC, all the rest of them, it's like you say, the top laner, if it was 369 in JDG, yeah, in theory he could pick the carry, but why would he? He's got Ruler and fucking Knight. Kane, actually, all 3 of their players can just play with the other 2 of the stars. It's actually, I've never seen a superstar team where like the superstars are all good enough, but they can also like give up the space to this guy. But they're cracked, man. This team should win Worlds. Like, put it this way, if they don't, I think they will be criticized rightfully.
Yeah, when Chovy, like, it's oftentimes on the R5 when Chovy's the counter pick, he hovers through like 4 champions, and a lot of the time people just kind of do these troll hovers or whatever, but like Chovy actually can play the Aurelion Soul in that moment. Like, he will play the mid pike actually. he's like the Pantheon is a flex. I'm playing Pantheon mid. I could do that. And then in the case where this actually really happened, he played Vex mid. Said he didn't practice it at all. Certainly. Just thought it was a good matchup. Had mastery of the champion. He was like, I play on this. I win this, and like, popped off, absolutely carried the game and won. And then said in the interview afterwards, he didn't prepare it, he didn't practice, he just thought it was a good Vex angle.
Which
you
is a
know,
flex.
like
I do
that's
appreciate that. I
like
like
we talked
that.
about. We talked about champion pools of Faker earlier about like how Faker could kind of play anything, but Chovy like actually right now can play. It seems like literally anything, and even if it doesn't make sense, he can make it work. So it's just terrifying.
Yes.
Fearless has just been like this year is like Chovy went up into the mountains, took a huge hit of ayahuasca he just opened his mind. He's like, oh, I don't need to play the same champion 5 times in a series that CV Max just ham-fisted into my brain. He's like, CV Max, what is the plan in his first finals? We're picking Pantheon Talia again, bot lane, and again, and again. He's just, and then it's like, sure, some of the best moments of Chovy was 5 games of Ozzy straight, but it was a big problem where he just leaned into, it's like, oh, I practice Ari 300 games, so I'm going to play Ari again here, and I'm going to pick it again here, and then I'm going to pick it again. It's like, you're losing, Chovy, change something. And now he's just like enlightened. He plays like loose. It looks like he's like willing to challenge a lot more. Like sometimes it's like Chovy, what the hell are you doing? I was like, oh, it's just like taunting them. Sometimes it goes wrong, but like seeing that looseness and that development is such a big deal. And the fact that he's kind of forced to play champions that he practiced less, I think has been such a nutritious thing for him and his career. Because as you mentioned, the story about the Vex, like that would never have happened in a world where there was like no feelings. He would just stick to comfort. And I think when it comes to worlds, that you need to be able to adapt on the fly, like Bilibili and T1 did leading up into all the way to the finals with the Silence adaptation, the Gallia adaptation, and so forth.
One last thought really I have is there's always been this kind of, since obviously last time Samsung won Worlds, this like meme that Gen.G can never win Worlds, they can never win internationally, they'll always choke at Worlds, they always choke at Worlds. And like there have been times where they did, like, you know, 2021 where with BDD in the Syndra game where he popped off early and then made some mistakes, and there's been a lot of different chokings of Gen.G over the last, you know, half decade. But I think this is the year to where if they don't win Worlds, like the meme can be permanent. Like it actually, this time it's deserved, because there have been other years where Gen.G just got outplayed or they had a bad read in a draft, or it's just an overperformance of the team they lost to in the knockout stage, which has happened to them, you know, so many times now that's why the meme is kind of propagated. But like, if you do it here, I don't care if they win Worlds next year. You could say it in 2027, like, oh, Gen.G's going to choke at Worlds, because like if they don't do it this time, then like I'll never question it. I'll never like, you know, sigh under or mutter under my breath when I see those comments anymore, because this has to be the year, and all Gen.G haters can keep it forever. That they'll never win Worlds if they don't win this time. They can keep it forever.
The funny thing was, the only actual angle I even would have given earlier in the year for why they wouldn't win is the Juro angle. Like, the guy's like a fucking rookie. It doesn't matter. He's been, if you took the nameplate off, he actually has been contender for best in his whole role as well in the world. He was mega in LCK this last summit. Like, that was his best split. Guy looks fucking cracked. So right now, why can't they win? Why can't they win Worlds? They can. Anyway, we actually have a bunch of merch. People have asked for us to get more t-shirts or jazz. We now have the last Free Nation shirt, where it's the one with like the logo. It's not the founders one. That was for the earlier set of people who came. Remember, this one doesn't have the number on, but it's like the logo with the microphone, skull and crossbones of LFN. We've also got stuff like, actually I've got it here. We've got this awesome poster that Tantalus made from the 4-player show. So this was from the 90s action one. So there's like Richard Lewis is like that when Arnold Schwarzenegger's dressed as that like woman when he goes through fucking Total Recall through the airport. He goes 2 weeks or whatever. Monty's like Ethan, whatever his name is, from Mission Impossible. I'm like Castor Troy from fucking, what's that, Face Off. There's the Doves coming up, the John Woo-esque. So you can buy this poster also. They've got a whole bunch of other stuff, keychains, mugs, all the rest of it. So if you want to support your favourite shows on Last Free Nation, such as Summoning Insight, the Monty and Wolf Show, inappropriately named now, but whatever. We just have to we can't scrub Monty's name off on day one, guys. Eventually it'll be the Digon and Wolf Show. It's all good. Or all the others, Power Spike, all that crap. Then you can go to Last Free Nation, purchase our merchandise, lastfreenation.shop. We have LFN joggers, desk mats, mugs, all the rest of it. Also, if you order in the USA and you order over $60, you will get free shipping. Thank you to everyone who purchases that and supports the show. Thank you to Wolf for coming on and talking to us about the LCK teams. We will now go to another guest who will be revealed after this break. Okay, we are joined by our next guest, who is going to be Cubby, who is obviously someone coming from North America who's been following LTA, which now RIP doesn't exist anymore. It's going to be LCS again. But there was that whole thing, which this is actually where I want to start this conversation, which is this. How much did you actually watch the South stuff? Because I will admit I barely ever watched it. I watched like a final, or I saw the games when they played the cross matches, etc. Did you watch? Yeah, what was the situation?
Yeah, it was mainly North. I watched a wee bit of the South, just because I knew ThinkHard from his time over here.
Oh, fair enough.
And Tatsu was one of the junglers that was competing in Tier 2 last split that we were pretty excited about. So I was at his going away thing, and I was like, hey, you guys don't have a jungler yet. You should go Tatsu. He's like, we got Tatsu. And it turned out they were pretty good, which is kind of fun. So I was happy for ThinkHard and the success that he had down there. But no, I really didn't watch too much of the South. I wish they would have set up an official broadcast for both languages for opposites. I think that would have helped, because the initial plan was Dom was going to co-stream everything, and obviously he ended up helping out with C9 and like having his own schedule, which I think is kind of unfair of Riot to like say, hey, Dom's our co-streamer for the LTA South. They probably should have supplied something official if they were like going to really take the merge seriously. But obviously next year's plans are different, so yeah, things are a little bit different.
Okay, right. Here's what I want to know is, if you saw at the beginning of the show when we had the Oceanic guy on, he did do, he understood the assignment. Like, even if you're talking about, like, here's the thing, I'll give him CFO. They actually are pretty good. But as soon as he gets down to, like, the fucking literal, like, Rolling Stones are still touring in the fucking PSG, or when you're doing, like, the one about the fucking Team Secret Wales, it's like, mate, mate, the only joke there's is TSW, sort of like TSS. That's about it. There's nothing to give a fuck about. But he hyped him. He made us believe that they could all, get these crazy wins and upset stuff, right? Are you going to actually hype your whole region, or are we mainly going on the FlyQuest angle? Where are we setting the terms at the beginning of the convo? Is this mainly about FlyQuest being above the region? Is the region secretly underrated? What are we going with here? What's the framing?
Honestly, I was expecting to talk more about LPL than the LTA South teams coming.
We can do that as well, don't worry. Yeah.
No, but look, I think that 100 Thieves and VKS are pretty happy to be there. And I mean, look, to be fair to both teams, like, it was a pretty nice domestic turnaround for each to get there.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, VKS were not favored to make it out of the South, and 100 Thieves were also, I mean, it was FlyQuest and C9 the whole way until things got weird. So I think at least both those teams can take wins. VKS had a respectable week in Dallas too. Like, actually, challenge 100 Thieves or beat 100 Thieves and like took a game off FlyQuest, right? But I mean, all the reports coming in, like, if you're talking about those two teams, it's hard to take them seriously when A, they aren't tournament favorites coming in, and B, Doke was like 4 hours ago, look who finally showed up, and like River's there, and VKS have like had all these rumors about them not being able to get over there, and like they probably are going to be on one day of scrims, then competing on stage. So they haven't given us a lot of reasons to actually even hope they'll be underdogs or upsets behind the scenes anyway, just prep.
Okay. In that case, I agree with you. We'll mainly make it out FlyQuest. Then some talk some LPL then. Yeah, fuck it, let's do that. Right, okay, let's start with the whole FlyQuest discussion. So obviously, over the whole year, on paper, they probably should have won all the splits, but somehow they lost that first one. That was when Liquid was still pretty good, keyword pretty. And then later after that, it was just FlyQuest, almost like by default, was just the best team the whole time throughout. Right, I feel like this year, too much about FlyQuest, by the way, has just been, not even just the most recent one, just all the drama with Whippo. It's like all the things he said in every single split. He's had some like Conor McGregor-esque moment where he's tried to trash talk people, or say, what's weird is he keeps flipping between, you're all trash, like I'm double if everyone else is trash except me, to like, but I will guide you, and I'm Luke Skywalker, I will train you, my young Padawan, and you can become like, it's like, he keeps flipping between the two. So I feel like people actually don't talk about them as a fucking squad. Like, FlyQuest as a team, for you, is this one of the best NA teams, one of the best like LCS type teams we've ever had? What would you say? Where would you put them in the annals of history?
I mean, that kind of became a discussion like later on after they won this split. As, hey, where would they rank?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where I'd put them. I have been watching since day one. I don't know where I'd put them overall in terms of teams. I think like my gut says you'd got to put them in the top 5. Obviously, the TL three-peat, that was 2 different iterations, but probably the Jensen one is still the strongest roster perceived in NA history. It's like you have that, and then probably the early days C9 roster. I mean, is there a real case for this FlyQuest roster at 3 or even 2 to beat that?
Put it this way. I understand that on paper, some of the, like the bot lane names don't live up to, you know, Core JJ or fucking Doublelift. But if you want to, I'll tell you an angle where I would agree with you, Cubby, is the one thing I love about FlyQuest, though, is they have a really strong team identity and they all clearly play with each other really well. That's actually a big point. You've had a lot of all-star teams in history that, you know, the players just they take turns to have. This team seems like they're on the same page. I think that's a pretty good quality.
No, I mean, what I really respected from them and their last Worlds run was it was really clear. So they were talking about how they prepped for the tournament. They pretty much created their own scrim pocket over there. And it was really clear that they were playing to scale. And I think that what they ended up doing so well was finding that bend but not break of, hey, we can give up, you know, X amount of gold or X amount of objectives, but we're going to be playing with like Cassio Kaisa, or we're going to have Ivern, which they got early in the tournament, ended up being banned from them the rest of the way. And if we can be down like 2-3K gold later on in team fight, where Masu team fights very well, Quad always does his job. It felt like they actually found angles with draft and some of their, you know, brains to beat the brawn of teams that in theory are going to be better solo queue teams than them, or just better hands-wise with the prep they get all year. So I really like that approach that FlyQuest tried. And I mean, obviously that's something you got to sign up for as a team. I think the staff does a good job of having everyone else buy in with what the team wants to do. But I'm interested to see what kind of approach they're going to be able to find for Worlds this year. Because I think a big thing is that the Western teams don't have as much time to scrim. And if you talk to any of these squads, it is a game of catch-up, right? You're going up against a scrim circle that has been playing against each other for the entirety of the year at a better solo queue level, at a higher level in scrims too. You got to go and find how you can close the gap. And just how the schedule panned out this year, there wasn't as much time for these teams to go over there and like actually prep and close the gap. So I am really curious to see if FlyQuest
You
and
also haven't
G2
played that many games this year, Cubby, actually, because of the format.
Yeah.
You haven't played that many matches if you're FlyQuest, right?
Yeah, there's that too. I mean, LPL played like what, over 850
Brazilian,
games
yeah.
this year. And then the LTA I think was pushing like 175, which is a bummer. But yeah, I mean, I think on paper, G2 and FlyQuest, like I look at these teams with CFO and it's like, okay, these should be competitive teams to make it into quarters, right? I think that universally people kind of agree.
Yeah.
The interesting thing for me is looking at the factors of this tournament and being like, hey, it's not as much time to close the gap for all these teams. Does that mean that the LPL and LCK teams have a bigger advantage or not? Or the introduction of Fearless coming in. I think that's something that really benefits FlyQuest, right? But I think that looking at some of those Eastern teams, there are teams that we've seen throughout the year, they've benefited and then they haven't benefited off of whether they figured out how deep the pools go. Or I think the thing that really was the Achilles heel for a lot of LPL teams is that these guys just don't know how to play red side or draft red side. It was just a blue side region. And I mean, blue side is the favorite side for Fearless, but I think a lot of the approaches we saw in draft, like on red side, were just way off from a lot of LPL teams versus what other teams were able to do. It definitely was one of the reasons why AL did so well in Split 2 and kind of came back in Split 3. But yeah, I mean, I think this tournament, it's very different factors coming in. And that is what, at least from a common perspective, I should make this Worlds fun, seeing what happens with Fearless as we get later into the tournament.
Only Battle, what's your stock for FlyQuest? Are you riding with them?
I'm probably the guy, like, out of like people, everyone discussing Fly, I'm probably the one that is the most down on them. Mainly because of the reason that you mentioned, Cubby, is like, I think logistically, I think FlyQuest is like a miracle, you know? It's like a rose that is growing in the desert that is the LTA North, you know? It's like, in terms of competition, it's like leading up to, of course, what was the spring finals, it looked like that was at the beginning of a rivalry that would be so damn exciting. But then with how, of course, C9 faltered and so on, it seemed like regionally, it's like additionally, on top of the competition you have within your region, it's also the level of the solo queue. And I check the pro player accounts, and it's very often that there's long periods where they don't play at all, because being there in a 30-minute queue just isn't something that is lasting, and convincing your players to play is a massive challenge. This is also something that Inspired also mentioned in an interview when he was at MSI, that getting better in North America is extremely difficult. And you mentioned, Cubby, that the time span before the tournament, That's a very like such an important detail because there's been World Championship, but there was like Asian Games after, and there was like a big, like a solid like 6-week block. There's been championships where we've had them in Europe, and then teams didn't boot camp because they wanted to save money, and then it's like the teams flew in, and then and then they just flew in, came in late, and then it's like, oh shit, what we've been doing is completely trash, and we have catching up to do. I think the infamous one is, of course, the G2 one in 2019, where they bootcamped in Europe to prevent jet lag, and then they scrimmed, and then Damon lands, and then they just smoked them completely. And you want to imagine, it's like, what would happen in a world where G2 would bootcamp, or what would happen in a world where maybe it would be worse, maybe it would be better. It's like something to speculate on. In regards to Fly, like I think, the main thing that stands out to me is I think inspired very easily. I think he's the best Western player coming into the tournament. Very well rounded. I think he has a lot of depth to his play. I think that the improvement Busio has done on FlyQuest has continued. I think in terms of like hitting the beats in the game, in terms of being where he should be, and of course his teamfight execution is super solid. My main concern about this team in terms of how they qualify against a team that they would like to upset, like if they're gonna take a series against one of the big five, so to speak, the Bilibili top esports and the Korean top three. My concern is that I don't think Quad has enough depth in terms of how he plays, because I think he loves to play the majors, loves to play in isolation, and does that job good. But then when it goes beyond that, like I've seen him play Annie games, I've seen him play like Rise games that are like okay-ish, but it's just not good enough for me to imagine that he has like a wide range of play, because after some majors are out, he needs to expand into different things, and I think that's where he's less sharp. I think he's good at getting farm. He's good at staying stable. Like we had in the AD meta, we played like Zeri mid, where it was all about just making sure that you are a strong backbone. But now it's so dynamic around mid, or it's just dynamic with every role, really. And with Masu, I think also the same thing. I think he found like a pocket where he was super comfortable, where he was insanely sharp. Because I think if I think back to that Gen.G FlyQuest series, what stood out the most was that there was just a massive bot lane gap. Like Gen.G's bot lane did underperform, but the fact that they could take the game by the horns and actually like provide advantages that were really meaningful was a really big deal. But I feel like this year their bot lane in particular have lost precision. I see it many times with like dying 2v2, it just ends up not mattering as much. And I worry if they are playing against teams that have strong laners, if they can maintain that same level of pressure. Because I do think both G2 and Fly, if they can get to 10 minutes without bleeding, I think they can keep up with the best teams in the world. But can they do that against the top end teams? Because I think some teams, like especially the LPL teams, they're almost designed around like how much advantage can you build in the first 10 minutes. So it's like FlyQuest for me. I have a lot of concerns. I put them, in the three of CFO G2. I put them third there. So
okay, that's interesting. I mean, look, I think I'm kind of with you in the sense that I expect FlyQuest to make it to quarters. I think it's a very reasonable expectation. But we had a conversation on Hotline League, like during MSI, about is it a disappointment or not for FlyQuest if they were to lose to BLG in that tournament? And it is time for this team that's been together for 2 years. Like they need a signature win. They need to take down one of these, I think, top 5 teams, absolutely. Or else you kind of look at this project where it's like, hey, this team that might have been a miracle that came from NA. And look, I agree with you on that. You have a team where it is the best Western player, arguably someone that is top 5 in their role globally coming from there. And the bot lane is 2 people that came out of the ladder in like year 10 of the game that are legitimately very good. I think everyone now is Busio has grown into a player that's now being recognized as like, wow, we're excited to watch this guy compete internationally, right? I feel like Masu was kind of that player in his rookie year last year. Now it's kind of Busio coming into his own, which has been cool to watch both of them kind of evolve and develop at their own rate. Even if year 2 wasn't, I think, as many highlights for Masu, who's still a player that's very good coming out of the region, right? It's interesting. I agree with you on the strength of laning and how, I mean, some of the teams are going up against, like, look, BLG gives me a giant headache as a team because I think that team is just like all brawn and no brains. The way they play is so good, they almost don't even have to be like good in terms of how they play later because they just get away with it. In the same way you're kind of talking about FlyQuest within their own region, right? I have a lot of faith in FlyQuest to play out fights later on. I agree, I share your concerns in terms of getting there on the right footing. I am very curious if we see any Gakos in this tournament. I know that might be an interesting point to bring up that like we're just not expecting, but I know that the initial plan when they got Gakos was very much like, okay, any scenario where we do use him, it's probably going to be on blue side where he plays the blinds better than Bwipo can.
Right.
'Cause I think Bwipo's strength, a lot of it does come from red side and him getting weird with his pool. I'm wondering if we actually see that because that kid individually is really talented. And I could actually see a world where kind of like CFO, it's like, okay, maybe this game or this scenario, we think that we have a world where Gakos is going to play like Ambessa Aurelia or something that fits his pool, and we might put him in. That is one way where I could see them looking to buff up that part of their game. Obviously, he's not going to bring what Bwipo brings as a voice later on, but that is one flex where I'm just very interested if we get one game of that at Worlds because I don't think that's completely out of the question.
Okay.
They should
Like,
have
two
subbed
things-
them in into
go
the
on.
music video. They should have subbed them in the music
Okay,
video.
that was a decent one. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. Okay. By the
Sorry,
way,
sorry. Go
two
ahead.
things. One, I definitely agree on that because they're falling into the same trap Team Liquid did, where it's like, look at all these times we almost got a big win, and it's like you got to get one of them over the fucking line, though.
You do.
Like, I'm sorry, no one really like that story's not even as cool when you're telling it around the fireside in 20 years, and then we were in game 5. Oh, did you win, Grandad? No, we lost that one, but we almost did. We were there. Like, you have to eventually have there has to be the heroic win, and then the other thing is obviously let's talk about the inspired angle. That is an angle everyone can get hyped about. I think most people would agree, by the way, especially because actually in Europe there's a lot of turmoil of different teams up and down. Like right now, I think most people, the consensus would be if you don't think Inspired's the best player in the West, you probably think he's second best player. He's the best jungler. Now look, obviously many years ago you already had him top 5, but that was as a mid with whatever. You know the meme back in the day with Jojo. Which,
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing, it was half meme, it was half true. I know what you mean by that, but now he actually is in his pomp. This is absolutely. I mean, the joke is that's why actually he can't say anything in interviews now. If he says a comment like that, we all in Europe just go, well, then fucking come back to LEC then. If there's no competition over there, everyone wants him back now. In fact, on the show I do with Rich's Wrath, we do a thing where we do a split review, and we have a category which is the Wish You Were Here award, and we've had to ban people from saying Inspired because we just did that for the last 3 years. Like every split, it's like, why can't Inspired be back at LEC? So this is actually one of the few players I think people are jealous that the LTA has made. It's not someone who came over, as like never made it, or they just couldn't get a spot, or they're washed or whatever. This guy's actually probably in his peak right now. So what do you think about the angle of Inspired going to this tournament? Does this give them a chance to do some epic upset, do you think?
I mean, Inspired is such a treat to watch. Like he is such a sick player. He's so well-rounded in a way where you think of like an elite jungler and like mechanics. Inspired as a player actually probably clicks half as much as your standard player, which I find really interesting. He's just so precise with how he's like views the game and sees it. I think it kind of speaks to his play too. What kind of chance we like that actually gives FlyQuest? I mean, I remember the series that like this guy was playing at MSI. I thought that he played Tarzan pretty well in their series. I thought that the Gen.G series, I mean, Inspired was 1v9 in that series, frankly. I just don't know, like, can he drag them over the finish line? Because as good of Inspired is, like, what is the gap between him and the other junglers that I consider to be, like, very elite, even if he gets a game where he beats them? Is that gap going to make up for what the rest of the team and the rest of the map is? And that's why I think that strategy I find so interesting coming in for Fly, because I really credit a lot of their success at the last Worlds to having good team strategic reads. Hey, we have an Ivern Cassio. This fits the strength of what Quad and Masu can consistently do, and that's fight later on. We're going to commit to playing this. They have to band it away from us. Like, how else can we find this, right? That's where the Smolder and the Zeri kind of came in, where we can play this 25-plus minute style where it's fine. I think now, Otacon is just such a demanding objective where it's like, if you aren't strong at 20, 22 minutes, I feel like your comp can kind of get set behind from that. I almost feel like, in a way, you want to scale because Soul and Otacon, some of those big fights later on, are so important that I feel like you almost have to be strong at that moment of the game. But also, as Yamato's hinting at, you can get smoked from 3 grubs and kind of getting pushed out of the game that way. So, FlyQuest aren't going to be able to abuse swaps I feel like, to get like to a later scenario. I know everyone's talking about swaps. I feel like swaps are so vanilla and standard, especially after the change of like pushing back the timer. I don't think we're going to get creative with that unless anyone wants to send a dual lane mid. And let's get weird with that and see what happens from there. But yeah, I can Inspire be the player diff that is enough to get FlyQuest like past quarters or past one of those big teams? I think it's going to depend on the matchup and what we see from Fly. Like, not to give a vanilla answer, but again, I'm worried about their ability to close the gap against the best teams in the region coming in. I feel like Busio and Masu can go up against the best bot lanes. I am worried about Bwipo and Quad and Lane, if I'm going to be realistic as an LTA FlyQuest fan. So it's like, what kind of matchups do you get to get a quarters draw? I feel like T1 as a start is not great, but hey, at least you don't find T1 later on in a match that might be more important, right? This could actually help FlyQuest out by like round 4 or 5, sincerely, as a team that's looking to probably go 3-2.
Even though people will think that's cope, assuming they have done the usual Swiss, which is you can't play the same team twice. In a weird way, it's actually better to get T1 in the BO1. First of all, you have a high chance of getting the BO1 win, and then 2, you don't have that nightmare of the 2-2 of what like the G2 gets every year, where it's like it is a team that's going to beat you, so you can actually then get applause. And if I'm looking at the other big names, bro, I'll tell you the 2 obvious Asian ones I think you've got a chance against, which is, even though they won the LPL, it is BLG, because BLG, even in those finals, is changing out the fucking jungler. They clearly don't actually like either of their junglers, by the way. They just do what they can, and they have some sort of Bengi blank thing where it's like one has to go first, and then when the other one fucks it up, they turn to him and go, no, you better fucking get it right this time. And then they have to just win the match. And then the other one is obviously KT Rolster. Bro, I think KT Rolster, you put Inspired in that game, he could fucking do some damage, mate, especially in a BO1. Yeah. So I think there's chances for upsets here.
I mean, KT's obviously beatable. I think KT's a fun team to have in the tournament, because on any given day, they can beat anyone and lose to anyone. So that just makes for a better tournament overall. You get a team like that in. And yeah, look, they were close against BOG. Again, BOG for me is like, it's such a frustrating team because they play so poorly as a team. Like, I almost am rooting against Knight. And Knight is one of the best players like I've ever seen. That guy just runs the region, but that team plays in such a way where it's so frustrating to watch them just not use their brain. And part of it is that they don't have to. But also, I mean, like that really has bit them in the ass, I think, a lot of times in that region, because I will take the way that Top and AL plays the map over BLG any day. Like looking at how that team plays. And I think the jungle swap is interesting because I heard a rumor behind the scenes that Beishuan might be hurt. Which I know that at least with Beishuan and Shadow, later on, like you're right, they're still swapping out the junglers. I mean, BLG is joking about a team like that, or like about themselves as that team. Like, we're gonna honeymoon the jungler as long as we can. But I do think there was something to be said for Shadow stepping in for Beishuan.
When your fans meme it, but when you're joining in the meme, like, Lord, we're just using up these junglers. It's true.
We pulled a clip in the unofficial broadcast of like BLG behind the scenes, the team just being like, the both junglers are sitting there, and it's like, every time we swap, it's fine, guys. Like, we just win. They're just joking about it, or like Bin and Knight, who have just, I'm sure, given every jungler they have a headache, just given how good those guys are and what they need. Like they're joking about it with both junglers sitting right there. We had jokes about however big Shadow's smile is, like is indicative of like how good BLG is going to be on stage, which was kind of true. I mean, we tried to like beat this one down to the ground as much as we could over the unofficial broadcast, but yeah, I mean, that is a team where I thought that Shadow, at least stepping in for Beishuan, Shadow's got a lot of years of experience. And if you give a jungler, I mean, I do believe that if I had to play a 6-man roster with any role, it'd be jungle. You're telling me you get full vision, sit behind the stage, like backstage with a coach, and then talk about the game, what you can do for the next one. Even in Fearless, I got to believe that you can see a few patterns or have a couple ideas you can cook up going into the next game. And that is what BOG started to do later on in the playoff run. So I do think in a weird way, I was asking for them to kind of stick with one jungler, and I thought it should be Shadow because they played better as a team with him in. But that was a buff maybe for a later series, or at least gave them an option where there are a couple champs that vary that Beishuan and Shadow specialize in that could be good. But yeah, I just think that BOG is almost vulnerable to anyone in the tournament, or like any of the LCK teams, just because, again, I think you get them in a state where it's even to somewhat behind for BOG in mid to late game, or like post Otacon, and they will make poor decisions that are definitely punishable. And I think that in terms of the Braun coming in, Bin didn't have the best split. On didn't have his best split. I think On's being way overrated in what I've seen him like be posted on so far in the tournament. I looked at BOG and like they've swapped out their jungler, like what, they're on jungler 5 or 6, and you never tried to swap out support. To me, that makes no sense. Because I feel like every time this team comes across T1, they get blasted by Keria and Oner because they just play jungle support way better than what BOG has ever been able to do. And while jungle has been an issue with that team, the fact they never tried to swap out support, I never got that. I thought that swapping out support was a move, because Elk has had a really good year. I think that Elk's probably had his best year from what I've seen. I didn't follow LPL as closely in the past, but Elk's been really good this year. So I found it very interesting that it was just blanket stick with On, especially with there was a real support carousel that happened in the LPL going into Split 3 as well, with like Hong swapping teams, Chris swapping teams. There was a rumor that Jouet from FPX was going to find a better team. He's a support that's much better than the team he's
really
on.
good, yeah.
And Wink as well. There was a rumor that he could have been on JD, or no, he was on JDG, and then they put in Jouot for whatever godforsaken reason. Yeah, it was kind of weird that like I saw On just like never move with all that. I mean, even missing, he sat out and missing. I think he was mentally pretty burned out this year, which is what he spoke to, and he did not play well this year. But I mean, a new scenario for missing could have been okay. He's a support that's proven that he can lane okay in the past. So, yeah, I feel like if BLG falls short in this tournament, that's going to be a big talking point for me. It's the fact that the change they made, I would have swapped out On.
Right, Yamato, the problem I have is normally I do like to do, not necessarily like devil's advocate, but I'll always hype whoever the champion of the LPL is, because I always think people who only watch LCK in past years have been incredibly reductive, and they just already assume that their top 2, top 3 must be better than the LPL, which I don't think was always true. Obviously, Gen.G was mega. You go back years before that, you've had some top esports types which were cursed at Worlds, but they were supposed to be awesome and win, etc., etc. I think this time's the hardest time I've ever seen Yamato, because since BLG won, that's what ruined it for me, because I actually agree with almost everything Cubby said there. Like, I never thought this team looked like they ever had good fucking macro. They really just looked like they would get into like trouble, get sort of out of trouble, and then fucking Knight would just knock your head off, or Elk would win a team fight, and or On would do like in the playoffs, do one big engage that just fucking got you the right fight at a dragon or some shit. So if I'm looking this year, this is not the year where I'm going to hype them. Like, if anyone's interested in being as good as they were the past splits, maybe I could have gone with the after macro and, you know, the Tarzans. BLG, if they're supposed to be the best LPL team, I think the LPL team might be in trouble. What do you think?
The crazy thing is, like looking at the LPL, IG might have the best macro out of all of the LPL teams.
That's useful because we're out now, so it's true.
And I say that because it's like AL. I think AL is up there as well. It's like AL is like probably the most Korean team out of all the LPL teams. But I say that because it's like how the playoffs shaped up. So especially like the top esports Bilibili matchups, it was like we're just fighting to the death, level 3 bot and level 4 bot, and then it's like, oh, one team is 4-1 ahead in kills. Oh, there's a play on top lane. Support is there for some reason, and then it just turns into a 60-kill game. And I do think that while you are going to have trouble against teams that have like individual players that can pair against you without like bleeding or like lane against you well, I think when those opportunities that Bilibili create through the sheer force of how good they lane, if those opportunities don't show up, you definitely see like the flaw of their playstyle. I do think that there is a benefit in the fact that games are very fast, and I do think that even the best teams like Gen.G and T1 and Hanwha Life, they need to actively also fight, because there is a limit to how much you can give up. It's like giving up full grubs is dangerous and tricky. Giving up dragons is dangerous and tricky, and you mentioned Atakan as well, Cubby. It's like the games are very, very fast, and it's very rare that you're going to be able to sit there and give everything up. It's like, we're going to just scale till Drake 4. Like, that's not really like a real thing anymore, I feel like. And that's like the only avenue of entry, because if I'm gonna hype up anything about Bilibili, is that I think Elk and On as laners in 2v2 straight up, I do think that if there was a 2v2 tournament, I would put money on these guys based on laning alone, because they're playing the right champions to really lean into that. Whether it's like a Kate and Elise that they bust out in game 4 or 5, I have full trust in them being able to snowball a game like that. And I do think that Shadow, with all his faults, because it's weird. It's like the whole playoff run started with them reverse sweeping JDG, and that was like Shadow starting out, and then them bringing in Beishuang. It was like,
I know.
it was so weird. Like the whole playoff run is so weird. It's like the grass is always greener, and it's just like this globe that they keep
it was a
spinning
fever
around.
dream to cover. It really was. We didn't know who was coming in when. You know?
It's like Shadow plays like the standard stuff with the Xin and the Wukong and the Poppy, and then you have Beishuan playing like the Keries. And it seems like the more standard stuff is going to be played as we saw today. I don't think anyone's going to move away from playing Jarvan, Xin, Wukong. And then like if you're going to pull out Beishuan, if hopefully he's not injured, then it's going to be like for him to play like a Zyra or a Lilia for some reason in a game 4-5, or like let's say even Kiana. But I think Bilibili, they're going to thump all of the teams that don't have good enough individual players in my mind. I do think there's a danger, like as I mentioned with G2 and Fly, if they can get to 10 minutes, then they can do super, super well. But then the question is, like, Bilibili would be one of those teams that you would need to get to 10 minutes in the first place, because they're going to really, really, like, put the pressure on you. They're very, very, like, I think LPL is very good with level 1 strategies, really leveraging, like, strength in terms of, like prepping invades and pressuring invades. I think that the way Knight and Bin lane also has been tremendous. Like, I've been down on Bin the entire year, but Bin as a player, I think he just picks up champions way slower than you'd expect from like one of the best top laners in the world. It was suffering the majority of the year watching him play Ambessa and Rumble and like even Cyan at times, and you're like, just stop, just other people are playing Jax. Can you play Jax? Like, can you just please like try to win? And it's like the investment paid off. Like he did the base thing in spring, saying spring doesn't matter. Fuck AO, screw these guys.
It's cooler when you then do win something. That would have been some clown shit. But since you win, I'll give you swagged it out. Okay.
He swagged it out definitely. And now it's like his Rumble is no longer causing forest fires. Like he's
Almost
actually
good,
playing well. Like, his Rumble's good. His tank play is also like decent. He's more well-rounded as a player, and I think they are shaping up to something that seems to cohesively make sense. And I think that like if in terms of the early game, I do think that like the first 10 minutes of the game, I think like Top Esports and Bilibili are the two teams that are like insanely dangerous. But I worry against the Korean teams because they know how to suck the air out of the game, and they also know how to lane well.
Which LPL team do you guys have the most faith in then? Because I said AL on Jazz podcast. I do still.
All right, do you want to know? You baited me into it now, because here's the problem. Suddenly, I can't believe in BLG. Like, look, I believe BLG could fuck up the tournament for the other LPL teams because they just have this weird matchup. And and by the way, I also do think BLG will be like the gatekeeper for the Western teams, because essentially, if you can't overcome the strength of the players, you just don't get to win. The sad thing is, you know what? I don't give a fuck, Cubby. I'll go down with the ship. On paper, it was supposed to be anyone's legend, right? But I can't get that Weibo series out of my mind. So even though they made the run back, you know what? I'm gonna be the fool. Get ready. I'll have the dunce cap on. I'll take Top Esports. Yes, ha ha ha. Oh wow, he's picked Top Esports. Lol, cream, lol. Oh, Kanavi, fucking. Doesn't matter. Here's the reason why, and it's the whole reason why they could also have won all these LPL splits too, because they have 3 players: 369, Kanavi, and Jackie Love. If these guys ever actually decide to play League of Legends like they can in the LPL, they can just be the best in their roles. They're that good. Like, and you see it in the game. Look, they're also another team, by the way, that doesn't have like mind-blowing macro. They tend to just have insane team fight, and they just go fucking balls deep on every team fight, and if they can knock you out, they knock you out. But I'll tell you what, there's a world where this team could, by the way, you're allowed to do a miracle run. If this team ever got their shit together, they could be so good. Like, I feel like the ceiling on their team is crazy. I know the floor might be terrible. People are so scared because of the history. You're even thinking of fucking some of the earlier tournaments this year. I mean, they were even a joke at first stand. So I know why people are scared, but as someone who's followed a lot of people in esports who have like an issue in performance on a bigger stage, or they choke or whatever, if you ever get over it though, suddenly you can just be what you are. You can be unleashed. So I know it's a mad pick, but I'll take Top Esports for this one. I'll ride or die.
Well, my guys are still Bilibili. It's like my main concern is still like the jungle situation. That one freaks me out. Like AO to me is like they found very, very high highs, but when players do that like one time, I struggle to like give them credit to do it again leading into a world championship. And like there's a couple, like for example, I would much rather believe in Canyon finding form coming into this worlds than AL, because AL peaked so damn high in spring and MSI and EWC, because I think like Shank's best mid lane at MSI in my opinion. But it's steady fall off in summer to the point where I think Cream performed better than him. I think also Hope, like if he played Sivir, good. Kaiser, fine. But then it was like also like just imprecisions. And same thing for Kyle. And I think Flounder's biggest strength was he was just ahead of the curve in the meta. Like he understood the assignment of tuning into the game ahead of anybody else, played tank Jace first, played Yorick first, was blind picking Sion ahead of everybody. But now everyone has kind of learned to play that way. It's like how you sync up with the game and how you participate. He does that well still, but I feel like AO is in my mind is like a better version of FlyQuest almost. It's like you have the Kyle Tarzan, which is like Busio, Tarzan, the synergy in terms of how they like move around on the map and the play. They have Flounder, similar to Bwipo. Shanks and Quad are not that similar, but it's like the overall like identities. Like can Tarzan enforce himself? But the matchup was always so damn hard against top esports because Kanavi's on the other side. It's like how much of like maybe you can like bite off a hair off of Kanavi's head, you know, a camp advantage. Maybe you took away a little chicken. That's not going to be enough, you know. And Tarzan really needs to take a big chunk out of because for me Tarzan's the best jungler coming into this tournament, and I just struggle to believe that AO is going to find that form again. But if they play as they did in spring, I think 100% they would be like the best. Isn't that
also the clown show thing about LPL's field this time? So on paper, their best team, the most gaping hole is jungle. We don't even know who they will play at fucking jungle. Meanwhile, the other two teams have cracked out junglers. Like Tarzan actually has been mega this year. Him and Oner are the two best junglers in the world, as far as I'm concerned. But this is also why I don't give up the undying belief that TES can do it. Bro, if people just ever saw what Kanavi does in the LPL, mate, he's just like, his ceiling is like here. It's like an 11 out of 10. Like, he can just blast any jungler. Like, so I'm just waiting for that to happen at a Worlds, bro. If it ever does, they're going to cook.
So it's funny that all three of us are kind of on different teams. So a lot of what you highlighted, why you're not on AL Yamato, is why I have some faith in AL, because I think jungle support duo plays the best. And if Shanks does level up, then I trust their strategy the most out of the teams. But like, it's funny because I talked a lot on Jet's podcast. I had a dumb tweet where I said that the LCK wouldn't lose a best of 5 to a non-LCK team like before MSI. At MSI, they survived coming to the Worlds. Obviously, we'll see, but I think LCK teams are very favored coming in. And it's interesting because I think so many teams that are at this Worlds are like in the middle or at the end of like a 2-year plan, right? You look at FlyQuest. G2 just got out of a 2-year plan, so they have a new one. Gen.G made one change, salary cap change, which ended up being great for them. If you look at Duro, salary cap's not a thing. That probably doesn't happen with Gen.G. T1 one change, HLE one change. Like it's kind of like everyone iterated upon a plan, whereas the LPL, like that iteration literally just happened in split 3. Like Top just made a change, BLG just made a change. AL had 2 different cores smashed together at the start of the year, which was a good change. But I think that a lot of like how League has evolved, you need to figure out what your plan is as an org top down in order to get there. And with the LPL, I saw plans that kind of started this year or like were chaotic. And I'm just not sold on any of those plans. Like I also look at the plans as like there are very clear weaknesses that everyone has coming in. Like BLG, it's jungle. For Top, I think it's Cream. I was saying all year, I think Top's a team that will only go as far as Cream can take them. I don't have enough faith in Cream to play out a best of 5 with champs. Cool. And it sucks because like I look at Kanavi from Top Esports and like, and man, I don't know what the comms are like in that team, but it's so clear watching that team that Kanavi just leads the comms and everything. Like every play is made through Kanavi and into the jungle, and the way that he plays with the map and like the timers he finds, it is so sick. But they make one mistake. Cream's not good enough to carry them like later on, or Cream individually isn't good enough on some champs, and it's like, okay, things just go boom for Top, right? So I find it really interesting that I see all the LPL teams with like if Shanks doesn't level up, if Shadow doesn't have a good tournament, where I think jungle is just loaded this tournament and Shadow is still Shadow. True. And then like Top with Cream, I think the mids that LCK are sending, like BDD is on the worst LCK rep team. The mids are terrifying that the LCK are sending. I don't care what form Faker's in, that's fine. He's still better than Cream. Like I see very inherent flaws with the LPL teams. And that's like very much why, I mean, obviously I didn't have the foresight like when I made that tweet, like whatever, in like May, but the plans were flawed and they haven't really like been able to give us this cohesive pitch as to like, okay, you can at least get behind this team and we can all have faith in BLG, right? Like, I think that if you were following the LPL throughout the year, you can make decent arguments for why all 3 teams could be competitive or maybe make a semis, but I don't see it like any of these LPL teams really making finals. That might be a hot take, but I don't no team has sold me on their ability to make finals yet. I feel like it would take a huge level up from Shanks or Cream or Shadow. I don't even think BLG can get there. Like if Shadow has the tournament.
I also think like the final
Yeah.
is just Gen.G versus either T1 or Hanwha Life. I think it just is, unfortunately,
Probably.
you know.
Yeah.
Same, man.
Probably. It may not be that hot of a take, but yeah, it's sad that I feel like, you know, in the past, like JDG Golden Road, that was the tournament favorite team.
Yeah, it was
RNG Golden
dope.
Road, that was the tournament favorite team, right?
Yeah.
I don't feel that way at all with the LPL. And you're right, like LCK is watched more. I think sometimes people do sleep on the LPL, but I can't get excited about these teams having a real chance to win until I see them do something stupid on the Rift so far at Worlds. So I'm definitely going to be looking out for like Shanks and Cream playing better in round one. And then we'll see if BOG shows any sense of cohesive strategy coming in either. But I don't trust a lot of these teams in best ofs. I think they're a little bit too limited.
What about oh, we didn't actually talk that much on the Anyone's Legend. I have a question about that then. If someone had only watched LCK, they might just think, oh, this is just the best jungler. No one can contend with him. The thing that's really crazy to me about this season for Tarzan is, even when Anyone's Legend dropped off, he's like the only player that didn't look like he did, mate. He was hard carrying them through the hard times and the lower bracket and keeping him in the game when Shanks was off his game, or they had the post MSI EWC dip, etc. Like, this feels like also, I mean, he's another player that historically people say chokes at Worlds. This would be a fucking very satisfying run if he makes a deep run. He's one of the tournament favorites, right?
I mean, he got over it with a split 2 win. I think before that, you'd have a hard argument to find a better player in league history that had not won a domestic final than Tarzan.
Yeah, sure.
And I really think that Fearless was such a good change for Tarzan as a player, because this guy always had the sickest hands when it was a Talia jungle meta, when it was a Lee Sin like jungle meta, when it was what he's busting out Zed and Trundle now.
His
like,
Zed is just the best, isn't it? He's too good,
it's
man.
polar opposite champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays everything at a really high level. Kiana, good shout for Kanavi as well, coming to the tournament. But yeah, Tarzan, it really feels like Fearless, you know, it kind of unlocks some certain players to show depth. And I think depth was always something that he always brought to the table and can really show in this format. And yeah, I mean, Tarzan is just, he's always been such a sick player in the LPL, but he really has had like such a sick year. I didn't watch a high enough percentage of the LCK regular season to be like, oh, I think he's going to be better or worse than, like, you know, other players in there. I know Canyon's having a down year, and I think Oner has been, there's a real argument that Oner could be the best jungler of the tournament, I think, too.
Why not?
But no, like, again, I think jungle just coming in is loaded. When you look at that role in this tournament, I feel like jungle and AD are the two roles where a lot of people just brought their best. And I'm excited to see all the junglers go toe-to-toe. And, well, I mean, I think it's going to end up being a very fighter-centric meta, just because you can't ignore the power of Sundered Sky. Wukong was still picked. I was worried about Wukong nerfs yesterday because he was the strongest jungler on the EMEA patch on 19 before he got nerfed. They nerfed his W. They're trying to get people to max his E second instead of his W, which is probably a good change for the champ. But I just think you can't ignore the strength of the fighter items early on. And then when it gets to game 4 and 5, then you might get creative, and then you might see something different come out. But I think outside of like Sejuani, I don't expect to see like a tank jungler or a non-Sundered Sky building jungler or Wukong like be very meta in the first 2-3 games. I think everyone's going to sign up for, we're going to play Vi, Nocturne, Panth, Xin, J4. I don't think maybe a Lee Sin shows up. The Lee Sin buff's weird because your breakpoint's like 41 AD. So you're really not stronger. I think they called it an adjustment, but it feels like a nerf because, again, the Otacon fights or like Rift Herald fight, those fights are too important. You're pretty much nerfed like post 16 minutes for everything. So that's gonna be a weird one to see where Lee Sin shows his face, because he's pathetically bad late now. Like I know that obviously in comp you're not using his Q damage as much, but they really hit his damage there with the bonus AD. But yeah, I just think that it's gonna be almost a meta where I don't know how much Tarzan can show that flexibility, because at least what we saw in the IGT1 series and what I expect is that you have to play the junglers that are fast, because if you get outpaced, then everyone else falls behind. Like, that's just not the meta you can play in for this tournament.
Well, the one last topic we'll do then is actually one of the few matchups, obviously, that is interesting is Anyone Legend drew Hanwha Life in the BO1. So, look, either team there, it's a hard matchup, but it's also a BO1. So it's an interesting one to start with.
That is. I mean, I think the best hope is that you can get Tarzan a good game into Peanut. I mean, look, I think Peanut's job in that team is to do what Peanut does best, and it's kind of facilitate. or play aggro early to create space for the lanes. I'm with Yamato. I feel like I have more hope playing hyper carries than some other champs. Like the rest of his pool was kind of weird. I think Jinx could be really big for him in this tournament because Jinx got buffed. It was a big thing yesterday. I know that you brought up the Caitlyn with Elk and On. We did see Kate bans against Guma because Kate got 2 AD, and when Kate can become meta warping, obviously it's fearless. You only get one game, but she can really warp the meta of that draft because you can slam her and kind of be okay. So I'm interested.
Even that sounds like some bullshit fucking the zombie's never dead till you chop its head off or whatever. What, so Gumayushi's getting fucking Caitlyn and Jinx back? What time of year is it? Fucking hell, Riot. What's going on?
You're right.
Every year.
But I think Jinx, I expect every team to be able to play Jinx. Kate is the champ that you have to play with extra steps because you need certain you need support to have hands and you need to be able to execute it as a duo, which is I think a lot harder than playing like Jinx Lulu in a game 4. And it's like, okay, we're just Jinx Lulu, right? I am interested to see though, like kind of what HLE's read is, just because I feel like both tournament lives for these teams can kind of depend on what level we see from their mid laners. Just because Shanks isn't the peak of where he's at in Split 2. And I was listening to you guys talking about Wolf earlier. You know, Zeka already used the I am the best player in the world for this month at first stand.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see where Zeka ends up falling or what champs that HLE ends up playing with him. Because I feel like in a way, he kind of dictates what they play with and around him. Because I have HLE as the tournament favorite. Not the, but A. And I don't feel like AL has... I'd probably give this like a 70-30 in HLE's favor. I feel like AL's best path to victory is getting Tarzan a good matchup, Shank something where he can survive and try and keep down Zeka. Like Annie Galio is probably where I'd look in the best of one. Just like make sure Zeka can't play the melees. Make sure that you can maybe play faster with Tarzan and to try and win a game from there with hope. You know, being the hyper carry plus Galio is a strat that I have more faith in AL than in most teams. But yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what the read is from HLE, just because I feel like at least what they prioritize mid dictates a lot of like what the rest of the drafts end up looking like.
Okay. Thank you to Cubby for coming on this part. We will take a quick break and then we'll be back with our next guest to keep the chat going.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers, Cubby.
Yeah, cheers.
Right, we're keeping it rolling, and we'll actually just keep going with the LPL talk. You've got Initalise here, who people will know if you go to that Onivia LPL and LC whatever highlights channel, which is what's called. That is the one that also does the alternate LPL broadcast where you see that Initalise, and sometimes Nymeria, depending on what day it is, come on and do it, because obviously that is his brother. So let's just keep going with the LPL talk. Actually, I think what we need to do first, which is go back a second. I want to get your take on this IG versus T1 series that we had this morning for the last spot at Worlds. Look, I will say, if people saw, the betting favourites were enormously T1. Like I think it was like 4-1 for the IG team or whatever. But if you followed the whole year, there's a reason why it wasn't like impossible. I think people saw it in the match that IG could have done something here. You know, they had chances, right?
I think game 1 was very winnable. In fact, I argue they should have and threw it away. Game 2, they came back from a tricky position and did it. Game 3 was a close back and front affair, fourth affair. Pick my words a bit more carefully. Game 4, less so. Things went a bit more wrong there, but you saw how competitive it was. It was a rough draw, and in some ways, it was always going to be the trial by fire, because in a lot of ways, T1s are one of the tournament favorites. Gen.G, understandably, for pretty much everyone, are coming in top of the pack. But even then, I think this is one of those Worlds years where the teams in general, at least the top end of it, are actually quite close in power. Gen.G, for all they've been insanely good. Perhaps the summer split, we saw some weaknesses. We saw the best of 5 loss to KT. We go, anyway, actually, Canyon maybe not on the greatest form of his life. And you can kind of go, okay, well, maybe actually with a good series, an HLE, a T1, a BLG could maybe do something there. And you came into it and going, okay, somehow, some way, because of shenanigans in playoffs and T1 dropping the ball so heavily in the upper bracket, have ended up down here in the lower bracket, and Gen.G are there as well, and it's a 5-game banger, and T1 are the one that loses, and they end up in the 4th seed. And that is then this unreal first challenge for IG to get through. And it made that series very exciting for obvious reasons. But it was always going to be, whichever team got it through from there was going to be one of the teams that was probably going to make a decent run through the tournament. IG, I didn't know what form we were going to be getting them on, because obviously this year in general, for anyone who's not followed the LPL particularly carefully, Invictus Gaming started the year before all the matches had been played with an incredible amount of hype from them, because they put together the superest team of super teams with the most experience and international titles in the LPL ever. It's by far the most popular team in the LPL. Anytime they were playing, no one would turn up to the other matches because all the IG fans had bought out the IG match seats. It was insane. And they had a really rough start to the year, and they kind of slowly got better over the year until we hit sort of summer regular season, and they looked pretty damn good. There were arguments floating around for Rookie maybe to be the regular season MVP. We were seeing these really clutch mid-game fights. Holy moly, the Shy's gotten a pentakill. We're seeing some crazy stuff. And then we hit playoffs. And the Invictus Gaming early game that they kind of papered over by having some players that kind of just did well enough early game to get to the mid-game and get things rolling wasn't enough. They bombed out. They just about squeaked through regionals. And we didn't know what form IG were coming into against T1. And we were going, okay, T1, for all the playoff fumble in some ways, they still had a really close series against Gen.G. That 5-game series was winnable. They pushed Gen.G really hard. They are the reigning champions. They did a decent job. You know, the other international events they've been to this year, and you go, okay, it was going to be challenging. But do we get IG regular season, where they have arguably the top 2 team in the LPL? Or are we getting playoffs IG, where all of these flaws haven't been solved, and Wei is getting out-jungled by everyone who so much as sniffs at one of his camps? And we actually ended up with something resembling regular season IG. In fact, they worked on their early game. Those early games were much better, particularly those first couple games. But we saw kind of the gamut of IG. We saw the great things. Some great plays from Rookie in particular, who actually, I think he and Faker actually had a pretty good series for both of them this morning. I think they had some really good showings. The Hui game where he didn't manage to clutch it out, but it was really good. We saw some good stuff from the Rise getting big individual leads. But then we also saw the Shy, in his infinite wisdom, fail a dive on a Sivir under game 1 and throw what was an incredibly won game by diving onto an AD carry by himself
him
and
for
losing
saving it though, like waiting, not ending during the summer, not making himself look really reliable. It's actually like he was, if people don't know, like the best top player. That's totally
he was.
Then what he did is wait until the lower bracket of playoffs and the fucking now in this to go, you know what? Here's the old Shy. There you go. I'm back
He's been so consistent for so much of summer, even spring.
Like I kept saying on this show, that I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I would actually describe him as responsible. He actually was so restrained.
He was the most. Him and Gala were probably actually Gala could grow into it. Actually, I think his winter wasn't so clean, but he and Gala were probably the 2 most consistent members. Actually, the more people I had more issues with Rookie. First spring, we had Mako having that horrific 0-12 Blitzcrank game. Like everyone else but the Shy and Gala were the problems for large portions of it. And then the old form comes back in and he wasn't clutching and he wasn't picking his moments to go for the I see the angle, like the Rumble game earlier, right? Where you go, actually, if that wasn't into a Renata and a Xin Zhao, that play makes so much sense. Look how close that was. But you are playing into a Xin Zhao. You are playing into the bailout. You give the early snowball to the Xin Zhao and the game falls away from you because you chose to say, hold my beer here. And that phrase, the hold my beer thing, pretty much every LPL team has got 1 or 2 of those players that are doing that, have done that across the summer split. And we'll get into it because I think Cubby hit on it. You guys have hit on it. The flaws to the LPL teams this split and this year in general have been uncomfortably low. For all that we have seen some really high highs, Tarzan, Kanavi, Knight are all still right up there as some of the very best, if not the best in the world. And yeah, not to go too broad before we move on from Invictus Gaming, but as I said, if you want an idea of what Invictus Gaming were this year, were this summer, that series is pretty much it. You saw the highs, you definitely saw the lows as well.
All right, Yamato, pick a team. Which one of the other 3 LPL teams do you want to start on? Who are we going to go to now?
I think, I think we've done our, top esports in terms of like marketing. Probably at this point, they should rename, change the logo. Everyone somehow associates this gladiator helmet with weakness, which is an achievement to to do. But we've done our part in saying that there's unique nuances to this team. It's like people talk about first stand as being the most disappointing moment for this team, but we watched them lose against WE because we watched the LPO, you know, so that was the most painful for them.
True.
But it's like the whole narrative of choking is like, no, that they're gonna come to this tournament and play exactly like they have in the LPO, and I'm excited about that. It's like they might not win, but I do think, you know, this idea of the image I have is like Topis is the guy who's sitting at the blackjack table, you know, and he's at his blackjack table where he has this strategy. At this blackjack table, there's no limit on the betting. He just goes all in, and then it's like, boom, you just won a hand. Damn, you hit a blackjack. And then his friend's like, bro, just cash out half. Cash out half, man. And then you can play around with the other, and then we're gonna have a great night. It's like, and then he just looks at you and says, no, all in again, all in again. It's like the leads they create are the most dishonest leads on earth. But they do create those leads. They can be 4K gold ahead. They can be 5K gold ahead against the best team in the world, which gives them a lot of power. They are the ones holding the gun.
They're the LPL Jack Sparrow here. Like,
Yeah,
the worst really good team fighting team in the world, but you have heard of me. It's like, fuck no. What are you it's not true though. It's not true.
Look, as a gentleman, we are not on top of a mountain. We are at the blackjack table. Thank you for one of the quintessential Yamato analogies. It does work. And I think Top Esports, there are two ways they've been winning games. And one of them is the Kanavi one-man army, dishonest as hell. How the flying fuck did you get this lead? Here we are from an incredible early snowball. JackeyLove's got 3 kills. Kanavi's on Kiana and is 5,000 gold ahead, 4-level advantage. And the snowball hasn't stopped because we've taken every fight given to us and we're just better than you. And the gold lead keeps building. And then so every punch just hits harder. And that's one side to them. And a lot of that has been dishonest. And when it's worked, it worked incredibly well. And I think if you go all the way back to Winter Split, that was all they had to them. And they did it incredibly well because they just smashed everyone early, and their ability to take a small lead and build it into an unstoppable avalanche, never mind a snowball, was second to none in the LPL, especially when teams like BLG had no clue who they were at the time, especially when AL were not as dominant early at that point and weren't able to... What was it you guys said earlier? Take the air out of the game, which the LCK team scan. That was a really good phrase, and I'll steal that one here. And then they turned up to first stand. And a lot of these other teams, particularly the LCK representative in HLE and Top Esports as well, with the international pressure, got to them, and they didn't snowball early. And Kanavi wasn't able to protect bot lane, and JackeyLove died more times than nearly any other player in the tournament as an AD carry, and you go, oh god. And they had to do a lot of soul searching come spring. And they weren't that great in spring, bluntly, because they were figuring out how to get past this and how to be a better team. And then they come into summer, and actually one of the things that really did impress me is I do think that their objective setups have really, really leveled up. They are very, very good at going balls to the wall in team fights around objectives, and they sure as hell don't half-ass it. They will go all in all the time for them. But I do think the foundation in which they do that now is much, much better. I trust Top Esports more around a Baron or a Fourth Dragon or an Atakan than most of the LPL teams, and I think they have been very, very good at that. And we saw that in playoffs, actually pushing BLG, getting that big win against anyone's legend. And the other thing we'll get to in a second when we get there is sometimes the solo lanes for anyone's legend just collapsed really, really badly, which was problematic as well. But I do think Top Esports have at least got something else to them now that isn't just, did we snowball early? Good. I think the objective fighting have got a lot better. I think the team fighting around those objectives has gotten a lot stronger. And that's great news, because if you've got a JackeyLove on your team, if you've got a 369 who, again, especially since his time on JDG on that incredible super team roster, is one of the best full contact team fighting top laners, which is kind of like one of those phrases that I know the old official broadcast, Nightmare and myself use quite a lot, in the sense that if someone engages on your backline, what's 369 going to do? He's going to bull rush the backline of the enemy squad to prevent them following up on the engage you just made, getting in and making a mess of it, adding some disruption. It's why he's so good on things like the Gragas's, the Nars, the Cassantes, the Scions more lately as well. And that's a good sign for them, even if he is still able to pull out the Jace here and there and mash Flandre into the dirt.
So the image of 369, I just saw like Daniel Cormier, just doing full contact fighting. Because it's like I've made the analogy so many times that I just throw this in there. It's like Top Esports might be the best team fighting team in the world, but The issue is, it's like you might be the best striker in the world, but the Korean teams, they know wrestling. You know, they know how to choose the fights. They know how to like set up the fight and win the fight ahead of time. Because I don't know how many times we've seen top esports like, oh, Han got caught. And then it's like, top esports like, yeah, we don't care. We're going to fight 4v5. And then they figure it out. Because like the amount of fights, like I think if someone somehow could count the amount of fights the top esports has been against like everybody else in the world, I wouldn't be surprised if they've been in 3-4 times more fights than the grand total of all the other top teams. They find themselves in fights all the time, and I think the best example of JackeyLove was at I don't remember who they played against. I think it might have been against AL, it might have been against Bilibili even. There was a game, it was against Bilibili, where he played Ezreal. He got caught on mid twice, and it looked like, oh, this game is over. And then it's like the next Drake setup, he just wins the game. He's like, I don't care. And then he just hits like 12 Qs in a row. They get soul, and then they won the game. I was like, damn, okay.
Yeah, because it was twice in mid lane he got caught, wasn't it? On the Ezreal, on an Ezreal of all things. But it was pretty ridiculous. And that kind of is one of the issues we've seen with top esports. It's the connective tissue between the objectives. Like when the objective is there, like these islands in the minds of top esports. Okay, once we're there, we're good. We can set up the vision around it. But the minutes between get problematic, and sometimes the exits and entrances to those moments, you do get people caught out. It happens to Jackie quite a lot. It happens to Hung quite a lot, especially when it's not them making the proactive play and they're the ones getting caught out by someone else's proactive play. It gets quite problematic. The other thing I will call out is regular season top esports were terrifying. They had a fantastic regular season. They had a really strong playoffs run. Yes, BLG did the BLG magic, and it turns out Bin and Knight are still just really, really, really good, and form is temporary, class is permanent, all those statements, and it turns out true. But the other thing, and this was an interview that I know came up on Reddit earlier today as well. It was one of those big interviews where Hom was talking about the team, and this statement holds quite true, and it is a little bit alarming. Basically talking about the fact that top esports mental state as players is very fragile. It's very, very prone to cracking under the pressure, and certain players don't handle high pressure scenarios very, very well, particularly internationally. And reading between the lines, there's a reason why 369 is 3, 6, and 9. There's a reason why JackeyLove has had some very high profile international fumbles, having come off regular season MVP. He maybe wasn't as incredible in playoffs, and Elk kind of diffed him actually in some of those big series where it mattered. And if you're saying, translated, it's quite extreme, that's the problem. That's the issue is extreme for these players mentally. That should alarm you. And Orcs brought out the Fell For It award at first stand. There is that worry where we come in and the top esports regular season, all these incredible things we talk about. How great is Kanavi? How great is JackeyLove? How great is 369? Cream's got Akali and LeBlanc and Silas in meta. That should be really good for this guy who made his name on OMG on these kind of assassin melee type fighters. This is all great
he's
news.
Eventually going to have the pop-off, you know, eventually.
I helped found the Lactose Tolerance Club. I was a Cream believer. It's kind of curdled over the years, but you know, there is that worry, and the fact that your head coach is saying that so bluntly in an interview, that these players don't handle the pressure well. If it does go wrong, if they end up going against an HLE, a Gen.G, hell, a G2, and you lose again because again they got beaten at MSI, you could see that one fracture quickly crack the very fragile, brittle top esports mental.
Okay. I have a question for you, Marto. Since on all the other segments, we've basically all agreed that, like, it's basically the LCK teams are probably the ones that are going to win, right? If you cast your mind back to the summer when we saw the best version of anyone's legend, and I do think that's actually, well, they could have won MSI. They look fucking awesome, especially like some of the people like Shanks. It's like the rookie outing internationally, right? Is there a world, you picked them before, would you take, can anyone's legend win worlds, Marto?
I think it's like what held them back during MSI. I felt like they kind of had a very similar journey to. This is kind of out of pocket. I don't even know if it's a good example, but it's like KC in terms of like KC when they won the championship, went to first stand. It was like, OKC, you need to go back home and develop like your game 4, your game 5, because what you are picking in those games is going to stand out like a lot more. Like Tarzan's got it covered, but it's like there's only so much magic Tabe can like figure out on the fly. You need to make sure that you have depth and that you're capable of playing a wider range of champions in top lane, in of course mid lane, and of course the ADC position. So that was always something that was holding them back in my mind. But in regards to reaching those games in the first place, like macro-wise, they were in tune. I think that in terms of how they played with jungle and support, like that was like peak. Coming into that MSI, even before they played MSI, I thought as a jungle support duo, they are the best one in the world currently. That's not what Gen.G is known for. Keria and Oner were like growing in that department, but in terms of like that synergy, usually it's like team play is like the final layer that you need to add. In the same vein that we talk about HAD, it's like what they're lacking is that level of team play. We just see like a bunch of strong individuals that are piecing it together. So it's like AL team play wise were there. They had it there at the highest level. It's just that individually they needed to keep breaking new ceilings. But now that these guys have broken that ceiling, for me to trust them to do that again, it just seems so far-fetched that suddenly during Worlds that's going to happen, because that is what is required. Like even us talking about them before they won Spring, it was like, in order for this to happen, Hope and Shanks needs to play better than they ever had before. And somehow they did. And now they have to do that again beyond the ceiling that they showed. It just seems like such an impossibility. That's just like a tough task for anyone. That's why like we always lean on the known names, because they've done it once, they've done it twice, and you expect them to do it the third time too.
They can do it, Initalise. I will say that angle that he brought up before, it's actually the reason why in past years when the same thing was given, if you remember the Scout Tarzan LNG, people said the same thing. They were like, it's like an LCK team, but an LPL, which sounds like the dream. That sounds like how you win fucking Worlds. That's what's like EDG was like. What do you think? Can AL do it? Can they be like a dark horse and win the tournament?
Okay. The answer is possibly. But I need to see Shanks and Flandre step it up, because they both came out of EWC and MSI, and that hangover didn't really ever break for them. And you hit playoffs, and Flandre got his ass handed to him in a really, really alarming way. 369 manhandled him. That Weibo series is ugly. Shanks is not like, actually, I think we've had a number of people agree with this. I think it was you guys and Cubby were chatting about it earlier. I think Cream was better than him, actually. It wasn't like he was suddenly awful, but he regressed quite a lot from being one of the very best mids in the world. Actually had a fantastic showing at MSI and stuff, and he's not been that. And if your solo lanes in this current meta are not good enough, and it's always true when you come into Worlds, if they can't stand with the best of the best, when you've got your Chovies and Faker at Worlds and Caps and Knight and you just go down the list and you go, yeah, that's a really scary set of mid laners and top laners and your Zayuses and your Keens of the world, then you've got to be worried. You have got Tarzan, and I don't think this is the Tarzan of years past where people made the jokes, Tarzan chokes at Worlds or when it matters. Like, that's not been the case at Worlds for the last couple of years. It's not been his fault. And I actually think he's largely done a phenomenal job this year. I think he and Kanavi have been jostling for best in the LPL this year. I think you can make an argument either way. Tarzan's probably a little bit more versatile in terms of game plan and champion pool, but Kanavi probably snowballs and carries that bit harder. But it's very much which style do you slightly prefer, and both can kind of do insane things on the Rift, right? And you can believe in him. But I think Kyle has not been quite confident this split or this playoffs, and that duo, which I was there arguing it last time before MSI with you guys, that I thought Tarzan and Kyle were the best mid jungle in the world. I don't know if I believe that at the moment, Could I say that as confidently now? No. Could they be it again? Possibly. You know what the ceiling is on these guys. It's fantastic. And has that little bit of time post LPL playoffs. It certainly worked for IG, right? They looked a lot better this morning. It wasn't enough, though, to recover. But we'll see that one. I think Hope, ironically, has actually been quite consistent this split. Between the Corkis and the Kaisers, and I'm forgetting something here. Sivir, thank you. That's the one. He's actually had a few champions where you go, okay, he'll lane just fine, and we'll turn up to about 15 minutes, 2-3 items. hit those big team fights and be a menace. That's fine. You can trust on Hope to be a late game carry. He's not particularly exciting early at the minute, but he's not needed to be when actually all AL needed for was to be a solid, strong team fight carry. And he has done that pretty much on demand, which is good news. The issues therein lie, can the mid jungle become a win condition in the way it was coming into MSI? And 2, can Flandre and Shanks step up and feel much more confident? Because you cannot have Flandre getting blasted in the way he was in playoffs. You cannot have Shanks be mediocre at this tournament. And those are big questions I have to ask of AL. For all I've liked the macro, sometimes at Worlds, it's are you mechanically tall enough to ride the world's roller coaster? And I am not sure right now.
By the way, one thing I want to add into this conversation is obviously another fact that when we hit the playoffs will make the tournament incredibly exciting. That's one thing I've never disputed about the format of Fearless, is it certainly brings like an element of novelty. Just the debate is whether you think that's good or not, right? How does Fearless actually affect the likelihood of LPL teams winning, do you think? Who benefits from Fearless? Who's had a harder time? What do you think in terms of matching up against some of the other teams?
This is a really interesting one, because at one point I think AL were enjoying it quite a lot because Flandre was ahead of the curve. He actually had got, as ever, a few weird picks picked in his back pocket. He was one of the first to do the Rek'Sai. He was playing a lot of these cool picks early, and that was really, really good for them. And Tarzan is incredibly flexible. There is no champion this guy does not play to a high level. He is one of the best Zed jungles in the world. Give this man Kiana. Hell, look, I know it didn't succeed very well in the West, and for non-LPL viewers, you may not have seen the Kiana find much success. It was pretty much undefeated in the LPL. If you gave a good jungler in the LPL Kiana, people were first picking it game 1. Not partway through Fearless. It was Top Esports' first pick, game 1. It was happening for AL. It's happening for these squads. If you gave these guys a pick like that, they would just run over games. We were seeing 4-level advantages consistently from the jungle. 5,000 gold leads, which is very rare in this day and age with the way they've changed jungle XP and stuff. And you have got a few of those players on AL who can do that. But then you look at maybe what was happening with Flandre, what was happening with Shanks a bit more recently. Is his pool as stable as it once was? And you got a bit more nervous. But there are still players there. For my money at the minute, ironically, I actually think Top Esports are going to be solid because with the exception of Cream, who with some of those additional champions like the Akalis and Silases and LeBlancs being a bit more meta-reliant, has got a slightly wider pool again. Thank God for him. I actually think BLG have been, especially now that On is looking a little less flippy and Knight and Bin are verving, they've always had more of the pocket picks, the Elise supports, the crazy Knight picks. Hell, he was locking Swain in game 5s to bring series wins out. You know, like that I think is probably where BLG are going to find more strength right now. If I had to have an argument, it's there. I might have said IG just purely off the experience of the players and how many champions they play as a whole. But at the minute, probably BLG, then maybe Top Esports and AL and a similar level, but for different reasons, because it's which player gets the value out of it. And I think the junglers of Top Esports and Anyone's Legend can get a lot of value out of it. I worry a little bit more about the mid laners on both.
I want everyone in the call, pick someone. You have to pick one LPL player. What we'll do is, because we can't know if they'll be the... We'll just say this will be the best LPL player at this tournament. Who are you going to take him out of?
Should we say we can't say Knight because it's
yeah,
you can say him too. You can say him too if you want. Who are you gonna take?
Yeah, I think just due to the context of mid lane at this tournament, I do think there's an opportunity to stand above, because I do think while Chovy is the best mid laner, I do think this is like one of those years where even though his team looks better than ever, I don't think Chovy looks better than ever in terms of how...
He's not as imperious. Yeah, it's not last year.
It doesn't seem impossible. So it's like, I could imagine a world where if Bilibili make like a great run, that somehow Knight could be like the best performing mid lane at this tournament. Because last year already, I do think that at the World Championship, the biggest advantage was that he was very capable of just switching on to many different things. Like he's been the guy who plays a shit ton of champions ahead of everybody else. And I do think on the topic of, like we mentioned, Fearless before, I do think that Knight is that guy. And He's been insane the entire year. Like when Billy were underperforming, even at like somehow they qualified to, of course, MSI. They somehow did that even though they underperformed. And even there, I thought that Knight was just the strongest player. And I do think that he will be able to show that a lot more clearly now that his teammates are actually like performing again. So Knight is going to be my guy because the counter argument for the jungle positions is that I think the jungle position is just too stacked. So it's like very, very hard to like hit your horse to one of those wagons. But who do you guys got?
Who are you taking, Initalise?
I would echo Knight for obvious reasons. I think your master's done a fantastic job there. That's the easy choice. I'm going to put out a shout out for my boy Kanavi. I think Tarzan's going to get a lot of props. You know, there's a lot of Tarzan enjoyers on right here, right now. I know Thorin's been all over Tarzan for years and, you know, he's had a good run of it. And there's a number of players, but I do really want to shout out Kanavi. There are enough carries in the jungle right now. And the meta, if top esports are going to look good, it will be because Kanavi goes full one-man army, is just better. This is a man who was dropping 15 kill Silas games in playoffs against some of the very best in the world. Like, he can do it. And if you are seeing Silas's and Morganas and Kianas and Zeds and Nefiris and that kind of flexibility to just say, lock me Kiana first pick game 1 and I will get a 5,000 individual gold lead. Just trust me. That is how top esports deal with the mental difficulties. That is how they come in and show regular season top esports, not under pressure top esports. I'll put my faith in Kanavi. I might just need that fell for it again award somewhere stapled to my chest. But you know what? We ball. I'm at the blackjack table. I'm going for 21.
No, I'm in a similar position because I would say the obvious pick's Knight because like the joke is at this point in his career, he's probably just a top 5 player ever from any fucking position at this point. He's just that cracked out. The Tarzan one is just great form. He's been excellent all year. But I'm also going to say Kanavi. And the reason why is I just have to see it one time. It has to just happen one time that there's actually a Worlds where he does the shit I watch him do every fucking split for like half a decade at this point in time. Like, I agree with you. All I want to see, it doesn't even actually have to be that they win the tournament or that they like challenged for the title. I just need to see him play an awesome tournament. I just want to see the sort of, there's a reason why this guy's been the MVP of the league many times, why he's a billion times first. Yeah. I just want to see that happen because I think one of the most tragic things in sports and esports is when you know someone is unbelievably good, but they can't ever quite manifest in the big moment. You want to see people, in a dream world, people both play a 10 out of 10 game and then the one that's slightly better wins. That's all I want. Just give me one sick Kanavi run. And that, especially for all the people who don't watch the LPL, all the people who think that like put it this way, the only LCK jungler as of right now that would be better would be fucking Oner. Like I think Canyon formed in the split. Peanuts just he's barely got any hands left, mate. There's a world where Kanavi can just give you this crazy dark horse run, and I'm here for it if so. And if not, don't worry, I've drunk the
the Kool-Aid is in. Yeah, is it going to burn me? What chemicals are in this that have shortened my lifespan? You know? Yeah,
it's it's the fear of the unknown. I've had that drink a million times, mate. I'll have another. I'll knock one back at the end. Exactly. Don't worry about it. Okay, Yamato. To end this segment, can you please tell us about Wonderful Mando products?
Of course I can. You know, it's like I'm sitting in my room, and you know, one thing about Korea is the fact that I can't open the windows. And that would be very problematic because I am with roommates and I sleep in this room, and also I sit in this room and stream all the time. And when I walk out into the common space, it doesn't smell, Thorin. It doesn't because I got Mando, brother.
Oh,
I got Mando. There you go, man.
Okay.
Clinical strength, baby. Clinical strength, sweat control. One swipe, you're good to go. 72 hours. I can even forget. And then forget again. And then be like, maybe it's time for a refresh. Day 3, 72 hours. Deodorant re-engineered. Stop odor before it starts, you know? It's all about, you know, science and all that jazz. I don't remember what I learned in chemistry course. Luckily, some people, you know, that make products out there, they paid attention. Premium ingredients, you know, unlike other deodorants are just loaded with chemicals. Mando uses only premium ingredients, which is very important. It's like our armpits. That's like, you don't think about it too much, but this is access to your soul. This is like an entry point. And I imagine, like, from strictly from our ancestors, like how humans developed. Like at some point in time, it's like the armpits are covered because they need to be protected. So it's like you exposing it to chemicals. It's like you're going against your ancestors here. You're really messing up. Double protection, as mentioned before, tackles both odor and sweat. So with that being said, the Mando starter pack is perfect. For new customers, it comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice. I always mention the deodorant wipes because you can keep them on the go in your backpack, in your fanny pack, in your little drug dealer backpack. Anywhere you can keep them. Very simple to keep going. As a special offer for listeners, new customers get 20% off site-wide with our exclusive code. What is the code, Thor? And I just need to find.
Summoning, I'm pretty sure. Yes, it is. It's summoning.
It is summoning. As per usual, summoning. How could I forget? Just use code summoning at shopmando.com for 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. That is shopmando.com. Please support our show and make sure that if you go to LAN events or something and you want to have a picture with us, just make sure that you buy Mando ahead of time so you smell good and the first interaction I have with you is a pleasant one. So shout out to Mando once again, because they are saving cons and in esports events all over the world. So for long lasting freshness, use Mando.
And technically, actually, Mando products are the only cream I can assure you will give a world-class performance during this month. Anyway, that's the end of that segment. Thanks to Initalise for coming on.
Pleasure.
We'll go now.
Thanks for being there.
We'll be on with the next guest. See you in a few minutes, boys. Right, we are here for the second to last segment, and we are joined by Gilius, who one, as we discussed on the last episode, is technically retired now, and two, he already has sort of been doing he's retired as a player, but he was working as a coach anyway. So first things first, actually do the second part. For people who haven't been keeping up with it, you've been coaching a TCL team, right?
No, Arabian League team.
Oh, sorry, and it was something like, okay, Arabian League team. Okay, give me the backstory of that then. How did this happen?
I got contacted by the GM, and he was like, "Hey, are you interested in coaching?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." I was planning to coach next year anyway, so I thought it would be good to start somewhere. It was pretty difficult to be the head coach, but like I learned a lot of stuff. We finished top 4, sadly. We didn't make EMEA Masters. We barely missed out. But I got to go to Riyadh, to Saudi Arabia, for the tournament, and it was a lot of fun, yeah.
What about, as you say, basically, you just hadn't officially announced you were done as a player, but you sort of like, you were already in your head past that stage. You weren't thinking about doing a last comeback?
No, not really. I'm not interested in playing ERLs anymore. So, like, I would love to play LEC, obviously, but I know I have to like climb up again, do well at EMEA Masters, and the climb, I'm like over it, I've done it too many times, so I'd rather just start coaching.
Okay, fair enough. What about, by the way, I'll just ask you now, because obviously the fucking meme thing's there. What did you actually think when that stupid thing where Kickers said he was going to be a coach 1 week after, like an actual ridiculous meme? Like, why? What did you think when you saw that?
I don't know what this guy's problem is, but
I don't know. What the fuck? The joke is, like, if you go to heaven, he'll be there 1 second later. Like, can I get in? Like, fucking hell, mate, give me a break. Let me live. Let me live.
Yeah, he's coming after me again, but I'll try to keep him away.
Okay. By the way, this year, obviously you've been coaching a lot. What league do you get to watch? What do you put aside time for? What would you say is your best covered league this year?
Best cover, definitely LCK and LPL.
Right, okay, that's cool. I was thinking we could talk LEC, but fuck it, let's do that then. Let's talk about...
We can as well, yeah. We can talk about anything.
Let's do a little bit of LEC, because there's also some other people we can talk about that. But we haven't really talked actually about that. It's mainly just been LPL, LTA. It's every other region so far. So my first question is, what do you think of this G2? Because if you remember, the year began, actually, I think people were unsure because they took the gamble on Labrov, they took the gamble on Skewmond, obviously a rookie. I think actually during the year, people have been quite down on Europe. Like, the joke is even NA gets to say we're a 0-team region now. Like, they get a fucking meme on us all, even though they've got one one team and it's all fucking Europeans, but never mind, we'll ignore that. So the question becomes, did the gamble pay off? Obviously, they had those last 2 years with Yike and Mickey, where like the level was quite similar every time they got the international, but they never got over the hump. They never got the big finish people wanted. People wanted them to go top 3 at MSI or go top 4 at Worlds, and they couldn't quite get there. Has the gamble of going to Skewmon and Labrov, do you think it's paid off? Are they actually going to have a strong Worlds this time, Gilius?
I would say so. Like I had my doubts. Obviously, in winter they were not so great. They had a terrible MSI as well. But I feel like they really turned it around EWC when they started drafting more meta. And in EWC we even saw them beating BLG, which was really impressive.
Yeah.
And they had a really, really strong summer, like especially in the playoffs, 3-0 in Koi. The drafts look good. They are drafting more meta stuff now. They obviously have some pocket picks still with like the Kled or whatever. But I think Labrov has brought some sort of like consistency to this team. Like they don't have these random deaths anymore, left and right, like they had with Mickey. And I think Skewmont has been really solid. He plays all the meta champs really well, and basically every game he's kind of strong. Like this guy farms a lot, and he's also consistent. And I think Fearless is really good for this team. When you have players like Caps and Broken Blade with like huge champion pools, it can be really effective in BO5s. So I have really high hopes for G2, and I think this year they can actually contest with the LPL teams. I don't think they can contest with the LCK teams, because I think the top 3 is kind of unbeatable for the entire world. But I could see G2 contesting with KT and beating some LPL teams.
What do you think, Yamato? Did they?
On my side,
have they sold you on the G2 vision?
on my side, it was, at the beginning of the year, like before everything started, even with the Labrov change, even though I disagreed with it, I predicted them to win winter. In the middle of spring playoffs, I also predicted them to win spring. Coming into summer, I do think that this was the one that was, let's say, the easiest to predict, because it looked the most convincing, because you have the jungler and support like actually playing the game in terms of like how they posture, how they find information in the game, how they like play together in terms of like actually being there on dives and actually pressuring camps when you need to, instead of playing a very stagnant way that relied on getting advantages. It's like rather than finding the advantage in the information, they could only like Labrov and Skewmont could only drive the game if he found the advantage. Like, oh, this was a 2v2 fight, he's 2-0 now, and he's going to carry the game because he knows he's just stronger wherever he goes. So G2 like changed that, which is good. My main concern always was in the comparison of Mickey is that Mickey was definitely like inconsistent like regular seasons. He was a big part of how dirty G2 looked all the way like up into those finals, because definitely like I think in a different world, the last year's G2, they should lose against, like if we had the teams of this year playing, then Casey would have beaten them, MKOI would have beaten them, but they had to like play against a BDS that never, like, even if Jesus came down, he's like, I am your savior and I just need you to win this game, and then the whole world will be blessed. They will be like, oh shit, I can't. And the same thing for Fnatic.
Would have been like, hey Jesus, I'm carrying this game, mate. Get the fuck out the way. It's all about Darius or something. Exactly, I know, mate. It never worked anyway. It never worked.
Same thing for Fnatic, bro. It's like God granted them 10k gold leads, and somehow, like they just played in the most unholiest way. It's like the bar was so damn low for them to win a series, but they were just there limbo dancing with the devil, like what the hell are we doing, but still, when I look at Mickey, it was like when he got to the World Championship or like MSI, the reason they all took T1 to 5 games was because he was fisting 2 people, and those 2 people, Keria, like just with his poppy pick, and he was just like dominating. It's like his upside is so damn high, where he's like one of the few people that can actually deliver a performance that can win you a game against the best in the world. It even happened in 2023 when they had that close series against Bilibili. I remember that Lissandra play he had when he found Zeri on the flank, where he just stood there. He was on enemy blue for like 1 minute just chilling, and he was like, Zeri has cleanse in 12 seconds. If we don't go now, we are going to lose the game. And he just found the angle. It was like Caps baiting on Nico, and then they had the Nocturne coming through. And that vision, that craziness is really, really what you need in order to cause upset wins. But I agree with the notion that G2 is far more consistent now, that I don't think that they would ever be in a position where they would drop a game against, let's say, a PSG or a Team Secret Wales, like in the past, where it's like, oh, what the hell? Why was this problematic? I think that they have set a very, very high floor for themselves. And I do think that based on how they played the macro in the playoffs, I do think that they come in as a better team than FlyQuest, because that's always what people think about. They came from a region where they had to fight back up against certain things, and I do think that individually they're like in a good place. My main concern still is just the early game, because I think early game wise they get away with a lot. I think just the teams above them, like if Hans Sama and Labrov need to lane against, let's say, On and Elk playing Caitlyn Elise, like I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is, I don't want to watch this, you know. That's my concern.
Yeah, that's also one of my concerns, like how the bot lane is gonna do against like top tier bot lanes, because we have seen Hansama go completely invisible in international games before, and I do believe in the top side though. I think BB, Caps, Skumont are very solid, high level. They will do well against international competition, but the bot lane is definitely a question mark for me as well.
Yes. I mean, I'm just thinking of like even teams people think should be beatable. Like, I think the Hanwha Life bot lane would destroy fucking G2's bot lane. Like,
Yeah.
they're good. No, what about obviously the shock is that Fnatic's here. Everyone thought probably it would be KC on paper, and then we'd, the story would they'd level up and we'd have Keire and instead we've got Fnatic with Porby, which is kind of a crazy story. What are your expectations for this team, Gilius? What should we think? What is possible?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think much is possible. I don't even think Fnatic will be able to beat a team like CFO, as example. Like, straight up, I think Fnatic will be worse. Like, watching the playoffs was really weird for me, because like I'm seeing how well Oscarinin, as example, played against KC. He was like outperforming Kana really hard. And then on the next matchup against Mervyn, he gets completely gapped the entire BO5. So Oscarinin is like really flippy, really depends on the day if he performs. And I think I don't know, like Fnatic kind of had no chance against Koi, and then you saw what G2 did to Koi. So I think Fnatic is like clearly the worst European team, and I have zero expectations, honestly.
But you even built into like Koi, not that impressive to you as well. Is that a concern?
Yeah, I mean Koi was actually decent in the playoffs, but my worry with this team is whenever they go to internationals, they kind of shit the bed, and Elyoya doesn't play that well internationally, and then he does interviews and he says I'm very scared of Korean teams or some shit. So it's like, I don't know.
I know, come on, we don't hear that. I know. Listen, I know this is the modern day and everyone's in therapy talk. No, bottle it up. Just keep it fucking, have some whiskey or something and just fucking look off to the distance with 1,000-yard stare and go to war and be a hero. Don't be like, oh, I'm a bit nervous about playing Tarzan. Shut the fuck up. Then get out of the tournament then. What are you doing? I know. I need to be hyped. You've got to make me get delusional and believe. I need to believe.
Like, if you have this mindset and you face, I don't know, like Kanavi or something, like he's gonna send you to the Shadow Realm. So he needs to fix his mindset for sure. Yeah.
It just makes you think as well, people are blaming Niski for international performances in the past, but if this guy was scared all the time, like...
No, listen, this is where, and it's rare that I say this is where someone needs to be more like Gilius as a jungler, because actually, he was delusional. He did think he could beat Jankos and fucking all these guys, even though they were the best. Like, of course you did, of course.
It's really important to be delusional.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree fully. Like, there's this, like those, motivational YouTube videos that were like released 12 years ago. And it's like Denzel Washington talking over like someone doing push-ups or some shit. And it's like, there's this phrase that has stuck with me for such a long time. It's like, conquer the enemies within and the enemies of outside will do you no harm. And it's like, it's very true. Yeah. It's so true. I was like, I'm with you on Elyoya, I think, just to follow up on Fnatic. It's like, it's weird because it's like early game wise, I feel like bot lane for them is probably the one that can stand the tallest
Yeah.
against these guys. I think they might last the longest in the game, but then I like my camera pans over and I see Poby and I see Oscarinian, so it's like my point falls very flat, very fast if I look at Fnatic as a whole.
This better
But
be a bot lane
Razork-
tournament. If it's a solo lane
Yeah.
tournament, they're cooked. And it's just over in it at all.
It's like they can if there's fighting around bottom side, they need to get an advantage there, and the solo lane matchups are like chill. Then it might be like okay, they can qualify into games, but even if they like are in games at 15-20 minutes, they're just not let's say limber enough to like find just consistency in their play, because it's so clear that they don't believe in winning in a standard way, so they play so damn desperate. Like I don't know how many dives they did against Koi. They were just like, chill. Like there's.
They just don't believe in the
greener
late game, do
pastures.
they? They always think they have to be a
they don't
million
believe
miles
in it.
ahead. Yeah, true.
You can clearly see by Mickey's play what his state of mind is, which is what I appreciate about Mickey. And he's like, well, my fucking team sucks as the game goes on, so I need to do something.
Yeah. No, the joke is he really is like, they're already ahead in the game, and he's like, right, how am I going to get a top lane gank off as support? Like, what the fuck? But that is what they do. The team just has to accelerate. All right, let's talk about. Go on.
I mean, they have a very singular playstyle. They always play true bot, gank bot, get upset and Mickey ahead, get Mickey outside, like to roam, when they're ahead. And I think if they can't do that, then they don't really know what to do, and their macro is also not the greatest. So, yeah, the ceiling is not that high, in my opinion.
Luckily, the one thing I'll give them is this. Actually, unlike past Fnatic teams, there's no pressure on this team. People are kind of impressed they even made it there. The Poby one, no one really thought he was actually going to be like cracked out. He does his job. He's just like, I'm not. My joke is he's just not humanoid. His job is just be a boring fucking career mid laner. Like, and I don't think people actually have crazy expectations. I think if they do anything at this tournament, people will be like, if they won like a BO1 against BLG, that's enough. That'll already be enough for everyone else. Like, I think if anything, actually, that's why I was interested on the Koi one. What do you think about that, though, Yamato? Because I also sort of agree. The problem I have with this is I do like Koi. I'm actually a fan of their style. Like, I don't think they've got the greatest players, but they make it all fucking work. It's cohesive. But the way they lost that final was so whack, bro. And they were offset. They had that close series against Fnatic too. That sort of like removed some of the hype for me. So where are you at on Koi for this one, Yamato?
Oh, it's like I was excited about Koi coming into MSI because like they really, really had like the way those best of 5 sequenced into their win. It seemed like they had the consistency in how Georgia Pune laned. They found their leads in a way that they seemed to like replicate. They had like such a clear identity in how they played. And now I feel like we are in an era where it's like at the moment they face a team that also has like a sense of identity and know how to carry out a game plan. I do think that how you measure their individual players, they just fall short there. I think that they were always a team that was like, as a team, they were better than their individual parts. And there's been moments where like Midwin was really good or Super really good. Like even moments where Alvaro was really fantastic. But the issue is it never seems to like align at the same time. And it doesn't seem to be like a steady progression. I feel like Koi is almost suffering for similar to like the same fear I have of AL now. It's like, oh, Super was really good here. But it's like me throwing a dice and hoping that he's going to achieve the same thing suddenly, I think is just too wishful thinking. So for me, it's like Koi, the conversation about them making top 8, unless they are really, really lucky, it should be like borderline, like it should be just so damn difficult. There's so many teams above them that are just better. Even like them, even if they run into G2, they should just auto lose. FlyQuest, CFO, all these guys, any LPL team, any LCK team is going to be so damn hard for them.
It's your job. If you are MCOY, you only have 2 jobs in this tournament. One is if you play KT Rolster, just make BDD look like the most godlike player ever. Make their team just trash. KT is such a bomb-ass team. And then the other one is just beat FlyQuest. If you do that, you've done your job. If you humiliate the Americans, aka Europeans plus 2, North Americans plus Korean, then that's all that counts anyway. And then we all just get to go, listen, Inspired. What are you wasting your time there for? Come and play with the real competition is. We've got that spot waiting for you right there in Fnatic, mate. Come on over.
Oh, he's actually free agent the end of this year.
He's got a big reason to fucking go ham then, mate. He should have, like,
Yeah.
what, essentially, if you're not G2, everyone should be fucking bidding for this guy. It's like
Yeah.
the most guaranteed win play you could get in Europe right now. Think of some of the squads out there. If I was Casey, I'd be going crazy for him, mate.
I think Inspired is also considering coming back to Europe. I think he
That would
wants
be
to.
spicy. Yeah.
That's what I heard too. It's like Cubby mentioned, like the 2-year plan of FlyQuest. Bro, if they don't do well at this World Championship, like why should Inspired stay?
Yeah.
Like there's no reason to. Like he should just piece the hell out. Like 100%.
He made enough money and just come back.
Yeah, bro. LEC is the better region, bro.
Yeah,
Come on now. Come on now, Inspired.
Are we the
Okay.
better region though? I don't know.
Yeah, only in the sense that they're dying. Like they're literally not going to exist soon. So we win by default on that one. If you just stay alive at the end, you win. So here's the question: if we flip over to talk about some of the Asian League legends, right? Earlier on, we had that discussion of who even is the best team for the LPL. Like, it's hard to just say it's BLG because they don't even know what fucking lineup they're going to run in the game. Anyone's legend was like still good, but they're kind of a bit sus this summer. Obviously, the problem is it doesn't matter how well top esports plays. No one believes in them. Everyone thinks they're just going to be shit and Cream's going to do nothing. So, who is your pick of the LPL teams? Who do you think will go the furthest? Who are you going to take KK this?
This is hard. I mean, historically, I would say BLG. Because Bin usually performs really, really well internationally, and he carries them really far. I actually see a vision where if Tess actually plays like they play in the LPL, they're gonna make a really deep run. Because I think Tess is a really momentum-based team. If they win a lot of games in a row, they are very dangerous and they can beat any team in the world. I truly believe that. But if Tess gets into their head and like the mental problems start, they're gonna like lose to everyone basically. AL in the summer have been like, I also did not expect this at all. Like start of the year, I was really high on AL. I did not expect them to have this kind of summer, but I think towards the end they kind of picked it up. But I think there's like limits to AL. I don't think they can beat the top 3 teams from LCK as example. While I see BLG being or TES being able to do that. So I would go with BLG or TES personally.
Okay. What about let me think. Oh yeah. Who do you actually think is the better jungler out of Tarzan and Kanavi? Who would your pick be?
Or
What's your preference? Because I feel like they're both awesome, right? So I want to see which way you're going to go on this one.
I mean, like as an all-rounder, I would always pick Tarzan because he's so good on the tanks, on the utility. He can play Ivern, he can play tanks, can play carries. But if I want the flashy guy, the guy who's going to carry the game 1v9, I will take Kanavi. In this meta that we're in right now, where like Kiana is extremely strong with all the Standard Sky Bruiser champions, I would say Kanavi is the better jungler.
The ones or if they only ever watch international or LCK, so they don't really know like fully who is Kanavi when he's in the LPL.
Kanavi in the LPL is this guy. When he gets a lead, the game is completely over. He contests every Raptor camp, every red buff, every blue buff. Like he just takes over the entire map. This guy is like skill-wise, 10 out of 10. Unbelievable.
Yes. It's why I say it just tortures me that he hasn't had the big fucking tournament where he just dominates. I feel like people think we're just overhyping him and say he's that good, bro. He's just so cracked. Especially if you can appreciate jungling's really good.
I think when Korea won against China in the Asian Games, when they had to get the gold medal to like not go to military, they also had Kanavi as their jungler, I think.
Yeah.
So that says something, you know? Like if they picked Kanavi over Oner, that's a statement.
Or Canyon or whoever. Yeah, it's fucking sick. Yeah, it's baller. True.
Was ahead of all the world championships for Oner. It was lucky. Otherwise, I think the T1 fans, they would hire all the trucks. They would block Asian game completely.
All right, let's stay on the jungle angle from it since it was your specialty. Right, as I said earlier, I actually feel like one of the most underrated storylines this year, it's actually what we started the show with, is the Oner one, bro. Because since to other people, T1 hasn't won anything this year. So to them, they're thinking T1's on a down year and they lost Zaya, so they're not going to win well. But I always tell people, bro, when I'm watching T1 play, though, I think this is the best year I've ever seen Oner play, mate. He looks like he's like mastered the game. He's fucking like he might just be the best jungler in league. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, especially in this meta with like the bruiser junglers, the like standard Sky champions, Oner is crazy. Even today against IG, this guy was 1v9. He was making so many plays. He gets a little lead and he takes over the entire game. And he has this do you call it championship DNA? Like he wins titles, you know? When it's
Oh,
like the
sure.
important
Yeah.
matches, he shows up. He won 2 worlds in a row, so he's definitely like he's obviously one of the best junglers in this tournament. I don't know if T1 will have the magic in them again. Like it would be crazy to me if they win worlds 3 times in a row. And seeing how Gen.G is playing, it will be really exciting to see like who comes out ahead.
For sure. All right, Yamato, I have a question for you, which goes like this. If anyone who isn't Gen.G wins Worlds, because I do feel like they're the obvious main favourite, especially from how they did the run back through summer, etc., and everyone else has all these flaws. If someone else is going to win Worlds, which player has to go like 10 out of 10? Who else could make someone else win Worlds? Is there a pick for you if this player does a 10 out of 10 performance, someone else wins Worlds? Who is it?
It's like I'm probably the guy who has hyped up Hanwha Life the most. Like I think Zeus and Viper are like really, really insane, and I think that Zeka has shown me enough glimpses that it could happen. But I think if Zeka rolls up and has like a really good tournament, I think it's possible. Like the tournaments can, like the games can go deep enough that you quickly go into champions that he's really damn good on. And I think like the baseline as well, it's like in playoffs he showed good Orianna, good Ryze too. And I think that when those champions are out, it quickly devolves into, it's like Akali is the best, and then maybe you have a Sylas angle. We saw it today where Rookie played Sylas. It was like, bro, I don't remember the last time I saw Rookie play Sylas. It's been a while, you know. It's been a couple of months. We saw even Faker like dropping the Akali game, and I think that Zeka, I think if he comes into the tournament and performs, I think Hanwha Life just completely changes as a team. Because if they have Viper, Zeus, and of course Zeka taking the attention already in draft, and they're capable of going into 4-5 and giving space to Delight and Peanut, the problem that Delight and Peanut face will not even show itself in daylight. It will just be that they can pick earlier, and they can just pick support jungle duos that make sense with CC and Engage, and the rest of the carries can just step up in big time. It's basically like fulfilling the prophecy of the dream of what Hanwha Life was built for. Obviously, it was built for a non-fearless world, but if Zeka pulls enough attention in a fearless world, I think that Hanwha Life just becomes insane. Like they are just so damn good individually that it's almost freaky to think about. Like I just think back to, it's like,
boys, if somehow Zeus wins Worlds without T1, that next day. And the joke is, the first thing that'll happen is all truck companies will just be like the equivalent of DDoS with phone calls, like just be 24/7 incoming calls. Like there'll just be a traffic jam. Oh, we have some weird lockup here near the T1 offices in Seoul here. Like, fuck it, mate, the fan meltdown will be insane. Joe Marshall probably tweet something mental. You know, fucking who knows? Who knows?
I just hope Peanut doesn't play Kiana this tournament. Like I don't want to
All the
see
way
it.
around, Peanut picks Kiana in game 5 into Canyon, who's played, I don't know, Zed or something mental, and then he carries the whole game, and at the end he's just like, right, there you go. I completed league. See you, bitches. I'm off to the military.
Oh yeah, he's going. This is last year, right?
It's the last one, bro. So low key, like even though part of me wants Chovy to win because Gen.G's never won, etc. Right? Part of me also thinks Peanut winning would be kind of cool, and it's more likely now than it seemed like a month ago or 2 months ago. Yeah, suddenly it seems plausible it could happen. Are you a Peanut fan?
For them, honestly, it's a good patch for Hanwha Life, I think.
Are you historically a Peanut fan, Gilius?
I always thought he was not so great.
Oh, okay.
And when
okay.
Yeah, okay. And
right, he's ready. Right, the dinner's on the table.
Food is ready.
Can Gilius come out to play?
But yeah, whenever I went to boot camps and I would play against Peanut and Soluki, I would also like shit stomp him. No, I'm serious.
Right, Peanut, put him to one side. He's been beaten in solo queue by Gilius, right? Anyone in the tournament who hasn't been beaten by you? Have you ever played Tarzan?
Tarzan? Yeah, I have.
Was he good though? Yeah. Was he getting you?
He was really good, yeah.
Okay, he was telling
But
that.
I must say something. Like, there's something in Korea where I would ask people like Korean junglers in scrims in the lobby chat,
Okay.
who do you think is the best jungler in Korea? And they would always say Peanut. So
Okay.
maybe there's something I'm missing, you know,
Right.
because all the pro junglers all praise him really highly,
Right.
and they think he's the
Okay.
best. So I don't know. But this is obviously a long time ago.
No,
It
but here's
was-
the thing. I even get the vibe that's like some like pro player thing where it's probably just that like Peanut does the things in the macro their coach tells him to do or something like that, you know, or he has some like experience element they respect, etc. That's usually the kind of way in Korea. Fair enough.
I mean, gotta
Well, I just
respect the
imagine-
guy though. He has a really crazy
Yeah, of
career,
course.
right? Like
Of
Peanut
course,
has
yeah.
been playing forever, so.
Yeah, no, I always tell people the most underrated thing is because his whole narrative is he didn't win worlds. Like, bro, he won something like 7 LCK. Like, he was even the MVP of the LCK if you go back and look. He's had a pretty insane career, yeah. What are you going to say, Yamato?
No, it's just I imagine like from the coaching style, because like we bootcamp with like Africa, right? Gilius is like we and we just see how like Spirit, after like having a good game, he's told by his coach, because he didn't do the right like macro thing and he took a risk and took a kill instead, that he just got benched. I can imagine like the coaches, like when they flame their junglers, like they're like, hey, why can't you be more like Peanut? and then when you ask the question, they're like, oh, Peanut is the best.
No, I know what you mean. Basically, in the famous meme of like the harsh, you know, the tiger mom, the Asian parent that wants you to do good in school, Peanut's the guy that's always getting the A+. So you come back, hey, mom, I got the A-. Like, why do you get an A+ like Peanut? He's a good boy. He's doing all his work. You're like, no, fucking that Peanut. I can never be good enough for you, can I, Dad? Or, you know, yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. It's that vibe, isn't it? He's the model student. I know. And then you're just like, yeah, well, what about that, Dad? Peanut never won worlds. You shut your mouth about Peanut. He's winning this world, so it's his last one. Then he's going to retire a champion and go to the military. Shut your damn mouth.
Pioshik won worlds, but Peanut.
I know, bro. Don't make me sick. Pure Shik is a fucking world winner. No, that's so good. Because in general, jungle's a pretty good position for winning worlds, but that is so bomby. It's unreal, isn't it? Oh, it makes me sick.
It
Makes me want to be
sick as well,
sick.
actually.
I know. Ning and
That's a
fucking
crazy
Pure Shik,
sentence.
they got their world's belt. Peanut,
but
like,
Ning-
you can fuck off. At least he was good in that tournament. I'll give him that.
Ning was crazy.
He was good in that
tournament,
one.
Yeah. He was good, yeah.
Even though that was the tournament where it was like you take the scuttle crab and you win the game. It's like,
Yeah,
what?
level 2,
Who's
Camille.
that? What's this, man? This is mental. I know. And they had the best
Right.
solo laners. It's ridiculous. What I know. Whatever. It is what it is. All right. What about this then? Everyone is saying it's not. This isn't even like the past years, bro. Because this is a Korean team. Like when Gen.G won everything that one year, they're still like a mix of Koreans and Chinese and a bunch of players who've never won the tournament. If you look at this year's Gen.G, it looks like the storyline is just that they win worlds. Like they're the most cracked out super team. Even the new edition that could have failed, Duros, looked mega. Basically they didn't win the very, very first LCK Cup thing, but that was by one game. I agree with everyone else. If they'd have won that, they probably would have won. They could have won everything this year. Basically, they barely lost any series. Is it obvious to you? If you had to say right now, does Gen.G win worlds? Do they do it?
Think so, yes.
What are your reasons? Go on.
They just look like, I don't know what happened against KT in that one BO5, but other than this, they have looked like the perfect team. They play all the champions. They are disciplined. They don't do many mistakes. They have good macro, good drafting. If there's one team that can come close, in my opinion, it's gonna be T1, just because they're T1. Like there's no logic here or reasoning. It's just T1 at Worlds, always very dangerous and a team to look out for. But I think this year Gen.G is like Chovy is gonna do it. It's time.
Yamato, it has to happen this year. Come on.
It has to. Like,
Has to.
I think if it doesn't, we need to release League of Legends 2. Like, League 1 has been solved. Gen.G need to rebrand because the shame will just be forever. Like it's like they need to really, like, they need to Men in Black everybody, for otherwise League is just pointless. It's like everything
Here's
that
what
we
definitely
watch.
can't happen. Gen.G can't fail to win, and if somehow T1 wins this world, just shut it down. Like, forget the whole scene's a waste of time. We're just wasting all our time the whole year, and then they win at the end. Like, what are we even doing? Like, you have to. Eventually, the best team of the year has to win the fucking world championship. That has to happen. Come on. We need it for League itself. Come on.
simulation theory would just be true then, and we are just enacting like some sick TV series someone is watching on some otherworldly level of Netflix, and that's what we are experiencing. Like it must be like simulation
At this
theory.
point, Faker should just lean into all the bullshit memes that his fans say and just be like, yeah, the thing is, I don't think that LCK is that important, so I just sort of chill and then I wait for Worlds. Then that's when I turn it on. Because even though it's not true, like all his fans would just love it so much, mate, if he said that. They'd all believe it too.
There's actually a high chance T1 can win, by the way.
Listen,
when you look at
no joke, I think they're top three. I think the three Korean teams really are the top three teams. Is it unfair?
Look how they played the BO5s against Gen.G as well. It was super close. Could have went either way. So.
Yeah. No, they could have won all of them they played this year. Even the ones at MSI, it was awesome. Yeah. No, I'd still give them an outside chance. But obviously, we'll have to see it again. As usual, the reason you can never predict when or if T1 will win is you have to see what the meta ends up being. We'll have to see what the support picks are. We'll have to see if Faker can get his champion pool off, etc. Those are the more interesting questions in the Swiss for me, you know.
What I'm 100% sure is that Keria is going to win this year, though. Because I think
that's pretty safe.
Yeah, because LPL hasn't looked that strong to me. And then there's one team I'm very interested in is CFO. Because I think...
Okay.
No one's talking about them, but I think they are also very dangerous for our pride, you know, for the Europeans and Americans.
Oh no, that is the part that will make us look silly, because everyone knows there's only 7 LPL LCK. If the last spot is just CF4, not FlyQuest or G, then we're all fucking idiots, aren't we? At that point, we just all lose at that point. True.
I think G2 will probably make it.
I think they've got a good chance to,
Yeah.
I think he's got the last one. And then you just have to pray that they get one of the more beatable to maybe an LPL team. You know, maybe they can get CES or something. That's a doable win right there. Right, here's the thing though. Much as Worlds is coming along, now we've got T1, we've got all these favourites, these big names. Ooh, that's a tasty tournament, isn't it? I'm getting hungry just thinking about all the possible matchups. Well, actually reminds me of HelloFresh, believe it or not, because they have a bigger menu now. Just like now you go from watching just a few top teams in each region to now all the best teams are there. Well, you know what? All those permutations that are possible in the Swiss, well, they've doubled their menu at HelloFresh. You can now choose from 100 options each week, including seasonal dishes, like when Keria cooks his champion pool. And you can also dig into bigger portions that keep everyone satisfied, like all the 5-game banger Fearless series that we have here. And it's also healthier, because they've also got all high protein, veggie packed recipes. There'll be some herbivore junglers at this tournament, I've no doubt. There'll be people who are just there for the meat, the TESs of the world, who always like to bite off more than they can chew. And then there's also the taste component, isn't there? This is the gourmet of League of Legends. And if you shop with HelloFresh, you can get steak, seafood recipes delivered every week for no extra cost. There's also 3 times more seafood on the menu now. And that's also at no extra cost. And they've got all the seasonal produce, from snap peas to stone fruit to corn on the cob and more. So the best way to cook just got better. Go to hellofresh.com/ it's on the screen, LFN10 FM now to get 10 free meals plus a free item for life. One per box with active subscription. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. That's hellofresh.com/ LFN10 FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. 9 out of 10 say dinner is more delicious with HelloFresh. Thank you to HelloFresh. Thank you to Gilius for coming on this, and we wish him well in his coaching career. No doubt we will do it again in the future. We've got one last guest, potentially, we'll see, and we will show you who they are after this break. Right. It might be the last guest, but that depends on a variable factor where it's like I'm trying to get the governor to stay the execution at the 11th hour. No, please let him live longer. He's got more to live for. He believes in the Bible now. So we'll see if that happens. If not, then the last guest will be Keire here, who obviously, first of all, is part of LFN. He does the Hot Take Point Made League of Legends show with me and Zabatine. And obviously, he does with Rich's Wrath the Euro League show. So in theory, he's watching basically all the world's league except LTA and other shit that no one cares about. So I think we start in reverse. Since everyone's done all these takes about LPL and LCK, well, as you notice, they're all professionals. They all live in a world where it's like, yes, and T1, the narrative, you know, they could get it together and blah, blah, blah. Right, I want to get some raw takes now. So Keire, what should I expect from T1 at Worlds? What do you think?
T1? I was actually, here's a weird thing. So today, what I've seen, I was really impressed, and I think T1 looked really dangerous, because here's something. I think Oner looked a little bit worse today, and I think Faker looked really good. I think Faker was really, really, really impressive. how complex their team fighting is and their like ideas on like how to like win the game. The execution has to be like so crisp. When they do those like 2-phase, 3-phase, sometimes as deep as 4-phase, like different engages, you can just see like how the level of the communication, the level of like the synergy. People like Keria and Oner are just so like linked in now in terms of like their different engages. The one thing is it's like they end up drafting stuff that I think's a little bit shitty, and I think you can see that like coming through. I think anytime you basically see MF picked by people, you should just bet the house against them. That champion's pretty dog shit. It's not. No, it isn't actually bad. Later in drafts in like 4-5, there is like a reason to pick it. Just not as like 1, 2, 3. But yeah, so like I think they look super dangerous. They look like will be like one of the best like LCK like third teams. Like the on average it's worlds. They've buffed. No, not buffed the champions, but you know what I mean. Like all the T1 champions are still good. Put it that way. You know what I mean. And they're still great at them. The only person who I do have a concern about still, and I will continue to have a concern about, is Doran, because Doran now has to enter the herbivore must now go and eat with the carnivores, and is he a big enough dinosaur to not get eaten and torn to fucking bits, Jurassic Park style, in the middle of the tournament? He's got depth.
If we're doing some shit Jurassic Park joke, then obviously let's hope he's a Stegosaurus, so he can at least get a few plates.
Something like that.
Yeah, have that one. Plates on the tail. Whatever. Listen,
yeah,
it, all be good. Can't all be good, bro. Just like Doran, everyone can't all be good. Although actually, he was underrated this year. I did think he sadly just fell off in summer, didn't he?
Yeah, similar again. But here's the big thing. Like, see today, I think a lot of people seen some of the stuff that people are often like scared of, where people often, a criticism they give against like T1 is like, oh, why do people not try and like scale more into T1? Which is like something I've often recommended against. But when you're going to give them like, T1 is like probably one of the best teams in the world at using like the Xin Zhao plus Enchanter combo. They don't use like what I think is traditionally the best, which would possibly be Nami, but because they have Keria, who's arguably one of the best Renatas in the world, they basically just use Renata as a pseudo Enchanter, and they're so good at creating space denial and objective denial that it's really hard. And the way they split the map and to turn off your your win conditions. You know what I mean? Even though they got the smolder in the 1v1, like the dives that they were getting off and how punishing that was like bottom. It's really, really impressive, and it is really, really scary, and I can see why a lot of teams don't want to try and play that type of game into them, because it's not that it looks impossible, but like it's not a good feeling being down 6k gold lead going into like the mid game. Yeah, you've got the smolder, but he's like and he's gone, he's dead. You've got to play a very, very, very good game to beat that.
Okay. Well, I didn't get so excited about T1 today, if I'm going to be honest. I have the counter side to this. I agree with the Faker doing good today. He took a little break, and I was concerned with like Oner in game 1 and 2, because if there's ever a context in 2025 where, wow, Wei is playing better than Oner, then that's like, bro, the smoke alarm should just start beeping or some shit.
That's true.
It should go crazy. I thought that the main concern was like, to be fair, it's like IG macro, when they were doing like their business with the Ziggs, and they actually like ran T1 around the map. There was like in terms of how they covered up, and then also in the final game where basically not the final game, but the game where they played Hui and the Smolder, where they kind of forced like IG forced T1 to play their game, where they were like overgrouping on mid and bleeding on sides. And I do think that to some degree that is like the element that is sometimes scary to me. I think that they drive the game always through jungle and support, but if a jungle and support don't want to necessarily connect with their solo lanes, I think that their gameplay becomes a little bit too streamlined. It's like the flaw of having your jungle and support be like by far your best players, It's just that the names in what sometimes are the spears aren't like too exciting. And the best version of T1 that we saw this year, in my mind, was when Doran somehow was the carry. But still, I don't expect Doran at this World Championship to be like, let's say, a better player than a Zeus and a Bin and a Keen. Like, that's something that can happen once in a blue moon. And then the question is, will there be a blue moon? But I agree with you, Faker, really fucking good today. I think that was like a really good start. Gumayushi looked like fine, but I need to see like more. I'm not too impressed by that like Yunara performance. You know, I need to see a couple of those. Yeah. I need to see a little bit more. You know, just a little bit more. You know.
The thing is, I actually am mildly bummed out by the Doran downturn into summer and then not looking that good in the playoffs, because I actually did think the team around MSI, I mean, they could have won that tournament. They really could. They really did look like they were a contender for the best team in the world. I actually do think, even though, as referenced earlier, in theory, of the 3 years in a row, this is actually the strongest T1's look coming into Worlds. But I do think this is the one where they just go to like the quarters and get eliminated, or semis at best and probably lose to... could be any of the two top Korean. I even think there's a world where they can lose to the LPL. I think that's actually plausible now. I think Anyone's Legend not only did it at EWC, but they could have done it at MSI too. So I'd like to see that. But so to me, I actually think what's funny is I don't think this is actually that hyper one for T1. I think you have to give them the credit because everyone's so flawed that they can win. But for me, I think it's Gen.G and then a big gap between Hanwha and T1. So I even feel like they're more in the dark. Like everything has to go right for them. Everything has to go wrong for Gen.G. So I'm not really feeling this one for T1, but then again, whatever. What's new? What's new, eh? Same as
the problem is people do lose the same way as people lose to G2's name badge in EU. People lose to T1's name badge at Worlds. It's true. I'm sorry. Like, and it's nothing to take away from T1, but people do play worse versus that team.
Sure.
And because of their like vision denial, they're so good at using like the Nocturne. I think Oner's now got like an 85% win rate on the champion. The next best after that's like 55. They're just so good at that. And when you're under that pressure of like the world stage, do you just stay cool, calm, and collected, or do you just pull like an Elkin and on, and that tantalizing bush? It's just one more bush, one more face check, and sometimes it's one too many.
Oh, mate, that's the other problem I do think is I think of some of those epic T1 wins. Mate, Zeus was a big part of some of those. Yeah, and then the other one, and this is the part, I always say this, when people do that angle where they go, T1 figured out the meta. As far as I can tell, the T1 and meta part is just every time figuring out what champions Keria should play. It just seems like that's the specific meta, because he either goes counter to it or you find some OP shit that everyone copies. Like, if there's ever a world, like if at this world, Terrier's just like a 7 out of 10, then they don't win, mate. They're just not going to win the tournament. You know what I mean? I feel like this is also a harder one. Like even though they've looked good this year, you can't ignore that lost Zeus. Like that was a fucking crazy like Swiss Army knife play you had in your back pocket there. So it's a bit of a rough one. What about then? Go on then, Keire. Obviously, you are someone who is on the Chovy train. Does he win this Worlds? Does it happen this time?
Yeah, he should win this Worlds, but he should have won like the DRX Worlds where him and Ruler played a little bit worse. He should have won the 2023 Worlds where Doran ran him down. He should have won the 2024 Worlds where Lehens decided he was going to he wanted to retire.
His 4th straight Worlds title this year.
But like, here's the thing, right? What Chovy's got to do is he's got to play so well that like someone running him down isn't the difference maker, and that's where he's kind of like got caught out. Chovy, apart from one of them, has rarely been like the player or the reason that his team has lost Worlds. But in some of those like games, like the BLG Game 5 where he's on the Akali, yeah, he can play some of those fights better, and maybe it doesn't matter as much that Doran's like a steaming fucking shitty curry. Like it doesn't make a difference. Like he could just be like a better player. Now that is a big ask to like be making of someone like every single game. Like you actually seen it against FlyQuest. Like FlyQuest, he just goes, "Give me Smolder, I'll like 1v5 it, or like 1v like 8 it," and he does. He just slowly like out efficients the game. He dives to Inspired once when he gets killed in the lower bush, and then he just carries like the whole game. This year he had a better way to win it. The one thing that concerns me, and I actually think the blueprint of this really it can be seen in the KT games. Gen.G are getting really, really greedy with handing Chovy really toxic matchups that no one should really be like playing. And the one they keep on doing is like game 1 or game 2, Orianna into like Annie with a CC jungler, with it being like Poppy or like what's the other one? Jarvan. And that matchup is so volatile and hard to play because the person you're laning against literally has a click on stun, and then the follow-up CC is a lot of the time going to like kill you. And a lot of like Ori's survivability is in like the fact that she has phase rush, the slow ball, the ability to shield herself, and that combo. Like and against KT, I think they lost the first game and they won it with the first time, but it was nothing to do with the Orianna, and they lost it really badly the second time. And I just don't think you should be drafting it. And the reason they're drafting it is because they want to greed for like Canyon, because he's like the polar bear, like the farm efficiency god. But when Canyon isn't good enough, or like he's not good enough to justify that playstyle, or like Chovy falls so far behind, he's not able to like affect the game. It's like a really dangerous like thing. They like still draft and play as if like Canyon's one of the like the 3-4 best carry pick junglers in the world. And yeah, he might be, but like, does that performance actually result in the best way to win games of League of Legends? So I think that's like the only thing that's scary for them, like going forward in the tournament.
Okay. I have a question for you, Yamato. What actually is your expectation for KT roster?
Honestly, like I think that the majority of this team, it's like the discourse around KT is about who are they going to pick up for next year while they're still competing, and I think that says everything. Everyone's like
the joke is, if I was BDD, mate, you need to take a page out of Perks' book. He's going to go, what? That old, like, 86? No. Hot tub with Tarzan, hot tub with fucking Kanavi. All of them, bro. You need them all back. Get them all back to Korea immediately. I know what you mean.
Get death back, like, you know.
Yes, the whole last conversation is like, yo, are they getting pays? Are they going to sign Diable from BFX? Kana should come back. Fuck KC, bring Kana back, you know? That's the whole last conversation about this team. Because it's
Imagine if you knock on like BDD's door, no answer, but you notice it's not quite locked. You push it open. In there, in the room, is like Kana. There's fucking like Tarzan. There's fucking Pace. You're like, what have I walked in anyway? Oh, nothing. Anyway, so we'll keep playing that D&D campaign next week. Anyway, oh, hey, how you doing, cuz? Come on in. Let's discuss strategy. Like, he's just passed it already. He's just ready for next season, I know.
Oh, it's just as a follow-up. It's like perfect. Like I think that like perfect is the type of player that you like. If you are Whippo or Broken Blade, you're like kind of hoping. It's like I want to lane against perfect. Yes. It's like that I can say I beat a Korean top laner. You know, like that's what that is. And it's like Peter had some good moments. Like Peter and Rakan, let's like engage. But you know, just honestly, I think you would have better chances if you just renamed, because it's like it's just you're not gonna make it being called Peter in the game. You know, it's like
the two players and they're both supports. I'll never be able to get up. Is Peter and Mark? It's like, bruh, this isn't the Bible, motherfucker. Well, I need some actual. I want someone called like Demon Slayer Butthole Ripper 7000. That guy could win worlds. And the winner of worlds, Peter. Fuck off. There's no way. There's no way.
Bro, it's like it's like nobody cares about Peter Parker. It's like Spider-Man. That's cool, you know. It's like the same. It's like Mark. Is it like are you a stain on a shirt? Is that what you're trying to represent in your gameplay? Is that what you mean with Mark? Like, but those players just drive me insane. But Peter had like high highs. You know, he had some good mechanical moments with Rakan or whatever, but I just don't think it's enough, you know? I think like Yokdam started doing a little bit more, Kaz had a good series against Canyon, but it's like some of those things is like that happened in the game, like stars really aligned for that to go well. And I think that while it happened in the Gen.G series, I think they were just caught slipping, and they used that to just launch themselves into the World Championship as the third seed. And I think that it was all by design to just push IG out of Worlds and make them lose in play-ins. Because if they played against KT there, I think IG would have won. That's the painful part for me. But I think just KT as a roster, they just don't bring enough firepower. Like they are similar in some shape or form to like what like the level of players that D+ brought like last year. But I do think that what KT do well is that they seem to be really bought into the decisions that are happening. It's like while BDD often drives the game and Cuz too, I do like the fact that everyone's like, okay, we follow BDD and we're going to die with BDD. And I think that's a good thing. Like they have cohesion, they do things together. I just think that individually they just don't qualify in a lot of these games.
They know how their bread's buttered. They know who the top man is.
What's your expectation? Come on, hit me with it, Keira. KT expectations, where we at?
Mate, I don't think they're going to do as bad as everyone thinks. I'm actually a bit higher on KT. Like, bro, like, I think they're like, they've got that sinfulness of damn one, you know what I mean? Like, where they stuff, but like, put it this way, I think it's very low that they get like put away in Swiss. I actually think they're going to definitely make it out in Swiss, and I think they could basically beat everyone in the LPL except BLG. I think BLG is probably a bridge too far. I think they can beat Fly. I think they're like favoured but can lose to like FlyQuest, favoured but can lose to G2. So I think they're still favoured to make like a semi-final, by the way. Like on the aggregate, as long as they don't like the thing is if they get a really bad Swift stage, like their opening games against Madcoy, they can beat them. I think quite regularly. And you know it's hard to see into the rest of it, but as long as they don't draw one of the kill teams, Gen.G, Hanwha Life, T1 or BLG, I think they can give everyone else like a proper like good game. I think they're favoured actually. I don't know why I'm saying a proper good game. I think they're favoured versus everyone else, and so by that logic, I think they're more than favoured to make semi-finals on the aggregate.
Okay. But is BDD gonna have to 1v9 a bunch of the games? Is that gonna happen?
Here's the thing.
He does do it, to be fair. It's not like he never did it, yeah.
It's not that he needs to like 1v9. Like, I'm not to characterize it. He has hard carry in this team, right? But he literally just needs to get like the game state to a point in time where like the other players in their picks, that's really easy for them to make decisions. BD, like you on KT, BDD wants to be the person who's got the agency, because if other people are making decisions and he has to follow them, they could be shit decisions. And then he's following a really bad play where they have a number of disadvantages, and he's playing second fiddle to like terrain that's been picked that he like doesn't suit his like lead. He wants to be like leading it. Is why like I really like the Zoe pick that he had into Victor's Chovy. BDD's just a fantastic like Zoe player. He's got depth coming at the fucking kazoo. I think the Lissandra pick again, that's another great one. Great against like the global comps that T1 like to pick, where they like to hyper focus on one target. Lissandra's a great theoretical counter to that. Yes, he does, but if he gets it to the place where people like Diakdom and Cuz can come and kind of help him, like I think that'll be good. Their big weakness is where they get torn apart in the map, where like Cuz and Peter don't really know what the fuck they're doing, and the whole like macro point of the game just goes to absolute fucking shit. That's their like big weakness. But I actually think they can hands check a lot of teams at this tournament,
including like presumably the Western teams. Then you'd have them beating FlyQuest and G2.
Yeah, I think actually on the aggregate they're favoured outside of the fact of like Inspired and Skewmond can definitely like have really favourable jungle matchups into like Cuz. I will not deny that. I think they're actually just better players than Cuz. But the point is have they played where their mid laner has been pressured like BDD can pressure somebody? BDD pressures Chovy. That's why he's got such a good matchup into Chovy. BDD is not scared of the name Chovy. Like, he sees Chovy and he thinks, I can win this lane 50% of the time. It's like just who's better on the day. Caps and Quad are not Chovy, man. I don't care what anyone says. Like, Caps has given it to BDD before in the past, but I would actually say BDD's better relative to like when all the times Caps has played him. And his depth's fucking off the scale, by the way. He can play everything, so... I don't think KT are a magical like great team, but I think people are under assessing them versus the field.
Okay. What about then? Obviously, let's get some LPL hype, right? Which LPL team are you picking to do the best?
Oh, mate, BLG, of course.
Okay.
Daddy's home, bro. Knight woke up. He lost once to Shanks. He was like, holy crap, I've let this guy be better than me for 4 hours and 30 minutes. He's like, I'm not letting that happen again. Like, what do you call it? And Knight woke up, mate, and he was just like, I'm going to go and try and get that summer MVP. And people are going to look because they heard, like, Bin came on. Mate, Bin turned on kind of in playoffs, mate. Knight's just been dragging corpses since spring playoffs, mate. And he's been trying to get the team to a position where they would end up being the best. And Kanavi probably is the MVP, just in terms of like what good looks like, and he probably was more consistent across the aggregate. But if you ask me who was the best player over summer playoffs and regular season, it's just Knight, and he's a mid laner, so like it just like fits into my worldview. I mean, I think he's not
winning worlds, though, is he? He's not winning worlds.
I mean, I think this team could win worlds. If T1 last year,
Strap in. Everyone get strapped in.
Bro.
Explain how are they going to win Worlds? Hit me with it.
Because, mate, like, T1 could flip win Worlds from a much worse position relative to where BLG are, like, right now, okay? All they need is, like, another team to maybe, like, T1 to upset Gen.G or HLE to upset Gen.G. I still don't, like, there's loads of team players. Like, Zeka tried to sit with Knight when Knight was in form for 1 BO5 last year in quarters, and Knight just murdered him on every single matchup and was just, like, dragging him about by the collar of his neck. Like, I don't think Zeka's in, like, that much form, and Knight is in Skull Dragon, like, season, mate. Like, he is genuinely on, like, give me the pick. Bro, go watch, like, Knight's Auroras, his Tallies. Like, bro, Knight Tally is basically a free win any game you give it to him. And they don't even ban Azir. They're just like, fucking pick it. Let's see you, like, make, like, the great big play. And he just makes a mockery of all, like, the good Azir players. He's made his Azir's a little bit better relative to when it was last year. His Aurora's just the best. He's the best Aurora player in the world, bar nothing. Best Ahri player, if you still want that to be picked. He's good enough on Oner.
Is it not a problem that he has jungle issues?
Mate, when has Knight not got jungle issues? Like, even when he had Kanavi, he had fucking jungle issues, mate. Kanavi remembered he was a fucking Patriot midway through Worlds, and Knight was like, what? Sweating a bit. This series has gotten a little bit difficult, you know what I mean? Like, bro, Knight, since 2020 Cartha, Knight's had jungle issues, mate. Let me tell you. So that's just, it's like saying to an Eskimo, oh, by the way, it's snowing tomorrow. Like, there's going to be heavy snow. He's like, yeah, I know. And he walks away in his little hood. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Knight's built for that, mate. Like, that man is built to carry games under the conditions.
Yeah, he's basically doing like that famous Gandhi quote. Like they said to him, Knight, Mr. Knight, what do you think of world-class jungle play out of BLG? He's like, I think it would be a good idea. And then just walks off.
Exactly. Brilliant. And by the
way, if he was to actually win Worlds with Beishwan and Shadow waiting as a sub, then at that point, you know what? Maybe he just leapfrogs Chovy. Maybe he's just goated at that point. Fuck it. You might just be the best ever at that point, mate. Give me a break.
Oh, these want a little bit of LPL information, just so, like, I don't know if it was brought up in the show. All the LPL teams will, like, definitely tech pick Kiana for this tournament because they all have access to Baishuan, who is the outright best Kiana player in the world. He's usually number 1 on the ladder in the LPL super server. He's like the guy that when people go and, like, end of scrim, they go and play in the ladder, like, everyone gets, like, the clips of him, like, solo killing, like, everyone, and he's actual friends with Beishwan, who's on BLG, and he was, like, teaching him to, like, helping him to play Kiana because he was so bad at it to begin with.
I was giving up. I was even trying to think, Yamato, how would someone phonetically spell Baishwan? I was like, B-Y-X-I-R. This doesn't even work. There could be any spelling for this shit. I don't know. I quit.
I can never say the guy's name right. I just say it as it's, like, typed, mate, right? That's what I realised with LPL years ago. But all the LPL...
They're all going to be ahead of everyone with that pick.
Yes, they're all going to be ahead of everyone with that pick. I think that was seen during the summer season, but also in terms of their priority. Like, they're going to prio pick it, like you've seen today with Wei. I think all the LPL teams are going to, like, prio pick this jungle insanely high.
But it's not actually Beishwan, sadly. It's a player that sounds like him, but isn't on any of the teams. Okay, whatever.
He taught him how to play it.
Right, listen, you've already hit all the classics, but now I have to hit you with another one. Are you ready? I'll underarm throw this one. What about top esports?
Oh, yes. You brought them before me. I hate them.
That's funny, like, it is the thing. You know why I have to always believe it. Because look, bro, you got Jackie Love, you got Kanavi. If you watch the LPL, you have to believe in these people because they're so good. But picking them, like I keep doing it, actually feels like self-harm at this point in time. You know, I've got to be kind to myself. I've got to respect myself first before I can respect the rest of the gear. What do you think of top esports at Worlds, though?
I'm going to say something. Okay, they have not done it. They have never done it. They have ceased to never do it since Crescent was the coach in 2020 to this point right now. There's always a caveat. They would be one of the best teams in the world if they just did X, right? If that's fire Crescent, fire the support, do other, like, acts of violence, okay? If they could just not in after 15 minutes, Jackie Love in particular, you know, the sirens, they speak to them, the minions, they sing the voice, telling them to, like, come to them and die. If they could just not do that, they would have beaten BLG. They'd be the best team in the LPL by far. They are the best, like, and when we say macro, what I mean is like objective setup, swapping into objectives, picking for like win conditions, like fight selection. But the minute it's like the fucking watching a werewolf in London, mate. The minute that clock hits 15 minutes and it ticks over, like ding, ding, like the fucking bells start ringing and they just lose their minds. So if they can stop doing that, they will be pretty dangerous. If they keep doing it, I think they're going to be like the last year's top esports. Make it to quarters, get like banged out like 0-3 in quarterfinals. There's loads of stuff that team does really, really well, but they've got a lot to iron out in terms of actually beating the elite teams.
Because I do feel like they're the team where if you didn't watch the LPL, everyone will just immediately write them off. But they do have, in this tournament, they have dark horse factor. It's not impossible at Yamato. There's a world where they could get this shit together.
Well, I like it's like it's such a heavy narrative to fight against because I get it, I get it. But I would like to believe like if they were just under a different banner, I feel like everything would feel different. Like if it's just, I mentioned it before, like this, it wasn't this fucking random Maximus Decimus Meridius helmet as a logo. Maybe things would be like a little bit different, but I just think they are the best in the world at a couple of things. And I think that's already like a qualifier for us to imagine a world where it could happen.
Winning games with Hang, the best team in the world at winning games with Hang on the lineup.
No, but Hang is kind of cold, the way he finds engages, I like the way he's fearless, there's like elements of, like, I think in regards to how they fight, I do think that is like a massive, massive plus. I think they can win fights that nobody else can win, but they also find themselves in fights that nobody else will find themselves in, for better and for worse. And the issue is the baseline for them, what is considered the basics for a lot of teams, they are so far behind on some of those elements in regards to other teams that if anyone is aware of who they play against, and you become aware as you face them in a BO5 or you face them a couple of times or scrim against them or study them, then I think a team that is good enough is capable of like taking a step back. Because like with Billy, for the first time in the whole year when they beat them like twice, was that they slowed down their game. And Billy is not the type of team that would slow down against anybody else, but it was just so blatantly obvious against top esports that you should, because eventually they will like the fat lady will sing, and that lady says, midwave or whatever, like that will happen. And I think the danger of the Korean teams is that they can do exactly that. But the game is very fast. The game is very volatile. Top esports, if they, hit the ground running through the early game and somehow, home, it just starts whispering and starts, doing, some good coaching action, maybe, just maybe. It was just funny because like I was co-streaming Worlds from the venue, and I interviewed Maokai at the time because he was coaching top esports, the one that was falling apart in quarters. He was also saying, he was also talking about the mental of the team, because I asked him, I was like, why did you collapse against G2? He's like, oh, we're doing meditation, we're doing all these things. I think they're so desperate. Like, I think at some point they're gonna hire a shaman maybe to throw up some incense, like maybe there's some evil spirits in the room. Like I wonder how deep they will go to try to find something, some superstition that will get them out of this fucking mental hole that they find themselves in games. Because maybe just maybe they find just something that will push them beyond.
By the way, I feel like the topic, I know what you mean about the cursed name and the image and sort of the profile of the team internationally, because it is like the old Pagliacci joke, isn't it? It's like a hooded, indescript Asian League of Legends player goes to the psychiatrist and he goes, "Oh, you won't believe it. It's weighing on my mind. Like, you know how hard it is, the pressure when you go to these international tournaments like MSI, like World. Do you know what it's like to go and know that if you fail, your whole country will feel like you betrayed them, you've let them down?" And the doctor goes, "I've got just what you need. Right? What you need to do is go home tonight and look up any international tournament from Top Esports. Like, they're exactly the sort of team that's going to make you realize it can only get so bad. They're awesome in the regular seasons. They're usually the best Chinese team. They've got some of the best carries. And if you watch them play and then see them fail at national, you'll go, well, thank God, at least I'm not as bad as Top Esports." Obviously, then he pulls back the hood. It's Jackie on, but doctor, I am on Top Esports.
Oh, so good.
There you go. There you go.
I'll give you one, Yamato. In Dota, there was a famous Chinese Southeast Asian mixed team, okay? And the way they got about this is, and they didn't like each other, so they just would, when they lost the game, they would just stay on stage. They wouldn't go back. They wouldn't go back and talk, and they would just stay on stage and be like, right, we're ready for game 2. Because they realised when they talked to each other backstage, they would all just blame each other, and they couldn't get anything constructive. So they're just like, yeah, we'll just not talk to each other, and we'll just remain on the stage.
Holy moly. Yo, that's like Mad Lions in 2021. They're like, we are worse when we scrim, so we cancel every scrim. And then we make quarters, we win the league. And I'm like, these motherfuckers are canceling scrims. Like before the finals when we played them, we 5-0 them. Next day they cancel, and it's like, yeah, these guys are trash, and then we lose. Motherfuckers.
By the way, the shit I like about that as well, it's the same as if anyone at this Worlds plays BLG, because it's just so whack if you're the opposing coach. Like, if you're coaching them, like, do all these macro things right against BLG, it's like, oh, Knight just decided to smash our reds in and win anyway, though. So it's like, what should I have done, coach? I don't know what. Like, in that scenario, you win all the scrim. It's like, bro, they won't even scrim us. Well, listen, lads, I hope you all take a lesson from this. They're unprofessional. They're not going to be champions like that. We're the ones who've done it all right. Then you play, just get like 3 zipped. Like, oh, well, fuck us, I guess. Like, well, we did it all wrong. I guess actually hard work doesn't pay off. Jokes on me. I know. Right, there's another thing I have to ask about though, and it is I've saved it. If you know all the big names, because obviously it's one of the reasons we do Hot Take Point Made, because there's all the classic big names that haven't had the big wins. One of them always in history was Tarzan, of course. There's another one, Keire, where if people hadn't watched his career, they love to make him sound like he was just some bomb or some shit player. Now he's actually hitting his peak now. It's better than ever, right?
Yeah, like, I mean, you know this, Thor, and I said this, and like, it was funny because Zabatine agreed. If it's not one of the elite, like, god mid laners who are like an entity onto their own, the next player I would draft if we were doing a global draft is Tarzan. I think Tarzan is better because Canyon might be 10 out of 10, right, on some things, but Tarzan's 9 out of 10 on everything. He is just the Swiss Army knife of jungle, and you only need to be like, for most of the games, you only need to be like that good. And it's almost impossible how good he is on any given pick at like any given time. His decision making is like incredible. The amount of teams that he's set up to have like good macro and like good like objective setups, like. So many teams that he's been on have no reason to be as like calm and like composed as they are around like objectives, you know, with the hallmark like craziness of like the LPL and stuff like that. But the team that he's on is always framed as like the macro like team, and there's like a reason for that because they tend to be like an entity unto their own. And basically I think of like Tarzan, if the rest of fucking Tarzan's teammates had just chilled out a little bit this season and they didn't really drop off as much as they did. I think the AL team probably could have just been champions again. He basically held up his end of the bargain. Another folk basically just their heads exploded. I think Tabby's drafting got like a lot worse as well, which didn't help. It just didn't evolve by where it was in spring. But mate, this is the sad thing about Tarzan. Tarzan needs to go like team up with like, I don't know, like fucking Knight or something. I like, or you know what I mean?
Go back
like,
to the LCK, one of the two. You got to get on a better team. Come on.
Yeah, he's got to get on a better team because like the amount of flawed gems he's made. Like everyone always talked to me. I remember talking to Monty about this. The LNG squad in 2024. I was like, mate, that team was never supposed to be in the LPL final, and like that is good. That team was just scouting Tarzan, had this very special relationship, and they ran that as far as it could go. And they ran it and they let it run, and eventually it just the car crashed. But that team was like duct tape the Titanic, you know what I mean, just boarding it up, like, and just praying that it doesn't sink. And eventually a second iceberg hit. Yeah, like, I mean, I think he's mint, but I don't have much hope from him at this tournament, mate. I think he's fucked. I mean, I think it's
like the way
so grim.
he mixed up the stories of the Titanic getting hit by an iceberg and 9/11 with a second plane hitting, and he made it. And then there's like someone leaning into the captain of the Titanic, sir, a second iceberg just hit. Like,
Thorin, you know me too well. I had one situation in my head, and I quickly changed it live on air, and I was just like, "Oh, okay, there we go. We're going for that instead." There we go.
Fair enough. Sir, then again, I actually could imagine that me, but with Papa Smithy and someone leaning in, sir, Whippo just made a second comment online, like,
Yeah.
mate, I tell you who the unsung hero of the year is in esports. The fucking PR division of FlyQuest. Fucking hell. Every day. By the way, their whole org set up on charity. They've got all like lovable players. Everyone loves Papa. They're winning every split. They wake up like, what's going on today? Oh, Whippo did a stream. Like, that's right. Clear all my calls, Susan, and ordering pizza. We're going to be going late on this motherfucker. Dude, like, give me a break. Oh, what's that? All the sponsor boards like lit up. Like, oh well, take the first one.
And Bipple's the type of guy who's like, oh, my joke's so good, even HR wants to hear it. And like, he's going down to like retell the joke and stuff. He's like, yeah, he's getting brought in for promos.
This is how you know Whipple's just lost the plot. Bro, they're trying to insert people into the team that sound like motherfucking Pokemon evolutions, like Gilius is here. Like, who the fuck's that Magikarp's upgrade? What are you talking about, you mad bastard? Is that even a player? What are you? That's some like fucking Peter shit. Again, there's no like, and the winner of Worlds is your Gilius, and of course, Peter and Mark. And sat and fucking Jack and Jill in the bot lane going up that hill with I'm out. So I don't know.
I know that the LPL was bad when we had like Kid and Kitties and CCNC and TCT and stuff like that. That were like the brother sister like bot lanes and stuff like that. I'm like, fuck off. They're terrible.
Yeah, people do forget that one. Where back in the day, I think it was even on like a fucking one of those whack tapes. There was VG Gaming, I think, or something. They tried to make like some like Zaya Rakan, but in real life, like their aliases were even mixed in. Like, I'm TNT and he's TC and TNC. It's like, this is so fucking. It's not an 80s cartoon, you know, you mad bastard. It's League of Legends a game, I know. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing themes?
And the fact that we're always aura maxing and every photo they took, right? And then you would go look at the game and they're dog shit every week.
I know. It's just too much, isn't it? Right, okay, here's the thing. We rode it till the end to see if a last guess would join. They didn't. It's all right. But I didn't tease you. I didn't say who it was. Spoiler, it wasn't Gilius or Whippo. Don't worry about that one. We're just seeing if we'll get it work. Anyway, thanks to Keira for coming on. And obviously, it's a lengthy one. We'll be back next week at some point. I don't know what day yet, but during Worlds, we'll keep updating you and we'll keep doing episodes. And that'll be the end of this episode of Something Inside. Shout out to all the sponsors. Shout out to everyone who we'll do on the next one. We'll do some Q&A. Peace.